Chapter 1869. Fang Clan's Headquarters. An immortal goo house was built with green bricks and golden tiles. It was majestic like a mountain. It was solemn with a hint of liveliness and vitality, emitting a dense fragrance of plants and trees. The palace door was open. A huge hall could be seen inside. There were dozens of huge pillars in the hall. They were thick and shining with bronze luster. At the top of the door, there was a plaque with 3 words written on it. It was, Divine Being Palace. And around Divine Being Palace, there was a crescent-shaped Wisdom Path goo formation that surrounded half of Divine Being Palace. This Wisdom Path goo formation flickered with light blue light that shone on Divine Being Palace. The blue light was like water. It tried to permeate into Divine Being Palace, but the effect was not good. After a while, the Wisdom Path goo formation stopped and 2 goo immortals walked out. One was dressed in yellow. He had an ordinary appearance and a beard. He looked like a mortal, but his face was pale and his forehead was covered in sweat. It was Fang Clan's second Supreme Elder, Fang Dichang. The other was dressed in a black robe. He looked like a thin middle-aged man. His long hair was draped over his shoulders. His temples were white. He looked proud and aloof. It was Fan Yuan who was disguised as Swan Bujin. At this moment, Fan Yuan sighed. This Divine Being Palace is truly amazing. Even without anyone guarding it, it is like a living creature. It is like a towering ancient tree. We are like 2 worms. Even if we try our best to infiltrate it, it will only be a drop in the ocean for Divine Being Palace. Indeed. Fan Dichang nodded. The worst thing is, even if we break some of the branches and leaves of this tree, it will regrow after a while. Fan Yuan analyzed. This is indeed Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable style. According to historical records, he has the most abundant immortal essence among the venerables. His recovery speed is the highest. He has the essence of Wood Path. Second Supreme Elder, we are both Wisdom Path goo immortals. It will be very difficult to refine this Wood Path immortal goo house. We might as well go to Yanqing and get 1 or 2 Wood Path great experts to cooperate with us. It will definitely be effective. Fang Dichang smiled bitterly. Brother, do you think I haven't tried? Unfortunately, Western Desert has few Wood Path goo immortals to begin with. News of our clan obtaining Divine Being Palace has already been exposed. The other super clans have already formed an encirclement to stop us. Of course, there are also forces that are providing Wood Path goo immortals. Brother, guess which one it is? Fang Dichang asked. Fang Yuan had a thought. Without thinking, he said, I think it is Celestial Court. Brother, you guessed right. The Immortal Goo Immortal Court House. Duke Long personally guaranteed that he would send Wood Path goo immortals to take back Divine Being Palace. Their past grudges would be written off. He even promised a vast amount of resources. After Duke Dragon Palace, he goo immortal goo of goo. He had, and goo of goo sect he said. Celestial Court's scheme is wishful thinking. They want to use West Desert's current situation to force my Fang clan to submit. Goo goo, house, imif of IMS he can ken of goo. Ha! With a loud laugh, a goo immortal walked towards Fan Yuan and Fang Dichang. Ha! With a loud laugh, a goo immortal walked towards Fan Yuan and Fang Dichang. Brother Swan Bujin, you are right. This goo immortal was an old man. He had white hair and eyebrows. His beard was like a lion's mane. His muscles were bulging. His figure was firm. He had a grand aura. He was Fang Clan's first Supreme Elder, Fang Gong. Fang Gong patted Fan Yuan's shoulder and said passionately, Brother, it must have been hard on you on your first day here. You have not even had a sip of hot tea before entering the formation to deduce. I've already arranged a banquet to welcome you back. Fan Yuan smiled. Thank you for your concern, First Supreme Elder. The matter of taking down Divine Being Palace has stimulated my interest and fighting spirit. Moreover, I am Fang Clan's external Supreme Elder. Helping Fang Clan is helping myself, isn't that so? His mind, however, was clear. This Fang clan is under too much pressure. They finally want my help to refine Divine Being Palace as soon as possible. Fang clan's attitude towards me is not strange at all. It seems that I can use this chance to threaten them and raise the price. I will gain some benefits first. Fan Yuan's heart was simply too black. Not only did he want Divine Beam Palace, he also wanted to extort benefits from Fan Clan. Fan Clan was truly unlucky to have recruited him. In the previous life, without Fan Yuan's interference, Fan Clan's situation would have been very good. With just Fan Clan's hard work, they resolved the crisis. Even at the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, they did not manage to refine Divine Beam Palace. The banquet was grand. Fan Clan really wanted to borrow Swan Bujin's strength. Fan Clan's higher-ups were very enthusiastic. Fan Gong, who was a rank 8, was even more amiable. Fan Yuan promised on the spot that he would do his best to help. Thus, both the host and guest were happy. If Fan Clan knew that this Gu immortal they were entertaining was the greatest mastermind behind the scenes, they might tear apart Fan Yuan's tendons on the spot. In the following days, Fan Yuan followed Fan Dichang and assisted him in refining Divine Beam Palace through the Wisdom Path Immortal Formation. Divine Beam Palace had an endless supply of resources. It could recover on its own and could not be penetrated. If today's progress was 10, tomorrow, it would fall to 3 or 4. Every time Fan Yuan and Fan Dichang made a move, they would deduce until their minds heated up. They could only stop helplessly when it reached the limit. Even though I did not use my full strength, I have displayed the standard of a rank 7 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. Even so, Fan Dichang's progress is slow with my help. Not to mention what kind of situation he was in without my help. Fan Yuan understood the situation and felt a trace of sympathy towards Fan Dichang. He also felt a trace of rejoice. Precisely because Fan Dichang used his full strength to forcefully refine Divine Beam Palace, he did not have any spare energy and time. Fan Yuan's scheme against Fan Clan succeeded. In comparison, Fan Dichang was a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster. His attainment level was higher than Fan Yuan's. Putting in all his effort every day, even though Fan Yuan concealed a portion of his strength, he was gradually feeling exhausted. Fan Dichang was even more so. He was truly putting in all his effort. Relying on this tenacious spirit, even though refining Divine Beam Palace had always been very difficult, he had accumulated quite a bit of results. Fan Clan has Wisdom Path and Formation Path attainment. They want to use this to forcefully take down Divine Beam Palace. This is a true refinement. There is naturally hope of success. However, the price we have to pay is huge. Let's not talk about other things, just the immortal essence alone is a huge sum. If I add Wood Path and Refinement Path, it will be much easier. Of course, if I use my full strength, not just in Wisdom Path, but also in Formation Path, the situation will be completely different. Fan Yuan naturally would not do this. Feeling that the time was right, he stopped on a certain day and did not appear in time. Fan Dichang hurriedly went to ask, "Brother, are you injured? Are you all right? I have already prepared everything. I can heal you." Fan Yuan coughed. "Thank you for your concern, Second Elder. I am indeed injured, but it is not a big deal. I can handle it myself. It is just that the immortal essence loss is too severe. My mind is also tired. The workload is too heavy. How many years will it take to completely refine Divine Beam Palace? I really can't hold on for much longer." Fan Dichang's eyes widened when he heard this. Swan Bujin was going to quit. What should he do? He finally had some results. If he did not persevere every day, these results would quickly disappear. Thinking of Fan Clan's situation, Fan Dichang was anxious. "Brother!" Fan Dichang smiled. "Our Fan Clan will not mistreat you, don't worry," Fan Yuan said seriously. "Second Elder, don't think that I am purposely quitting. I am not that kind of person. I trust Fan Clan. Joining Fan Clan is the best proof. At the same time, my cooperation with Fan Clan started long ago. When we attacked Divine Beam Palace, we established an alliance agreement. I have never forgotten this alliance agreement." Fan Yuan spoke with deep sincerity. As a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster, Fan Dichang immediately understood Fan Yuan's hidden meaning. He smiled again. "Brother, I understand, ha ha ha. We have never forgotten the alliance agreement back then. Indeed, you helped our Fan Clan seize Divine Beam Palace. According to the agreement, our Fang clan has to give you the immortal goo. We are still in arrears now, it is our Fang clan's fault. I apologize to you. If you need our clan's immortal goo, I will arrange for someone to send it over. Sigh. I can't. Second Elder, I really did not mean that, you misunderstood me. Fan Yuan said. Misunderstood? Why would I misunderstand you? Fan Dichang snorted internally. He had already seen through Swan Bujin. This was a ruthless person who would not do anything without benefits. Back then, when they attacked Divine Being Palace, he had used this chance to ask for Great Thief Immortal Goo. Now, he was playing this trick again. Fan Dichang really wanted to slap Fan Yuan a few times, but he forcefully endured it. There was no helping it, he needed Swan Bujin's help now. With Swan Bujin helping him, the effect was indeed good. Thus, Fan Dichang strongly wanted to give Fan Yuan the immortal goo, but Fan Yuan kept pushing it away, refusing to accept it. Fan Dichang had a bad premonition. Swan Bujin was acting like this, he definitely had a bigger scheme. After pushing it away again and again, Fan Dichang said directly, Brother, if you have any thoughts, just say it. Fan Yuan said solemnly. Second Elder, don't look down on me. I am also a member of Fang Clan. With Fang Clan's current situation, how could I do such a despicable thing like taking advantage of this situation to threaten you? Am I, Swan Bujin, that kind of person? On the contrary, I feel that the previous Immortal Goo reward is too high. I am willing to take a step back and not want the Immortal Goo reward. Fan Dichang felt even worse, but then he heard Fan Yuan say, If you really want me to say it, I can only be frank. Second Elder, you are one of us, I have nothing to hide from you. To speak the truth, I am quite interested in thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's Theft Path True Inheritance. I don't need any Theft Path Immortal Goo, I just want to take a look at the True Inheritance's contents. Of course, if Second Elder finds it difficult, then forget it. Chapter 1870. Bam! Fang Clan's first Supreme Elder Fang Gong slammed the table and stood up from his chair. His eyes flickered with anger. This Swan Bujin is too greedy. He actually dares to ask for our clan's Theft Path True Inheritance. What ability does he have? He is just a lone cultivator with rank 7 cultivation level. He dares to extort our Fang clan. Damn it! He deserves death. Fang Gong was furious after hearing Fan Dichang's report. Fan Dichang, however, had already calmed down. Swan Bujin indeed has some ability. Our Fang clan recruiting Swan Bujin is also a decision made according to the current situation. As a Wisdom Path Goo Immortal, Swan Bujin is naturally very astute. Now that he is asking for the Theft Path True Inheritance, our clan cannot reject him. What? You really want to give him the Theft Path True Inheritance? That is thieving Heaven Venerable's true inheritance. Fang Gong's eyes were wide open. Fan Dichang smiled bitterly. If we don't give it to him, he will not work. What can we do to him? Yes, he is in our clan's headquarters now. We might be able to kill him if we work together. But what about after we kill him? Without his help, it will be very difficult for me to refine Divine Being Palace. It will take too long. Fang Clan, on the other hand, is facing a lot of pressure. A rank 8 Goo Immortal has already made a move not long ago. This was done by Fan Yuan's 2 Dragon Generals, but it was done cleanly. Fan Dichang spent most of his energy on Divine Being Palace, thus he could not find out the truth. Everyone in Fang Clan thought this was either one of Western Desert super clans, a Western Desert demonic path Goo Immortal with ulterior motives, or the Celestial Court. Fang Gong was silent. He was the first Supreme Elder after all. He gradually calmed down. Fang Clan's current situation indeed required Swan Bujin's help. Once Divine Being Palace was obtained, Fang Clan would be able to turn the situation around. In the future, if they repaired Fallen Flower Hall, Inquiry Dock, and the other Immortal Goo houses, Fang Clan's overall strength would probably surpass most of Western Desert's Righteous Path's super forces. Swan Bujin was the key to Fang Clan to turn the situation around and ascend to the peak. As expected of a Wisdom Path Goo Immortal, he is stuck at this juncture, This Swan Bujin has guts and ability. Fang Gong snickered. Fang Dichang understood Fang Gong. Hearing his words, he knew that Fang Gong agreed. Of course, after the Fang clan survived this crisis, Fang Gong would definitely punish Swan Bujin and vent his anger. Fang Dichang smiled. Actually, Swan Bujin knows his limits. He did not ask for my wisdom path inheritance, nor did he covet the secrets of my clan's immortal Gu house. If he makes these two requests, we'll really be in a difficult position. Fang clan's foundation was not the path of theft. It was never like that. The path of theft was only an accidental gain of Fang clan. It was obtained from an otherworldly demon. After so many years, Fang clan's use of this Tao thieving heaven true inheritance had reached an extreme. The theft path immortal Gu house that he used to counterattack Dong Luchan earlier was in tatters. Just this point alone was enough to explain many problems. Fang Di laughed. This Swan Bujin's wisdom path attainment is indeed deep. Not to mention that I've made a lot of progress with his help these days. Just by looking at this request of his, it was clear that he had a very precise and experienced grasp of the heat. He did not go overboard, but also obtained the greatest benefits. This is not easy to achieve. Fang Gong also laughed. You really think highly of this person, you actually praised him. Fang Dichang's eyes shined. A talent is a talent, why would I purposely belittle him because of myself? If such a talent could really be used by our clan, that would be an extremely good thing. Fang Gong squinted his eyes and said in a low voice. It's not easy to make a daring thing like Swan Bujin truly loyal to our clan. After some discussion, Fang clan agreed to let Fan Yuan browse the thieving heaven true inheritance. Fan Yuan soon obtained the true inheritance's contents. It was indeed a thieving heaven true inheritance. Its essence was the killer move theft path. Back then, thieving heaven demon Venerable was able to create theft path because of this killer move. Evidently, this killer move had great significance. It was the origin of theft path. Fan Yuan was simply amazed when he saw it. In this true inheritance, theft path was grand and majestic. Because it was not just stealing people or objects, it was stealing the entire world. He could steal all the down marks in the world. Other than that, there was another content that made Fan Yuan look at it again and again, enjoying it so much that he forgot to stop. This was the theft path immortal Gu house and the thieving heaven true inheritance, Thieves Denver. Fan Yuan's theft path attainment level is at Great Grandmaster. Fang clan's Gu immortals do not have such attainment. Thus, Fang clan's advantage is in building immortal Gu houses, but they have no way to deal with this thieves' den. They can only allow it to deteriorate. Fan Yuan only took a few glances and saw the efforts of Fang clan's successive generations from the contents of thieves' den. They had tried to repair this immortal Gu house before. Even though there are many wondrous ideas, they are not compatible with theft path. They are at most superfluous. But if I were to repair it, it would be different. Fan Yuan was inwardly moved. But asking for the contents of the thieving heaven true inheritance was already his limit. Fan Yuan knew Fang clan was about to turn hostile, but he forcibly endured it. Even if Fang clan gave the true inheritance directly, they would definitely remember this grudge. If he asked for Thieves' Den, it would be too much, it would greatly exceed Fang clan's foundation, they would definitely not agree to it. Moreover, as a wisdom path Gu immortal, I am too interested in theft path. This is a huge suspicious point. The reason why Fang Dichang did not suspect anything was because I had planned it well. Earlier, I stole Great Thief Ghost Hand and then used wisdom to kill Wan Lianghan. These left a deep impression in Fang clan's hearts, thus they acted naturally. But is this true inheritance the entire contents of the thieving heaven true inheritance? Fan Yuan could not tell, at least he did not see anything else in this content. But this was not certain, because Fang clan had the wisdom path great expert Fang Dichang. What if I make a move now and snatch it? Fan Yuan thought. With just his own battle strength, it was not difficult to deal with Fang clan. Even though Fang Gong was strong and was a rare strength path rank 8 Gu immortal, he could not compare to Duke Long. There was still a gap in battle strength between him and Fan Yuan. However, the possibility of Fan Yuan making the final decision was not high. Fang Gong had once suppressed Chen Yi. His strength was at the top of rank 8. At the same time, this was Fang clan's headquarters. There were many arrangements that Fan Yuan did not know about. The biggest possibility was that a huge battle would erupt and the world would know about it. By then, not only would Fan Yuan's identity be exposed, Western Desert's righteous path superforces would also find the best reason to help Fang clan exterminate the demon and attack Fang clan. Moreover, the Celestial Court would not be idle. With such a good opportunity, they would definitely send Gu Immortals to take action. Fan Yuan thought for a long time before deciding to help Fang Dichang maintain the current situation. This was the most beneficial solution for him. After reading Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance, Fan Yuan no longer complained about fatigue. He worked together with Fang Dichang to forcefully refine Divine Beam Palace. At least, from the looks of it, he was doing his best. Progress was still difficult, but after accumulating time and time again, a qualitative change occurred. Divine Beam Palace's entrance opened. Gu Immortals could enter and leave freely. This was huge progress. Fang clan was very excited. Even Fang Dichang was smiling happily. They could see Fang clan's rise. However, the following facts were like a bucket of cold water pouring over the hearts of Fang clan's Gu Immortals. No matter how hard Fang Dichang tried to refine Divine Beam Palace, there was no progress. This was a stark contrast to before. It seems that at this stage, Divine Beam Palace's internal structure is not what I deduced. It has undergone a huge change. We can only make progress by changing the entire Wisdom Path formation, Fang Dichang said to Fang Yuan. Fan Yuan nodded. But how do we change this Wisdom Path formation? Before that, we need to probe Divine Beam Palace and understand more. Sai, if we had a Woodpath great expert to help us, it would be much easier. Right now, with our Wisdom Path, we can only make wild guesses. Fang Dichang smiled bitterly. Other than making wild guesses, what else can we do? The matter of forcefully refining Divine Beam Palace fell into a bottleneck. Divine Beam Palace was indeed a personal creation of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. The more Fang Dichang and Fan Yuan researched it, the more they felt its majesty and ingenuity. Fang Dichang racked his brains but could not find a good solution. Fan Yuan had many ideas, but he did not mention any of them. During this period of time, he had not had the chance to use Karma Divine Tree. If he used this move, he would definitely be able to open up a new situation. Sitting here and thinking is not in line with my cultivation path. I should go out and relax, maybe I will get some inspiration. Fan Yuan retreated in order to advance. He took the initiative to leave. Fang Dichang and Fang Gongku could not make him stay. They also needed Swan Bujin's help in the future, so they could only let Fan Yuan leave. Fan Yuan left Fang clan and entered Green Ghost Desert on the surface, but he was secretly exploring dream realms. During this period of time, his transaction with Chi Chuyu continued. He also used Second Aperture Mortal Gu to extort Southern Border's righteous path to collect dream realms for Woodpath. Without the help of a Woodpath great expert. No problem. I can become a Woodpath great expert myself, isn't that enough? Fan Yuan's method of breaking out of this situation was simple and violent. These Woodpath dream realms could not stump him. In terms of experience in exploring dream realms, Fan Yuan was already the #1 person in the world. People like Duke Long did not even have the qualifications to carry his shoes. Fan Yuan's Woodpath attainment level had always been ordinary. He did not have any in-depth contact with it in the 500 years of his previous life. But not long after, he became a Woodpath master. Several days passed in the outside world. He became a Woodpath Grand Master. The dream realms in his hands were used up again. Fan Yuan was filled with confidence. He would research Karma Divine Tree and Divine Beam Palace again. Immediately, countless plans appeared in his mind. Most of them were feasible. It seems I need to modify Karma Divine Tree. But to modify this killer move, I need to refine suitable Woodpath Immortal Gu. The current Woodpath Immortal Gu are not suitable. Fan Yuan was hesitant. If he wanted to refine Woodpath Immortal Gu, it was possible. After all, he had Langya sect. But in that case, he could not refine luck path immortal Gu. The two Eastern Sea immortal souls searched Fanjing and told Qi Si ancestor about it. Thus, Fan Yuan knew about Celestial Court's scheme. He also knew about Qin Dingling. From the hairy man Gu immortals refining luck path immortal Gu, he deduced that Celestial Court was also fighting to refine luck path immortal Gu. Even though most of them could not win against Fan Yuan, Celestial Court still managed to get a small portion. Now that they were changing their target and refining wood path immortal Gu on a large scale, it meant that Fan Yuan was giving up on refining luck path immortal Gu. But if he insisted on refining luck path immortal Gu, Fan Yuan could only rely on Karma Divine Tree to subdue Divine Beam Palace. It would be very difficult. Chapter 1871. Fan Yuan placed great importance on this premonition. In the previous life, he had accidentally witnessed the activation of Tao Zhu's true inheritance in the 5 regional mountain range, but he did not succeed. After that, he had a similar feeling. He knew that he had missed a huge opportunity. And if he missed this opportunity, he would feel great regret in the future. As expected, in the Battle of Central Continent, the 5 regional limit formation played a crucial role. If Fan Yuan had this method, not only would he be able to deal with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's continuous formation, he could even use 5 restriction Profound Light Qi to deal with heroes among people. And this time, facing Divine Beam Palace, this feeling appeared again. But different from the premonition in the previous life, this premonition came before I made my choice, while in the previous life, I only sensed it after I lost Tao Zhu's true inheritance. Is this also a form of progress? If this is a form of progress, then what is the reason for this progress? Fan Yuan fell into deep thought. Fan Yuan was very interested in the premonition itself. But he was even more interested in what caused this premonition. After deducing, Fan Yuan found the answer: attainment levels. My wisdom path attainment level should be the main reason. Wisdom path masters can produce intuition, while wisdom path grandmasters can comprehend by analogy. Wisdom path Gu immortals cultivate thoughts, wills, and emotions. The appearance of any emotion is a premonition. It has great significance and is different from Gu immortals of other paths. Next is luck path. Luck path is about change. My luck path attainment level is at master level. I can also produce intuition. Next is time path. In the previous life, when I sensed that I had lost Tao Zhu's true inheritance, my time path attainment level had already shown its effect. This time, my time path attainment level is quasi-supreme grandmaster, so I can sense certain situations in the future. It is precisely because of this change that I now have a premonition in advance and understand the importance of this choice. The increase in time path attainment level caused the relationship between premonition and events to change. This was a qualitative change. Finally, wood path attainment level. Because this matter concerns Divine Beam Palace, my wood path attainment level was very ordinary, so my premonition was not very sensitive. When I became a wood path grandmaster, my premonition finally filled up the last piece and condensed it into form. Wisdom path realm, luck path realm, time path realm, wood path realm, these 4 realms complemented each other and formed a miraculous premonition. Ordinary Gu immortals could not achieve this. As of now, Fan Yuan was probably the only one who cultivated in all kinds of schools. More accurately speaking, in the 500 years of Fan Yuan's previous life, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable refined Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, he also had the Sovereign Immortal Body. It was hard to say in the future. In the future, dream realms would appear everywhere. Gu immortals could use dream realms to rapidly raise their attainment levels of all sorts of paths. When these realms were combined, they might be able to get a premonition. Fan Yuan continued to analyze. The foundation of premonition is wisdom path attainment level. The level of time path attainment determined whether it was a premonition or a premonition. Luck path realm can make me more sensitive to certain changes. As for wood path and other paths, they are within the range of premonition. My premonition this time is because my wood path attainment level has risen. That's why I have such a clear premonition. In the future, if I make up for the other paths, I will be able to premonition all sorts of things. What kind of attainment level is that? A phrase flashed in Fan Yuan's mind: omniscience and omnipotence. No, it is not omnipotence, but omniscience can be achieved. Fan Yuan had a solemn expression. When the attainment level of all paths reached a certain level, they could have premonitions that encompassed all things. This level of premonition was close to omniscience. If I can develop an outstanding cultivation level of all paths on the basis of the sovereign immortal body, wouldn't I be close to omnipotence? Omniscience and omnipotence. Fan Yuan muttered, his heart shuddered as his eyes shined with bright light. If I reach this level, I will definitely be able to see the path to eternal life clearly. Fan Yuan was secretly excited. Even though he had rich experiences and had been reborn many times, his past experiences were no longer of much help to him. Most of the time, he needed to explore and practice many things. For example, his rank 9 venerable cultivation level, Fan Yuan's Dao marks had already broken through the limit of rank 8. After annexing Xixiang Grotto Heaven, his calamities and tribulations should have jumped out of the range of rank 8. But he did not advance to rank 9. He needed to explore how to become a rank 9. And now, from this premonition, he found out the profundities of the various attainment levels. He was pleasantly surprised by the unexpected harvest of dual cultivation. Ordinary Gu immortals might stop at this level, but Fan Yuan found out the hope of eternal life from it. Venerables could not achieve eternal life. Fan Yuan only had the goal of eternal life. As for how to achieve this goal, he did not have any concept or feasible ideas. Finally, on this day, he figured out a possible path to immortality from a small premonition. Even though I do not know how to achieve eternal life, omniscience and omnipotence are the cornerstones. Next, I need to destroy Fate Gu and make eternal life a possibility. Next, I need to work hard to achieve omniscience and omnipotence. To achieve omniscience, I need to explore dream realms and raise the attainment levels of all paths. To achieve omnipotence, I need to rely on the sovereign immortal body to cultivate all paths and have a firm grasp of all methods. Be it omniscience or omnipotence, just this alone would allow him to surpass all the predecessors in history. Even those venerables only cultivated 2 or 3 paths. They could not reach the realm of omniscience. Even though their abilities were extraordinary and even Fan Yuan could not understand them, without the sovereign immortal body, they could not achieve omnipotence. If Fan Yuan could achieve omniscience and omnipotence, he would definitely surpass all the venerables. By then, venerables might not be able to achieve eternal life, but he might be able to. Wait a moment, the prophecy of 3 venerables clearly stated that Great Dream Immortal Venerable would become the strongest venerable. Is it because she will reach the realm of omniscience? This was very likely. Great Dream Immortal Venerable was definitely a great expert in dream realm exploration. Her attainment levels of all paths were extraordinary. She had a very high standard. Thus, it was not strange for her to achieve omniscience. Fan Yuan's heart jumped. He had a new and deeper understanding of the prophecy of 3 venerables and the future. He had rank 8 cultivation level now. His battle strength could rival Duke Long. He was already at the peak of this world. However, towards this world, towards the future, he was still minuscule. He needed to learn and understand many things. There were still countless aspects that he needed to grow in. Omniscience and omnipotence was too high of a goal. It could scare people to death. Most people would feel suffocated from despair if they saw this. They would not even have the slightest thought of trying. But Fan Yuan's inexhaustible fighting spirit was ignited. This way, all the conflicts, all the hard work, my life will be filled with color. Several days later. Langya blessed land. Quick, quick, increase the intensity of the fire. Langya white-haired land spirit urged while controlling the long hair refinement path formation. The hairy man Gu immortal in charge of controlling the fire immediately used all his strength to increase the intensity of the fire. But land spirit of Langya felt it was not enough. He shouted, "The fire needs to be even bigger, even bigger." "But Lord, this is already the biggest fire." The hairy man Gu immortal shouted. Land spirit of Langya was experienced. He thought of a method with a turn of his eyes. He ordered, "Sixth hair, activate the wind formation in the formation. We will use wind to push the fire. 8th hair, use a refinement path killer move to pull out the remnant wind and purify the incomplete immortal goo. With wind, there would be the pollution of wind path down marks. Thus, they needed to purify it before the immortal goo refinement could proceed smoothly. Land Spirit of Langia made precise arrangements. He was busy but not chaotic. A moment later, the refinement path formation shook. A rainbow light burst out, charging into the sky before vanishing. The formation stopped working. A brand new wood path immortal goo was refined. It's a success again this time. As expected of Lord Land Spirit of Langia. The hairy man goo immortals were overjoyed. They praised endlessly. Land Spirit of Langia, however, sighed. It is all thanks to Master's goo recipe. Fan Yuan had quasi-supreme Grand Master attainment in Refinement Path and Wood Path Grand Master attainment. The Wood Path Immortal Goo recipe he modified had reached an extremely high level. Adding on Land Spirit of Langia's peak level Refinement Path attainment, he could get twice the result with half the effort. The success rate was very high. The other hairy man goo immortals felt the same way. Lord Land Spirit is right. All along, the success rate of immortal goo refinement has been too low. It is limited by refinement path attainment and goo recipes. Most goo immortals do not cultivate refinement path. They do not even cultivate refinement path as a secondary path. Their refinement path attainment is unimaginable. As for modifying goo recipes, not only does it require the corresponding attainment level, it also requires refinement path attainment and wisdom path deduction attainment. Refining immortal goo had always been a huge trap, but for Fan Yuan, it gradually became a common thing. This was because Fan Yuan had wisdom path methods like the Light of Wisdom. He also had quasi-supreme Grand Master attainment level in refinement path. His attainment levels in other paths were also not small. Thus, the several obstacles that had been restricting the refinement of immortal goo were now non-existent for Fan Yuan. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time flow was very fast. After so many days, Fan Yuan obtained several Wood Path Immortal Goo. He chose Wood Path in the end. He refined them on his own side. Actually, there were many Wood Path Goo Immortals in Southern Border. They also had many Wood Path Immortal Goo, but Fan Yuan did not extort them. Southern Border's Righteous Path was now setting up beacon towers on a large scale. They were also gradually integrating and cooperating with the Celestial Court. They were restraining Fan Yuan's businesses in jewel yellow skies. This situation had occurred in the previous life as well. It showed that Wu Yong was gradually putting in effort to unify the whole of Southern Border's Righteous Path. If Fan Yuan extorted Southern Border's Righteous Path Wood Path Immortal Goo, the Celestial Court would definitely find out. Fairy Myrtle would have doubts. Fan Yuan is collecting Wood Path Immortal materials. Is he trying to develop in Wood Path? He wants to refine Wood Path Immortal Goo. What is he trying to do? The Celestial Court was paying close attention to Fan Clan because of Divine Beam Palace. Chapter 1872. Fairy Myrtle was a Wisdom Path great expert. She had Star Constellation chessboard. She was likely to deduce Fan Yuan's actions in Fan Clan and interfere. There was a similar situation in the past. Fan Yuan cultivated Chi Path and wanted to collect Chi Path immortal materials. He did not extort them from Southern Border's Righteous Path. But when he arrived in Eastern Sea, Duke Long pointed out the connection between Chi Sea ancestor and Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was shocked. If Fan Yuan had extorted Chi Path immortal materials from Southern Border's Righteous Path, during the contest for Dragon Palace in Eastern Sea, Duke Long might have seen through Fan Yuan's true colors. Being able to deceive Duke Long was a close shave. It was just a step away. Many times in life, one could not be greedy for convenience. One had to look far ahead. If Fan Yuan had been greedy for convenience, and directly extorted Chi Path immortal materials from Southern Border's Righteous Path, the Celestial Court might have recognized Chi Sea ancestors' true identity. That way, Fan Yuan would not have obtained a portion of Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's Chi Path true inheritance. Fan Yuan had a vigilant nature. All of his risks, unless he had no other choice, were usually planned out before taking action. He struggled for hundreds of years, he walked countless paths, he experienced life and death situations, he moved between venerables and providence's struggles. He finally reached his current stage. Hardships and setbacks were wealth in life. With such energy, Fan Yuan would not act arrogantly and lose his composure. Stability. Everything depended on stability. During the contest for Eastern Sea's Dragon Palace, Fan Yuan obtained Feng Jing's information. He knew that he had interfered with him twice. He even knew of Qin Dingling's existence. Qin Dingling was a person from Giant Sun Immortal's era, Central Continent's immortal empress. She cultivated Metal Path before focusing on Luck Path. She had been in hibernation for 300,000 years. According to Fan Yuan's deductions, Qin Dingling's Luck Path attainment level was at least Great Grandmaster. Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster was not impossible. The other party had such Luck Path attainment level. Even if he only refined 2 or 3 Luck Path Immortal Goo, it would be enough to modify killer moves and form a rich and comprehensive Luck Path method. In this situation, the tactic of refining Luck Path Immortal Goo was meaningless. Previously, Fan Yuan had focused on investing in Luck Path because the Celestial Court's foundation in Luck Path was weak. Fan Yuan's investment was worth 10 times more. Now that he had invested, the returns would be very worrying. Just like before, Fan Yuan had mastered the true inheritance of the Shadow Sect, but he did not choose to invest in the Soul Dao. Even Spectral Soul was captured by the Celestial Court. This Soul Path true inheritance had little value. It was extremely likely that the Celestial Court would be able to break and restrain the strength of the Soul Path. After considering these aspects, Fan Yuan chose to stop using Luck Path Goo refinement and turn to Wood Path. Rank 8 Immortal Goo House Divine Being Palace could greatly increase Fan Yuan's strength. The Celestial Court had always been Fan Yuan's greatest obstacle. To stop the Celestial Court from repairing Fate Goo, it was not just a battle, it involved information, disguise, misdirection, Goo refinement, resources, and all other aspects of competition. Only by assessing the opponent's trump cards could he deal with them calmly. Thus, information was very important. In history, there were many famous battles. Some victories seemed simple and easy, but in fact, there were many secret contests, early preparations, and racking one's brains to think about it. A brainless person would only be killed by others. A foolish person would not be able to go far. Since the ratio of input and output in Luck Path had changed greatly, Fan Yuan's timely change was a way to stop losses. After careful consideration, Fan Yuan no longer hesitated. He chose this path. Time passed. The outside world of the 5 regions was calm, but undercurrents were surging. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, because the time flow was much faster, it was changing rapidly. The entire sovereign immortal aperture was developing further. After annexing Qi Grotto Heaven, he obtained 1,000,000 Qi Path Dao marks. It had already deeply influenced all aspects of the sovereign immortal aperture. Right now, there were large amounts of clouds floating in the mini 9 heavens. These clouds had different colors. Mini yellow heaven had yellow clouds, mini white heaven had white clouds. Next, a portion of these clouds would condense into clumps and form clouds. Fan Yuan had originally planned to bring in clouds, but the sovereign immortal aperture's natural development was already very good. Fan Yuan did not have to invest a lot of resources. Dao marks are the foundation of the immortal aperture's development. With these 1,000,000 Dao marks, just the immortal aperture's natural development can produce all sorts of beneficial changes. Of course, there are risks. During this process, I need to pay attention and make timely adjustments to prevent these changes from endangering the ecology. Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was too spacious. The sudden addition of 1,000,000 Qi Path Dao marks would spread out, and the sovereign immortal aperture could bear it on its own. In the mini 5 regions, Qi currents were also forming in many places. There were some famous mountain peaks in the little southern border that were covered in mist. Kokitahara's sky was covered in a large area of frost and snow Qi. Mini western desert was steaming hot. There were many Qi whirlpools in mini central continent. The true growth was in the 2 most basic Qi, Heaven Qi and Earth Qi. Fan Yuan could clearly sense that deep underground in the sovereign immortal aperture, there was already a considerable amount of Earth Qi accumulated. In the sky, the vast amount of Heaven Qi was spreading out, but it was not as obvious as the earth chi gathering together. If heaven chi continued to grow, the mini nine heavens would become even more cloudy. At the same time, a thin chi membrane would form in the mini nine heavens. If this chi membrane continued to grow, it would eventually become a heavenly wind chi wall. And earth chi had two directions of development. One was for Fan Yuan to ignore it and let the earth chi condense into a lump. This lump of earth chi would accumulate together. After a long period of time, it would form some underground caves. And these caves would be filled with earth chi. Anything that entered would be infected by the earth chi and turned into a stone statue. If this earth chi was too dense, it would form earth chi sandstorms and make the environment more dangerous. But earth chi sandstorms would continue to produce large amounts of earth path immortal materials. The second direction was for Fan Yuan to carefully channel this huge lump of earth chi. Around it, tunnels were created and dug, allowing the earth chi to flow and scatter in all directions. By distributing the earth chi to all parts of the immortal aperture, there would be no earth chi sandstorms. This would make the soil of the mini-5 regions more fertile. There would be more crops, minerals, and other resources. And those thin and long tunnels that were used to clear the earth chi would be eroded by the earth chi and gradually expand. They would be filled with earth path down marks and eventually form earth trenches. These two directions had their pros and cons. Fan Yuan did not think. He chose the second option. He did not lack earth path immortal materials. Digging the tunnels and creating the future earth trenches would improve the entire sovereign immortal aperture. It would greatly expand its development prospects. Fan Yuan had delegated the development of the sovereign immortal aperture to his subordinates. These Gu immortals would not slack off. As for Fan Yuan's main body, he was working hard to cultivate Karma Divine Tree. Originally, Karma Divine Tree was something that Fan Yuan had barely pieced together. It used the rank 7 mature bamboo immortal Gu as the core, and the other rank 6 wood path immortal Gu as supplementary. He lacked the core rule path immortal Gu cause and wood path immortal Gu effect. Fan Yuan could only use a large number of ordinary Gu worms to replace them. Back then, because he lacked wood path immortal Gu and wood path attainment level, Fan Yuan did not put much effort into this. Because of this, the steps became more complicated and involved more concentration. Karma Divine Tree took a long time to prepare. It could not be used in battle. Not just that, the rank 7 core immortal Gu Karma Divine Tree killer move's power had fallen to rank 6. After Fan Yuan's hard work, Karma Divine Tree's 2 core immortal Gu, cause and effect, were still lacking. Back then, mature bamboo immortal Gu had already been replaced with a more orthodox wood path immortal Gu. At the same time, because of Fan Yuan's wood path attainment level, Karma Divine Tree itself was greatly improved. Now that Fan Yuan used this move, not only did the preparation time decrease greatly, it could be used in battle. Its power also rose to rank 7. This move is clearly not enough to deal with rank 8 Gu immortals. It can at most bully rank 7s. The most important thing is to subdue Divine Beam Palace. As for Karma Relocation, I cannot restore it for now. With Karma Divine Tree, Fan Yuan was eager to try it. As long as he used this move, Divine Beam Palace would definitely have a huge breakthrough and progress. However, Divine Beam Palace was in Fan Clan's headquarters. Fan Yuan had been assisting Fan Dichang. He had been in contact with Divine Beam Palace day and night, but did not have a good opportunity. How could he fight for and create such an opportunity? Before Fan Yuan solved this problem, Fan Dichang invited him to return to Fan Clan. In fact, while Fan Yuan was cultivating wood path outside, Fan Clan had been urging him to return several times. But this time, Fan Dichang personally sent a letter. Unlike the previous times, Fan Dichang clearly told Fan Yuan that he had already found a way to refine Divine Beam Palace. As long as he followed this method, he would definitely be able to refine Divine Beam Palace and obtain this immortal Gu house. Not only did this arouse Fan Yuan's curiosity, Fan Dichang also made a breakthrough? What is going on? Fan Yuan disguised as Swan Bujin again and returned to Fan Clan. This is my plan. What do you think, brother Swan Bujin? Fan Dichang informed Fan Yuan of his plan and asked. Fan Yuan pondered. Fan Dichang was worthy of being a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster. He really thought of a feasible method. That was to use a house to destroy a house. Fan Dichang's plan was to temporarily build an immortal goo house in Divine Beam Palace. This immortal goo house would first deduce and probe before self-destructing, erupting with an extremely powerful force to break through Divine Beam Palace's internal defenses. Fan Clan was not like Fan Yuan, who could break through in Wood Path in a short period of time and become a Wood Path Grandmaster. But Fan Dichang made full use of Fan Clan's advantage to resist Divine Beam Palace. But if we attack it like this, Divine Beam Palace will probably be incomplete, Fan Yuan said. Fan Dichang smiled bitterly. There is no other way. Fan Clan's situation is worsening day by day, but as long as we refine Divine Beam Palace and keep the secret of its incomplete state, who would know about it? Fan Yuan frowned. The first step is to build an immortal goo house in Divine Beam Palace. Even though this is difficult, with our foundation, we should be able to do it. But what next? To probe the deeper mysteries of Divine Beam Palace, we need a goo immortal to guard the immortal goo house in the palace and resist Divine Beam Palace at all times, activating the immortal goo house according to Divine Beam Palace's operations. Then on this foundation, under the premise that the goo immortal cannot stop activating the immortal goo house for even a moment, they can self-destruct the immortal goo house to destroy a portion of Divine Beam Palace and make it defenseless. But wouldn't the goo immortals inside the immortal goo house be in danger? Saying so, Fan Yuan's gaze became sharp as he looked at Fan Dichang. The best choice to control the immortal goo house was undoubtedly Wisdom Path goo immortals. That was Fan Yuan and Fan Dichang. Who should he send? Fan Yuan immediately understood why Fan Clan insisted on his return. He would not do such a dangerous thing. Fan Dichang naturally knew what Fan Yuan was thinking. He smiled. Don't worry, brother. We will not let you control the immortal goo house alone. We will cooperate during the entire process. After we succeed, Fan Clan will not mistreat you. Fan Yuan pondered. I can agree. But I need to participate in the entire process of constructing the immortal goo house. Fan Dichang's eyes shined with bright light. He hesitated for a moment before nodding. That's fine. Come, let's start now. Constructing the immortal goo house inside the hall was not easy. It was much more difficult than setting up a formation within a formation. Many times, the immortal goo house that was constructed would collapse mysteriously. Fan Clan's losses were not small, but thankfully, they had deep foundations in this aspect. Adding on the fact that Fan Yuan occasionally contributed some correct ideas, the immortal goo house was finally constructed successfully. Fan Dichang and Fan Yuan entered the round tent-like immortal goo house and started to probe the mysteries of Divine Beam Palace's internal workings. With this immortal goo house, there was indeed huge progress. Not long after, Fan Dichang felt that the time was ripe. He said to Fan Yuan, "We can proceed to the final step. Are you ready?" "Yes." Fan Yuan nodded. "That's good," Fan Dichang said as he activated the immortal goo house. Chains shot out from the four walls and instantly bound Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was pale with fright. "Second Elder, what are you doing?" Fan Dichang looked at him deeply, saying with deep meaning, "Brother Swan Bujin, Fan Clan will not forget your contribution." "So that's it. Is this immortal goo house going to self-destruct? You want to destroy me?" Fan Yuan suddenly came to a realization. "The immortal goo house still needs to be destroyed," Fan Dichang said. "But if we simply destroy the immortal goo house, the power that will erupt will only be a motley crew. Only by sacrificing a Wisdom Path goo immortal like you can I break through my bottleneck and reach a higher Wisdom Path level in a short period of time. I use the power of the self-destruction to restrain Divine Beam Palace and subdue it in one fell swoop. Brother Swan Bujin, I know I have let you down. But there is no other way. You have seen Fan Clan's situation. For the sake of Fan Clan's future, please die." Saying so, Fan Dichang bowed deeply towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan panicked and started cursing loudly. Fan Dichang's expression turned cold. "You are also a member of Fan Clan. Your death is a worthy one. Rest in peace." Chapter 1873. Fang Gong was hiding near Divine Bean Palace with a worried expression. What's going on? Why is there no movement in Divine Bean Palace? Did something happen? Fang Gong calculated the time. Fang Dichang's scheme against Fang Yuan was not his own doing, he had already discussed it with Fang Gong and the rest. In order to prevent the Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Swan Bujin from getting suspicious, Fang Gong had been hiding outside the palace to prevent any accidents from happening. First Supreme Elder, don't be anxious. Second Supreme Elder acted after planning. His strength is higher than that Swan Bujin, together with the Immortal Formation outside the palace and the Immortal Gu House inside the palace. There is no doubt he could defeat Swan Bujin. Furthermore, if anything happens to Second Supreme Elder and you cannot control the situation, you will definitely send a message. Third Supreme Elder consoled from the side. He was an old man with white hair and wore a yellow robe. You said it? Fang Gong nodded. Right at this time, with a loud sound, Divine Bean Palace exploded. Fang Gong and Fang Huaxing looked at each other, the latter blurted out. They attacked! The Immortal Gu House self-destructed. Go, let's go take a look! Fang Gong moved quickly, rushing into Divine Bean Palace. Divine Bean Palace's entrance was originally closed, but Fang Dichang had already refined it to a certain extent with Fang Yuan's help, allowing Fang Gong and Fang Huaxing to directly barge in. Second Supreme Elder! Fang Gong entered the palace and his gaze focused. He saw a bloodied and heavily injured Fang Dichang lying in the wreckage of an Immortal Gu house. Second Supreme Elder, are you all right? Hang in there! Fang Huaxing also rushed over and used healing methods. He was the Gu Immortal most skilled in healing among Fang Clan's Gu Immortals. Sure enough, after receiving his healing, Fang Dichang recovered, his mind was roused and he could speak now. He spoke weakly. That Swan Bujin still had hidden strength, even though I successfully ambushed him. I was also counterattacked. I need to rest for some time. As for Divine Bean Palace. Before Fang Dichang finished speaking, Fang Gong raised his hand to stop him. Second Supreme Elder, don't mention Divine Bean Palace. You are the brains of our Fang clan, you are the strategist, Fang clan cannot do without you. Quickly let Third Supreme Elder heal your injuries. Fang Gong's words were very heartwarming. Fang Huaxing also chimed in. Second Elder, don't try to be brave, your injury is not light, it's better to listen to Grand Elder. Come, let me help you back to the secret room. Let me treat you with all my strength. Okay. Fang Dichang weakly closed his eyes after saying this. He was brought to the secret chamber, and received emergency treatment from Fang Huaxing. The treatment process lasted for 1 day and 2 nights. With the results of the treatment, Fang Huaxing came to report to Fang Gong alone. How's the situation? Fang Gong asked. Fang Huaxing said, there shouldn't be a problem if I report it to Grand First Elder. I've checked Second Elder's bloodline, soul, and body, and they're all genuine. Adding on the Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu in the Ancestral Hall, there are no abnormalities. Second Elder should still be himself. It turned out that Fang Huaxing was not only treating Fang Dichang, he was also carrying the secret mission of investigating Fang Dichang's identity. Fang Gong nodded. Of course I trust Second Elder, but the necessary checks are indispensable. Why did Southern Border's righteous Tao become the laughing stock of the 5 regions? They were the ones who let Fang Yuan sneak in. Although Swan Bujin is not a demon on the level of Fang Yuan, he is a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal after all. We have not thoroughly investigated his methods yet, we can't be too careful. Moreover, the Second Elder requested me to set up this identity test before the operation. Fang Huaxing smiled. You two are worrying too much. In my opinion, that Swan Bujin might be a Wisdom Path rank 7 expert, but he is a lone cultivator after all, his foundation is limited. Our Fang clan is a superforce, but we used all our strength to scheme against him and even destroyed an Immortal Gu house that we just created. We spared no expense. With such a difference in strength, it is not difficult to get rid of Swan Bujin. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. I did not see Swan Bujin's corpse or soul, that's why I have some doubts. Fang Gong's gaze was slightly dark. Ha! The other party is wisdom path, not transformation path. Even if Second Elder did not tell me the details, I can roughly guess it. It must be that Swan Bujin's last-minute counterattack was extremely powerful, causing an even more intense collision and explosion, causing his corpse and soul to vanish. Fang Huaxing said. On the bed, Fang Dichang opened his eyes. It has been a day and a night since Fang Huaxing's report. It seems I deceived him. Fang Dichang thought to himself. He was no longer the real Fang Dichang, but a clone of Fang Yuan. Rewinding time to the moment when Fang Dichang schemed. Brother Swan Bujin, I know I have let you down. But there is no other way. You have seen Fang Clan's situation. For the sake of Fang Clan's future, please die. Saying so, Fang Dichang bowed deeply towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan panicked and started cursing loudly. Fang Dichang's expression turned cold. You are also a member of Fang Clan. You died a worthy death. Rest in peace. The moment he said so, he activated his final method. There was no movement. Fang Dichang was slightly stunned before activating again. There was still no movement. What's going on? Fang Dichang's pupils shrunk. He quickly inspected and his expression changed. He looked at Fang Yuan in disbelief. You actually interfered with this immortal goo house. The panic on Fang Yuan's face disappeared. He showed a sinister smile as if his scheme had succeeded. Oh, that's right, this is terrible, you found out. How can this be? I personally controlled the entire formation, you only made a few suggestions. Fang Dichang said this with a horrified expression. Don't tell me. Ha! Fang Yuan clapped. As expected of a wisdom path great grandmaster, you reacted so quickly. That's right. Even though I only made a few suggestions, you accepted them all. The immortal goo house created according to these suggestions is compatible with Divine Bean Palace in many aspects. You set up the goo formation outside the palace and the goo house inside the palace to infiltrate Divine Bean Palace and forcefully refine it. But from another perspective, Divine Bean Palace has also infiltrated your goo formation and goo house. And I can influence Divine Bean Palace. Divine Bean Palace was like a treasure chest, it was locked. Meanwhile, Fang Clan's goo formation and goo house were like iron bars that were inserted into the cracks of the treasure chest's lid. With great force, one could break the lock of the treasure chest and open the lid. But at the same time, the treasure chest that was Divine Bean Palace was like a huge mouth that bit down on the iron bars. What Fang Yuan was doing now was influencing this Divine Bean Palace to exert force and bite down on the iron bars. This created the current situation. Fang Dichang had already activated his method, but there was no reaction. Fang Dichang urged Fang Yuan firmly. Who in the world are you? It is not easy to do this. First, you need to have extremely high formation path attainment. Secondly, you need to have a secret method to influence Divine Bean Palace. Fang Yuan smiled. Even though his wisdom path attainment level was lower than Fang Dichang, he was a Grand Master after all. He was also a Grand Master in formation path. This was dual Grand Master attainment level. Thus, when Fang Dichang changed the immortal formation outside the palace and set up the immortal goo house inside the palace, he had already seen through Fang Dichang's scheme. Fang Yuan was not angry, he was pleasantly surprised. He restrained himself and beat Fang Dichang at his own game. Fang Dichang thought the situation was under his control, but Fang Yuan had already seen through him. Immortal killer move, Karma Divine Tree! Green smoke rose from Fang Yuan's shoulders and head, forming a huge divine tree. The divine tree was lush and green, there were a few fruits on the leaves. Instantly, Divine Bean Palace started to shake. Fang Dichang stared with wide eyes, he was shocked and furious, pointing at Fang Yuan. So you sided with the Celestial Court. You despicable scoundrel. He was familiar with the killer move Karma Divine Tree because he had once fought with Chen Yi, he had personally seen this killer move. Now that he saw this move, he did not think of Fang Yuan immediately, he felt that Swan Bujin sided with the Celestial Court, and that Celestial Court gave Karma Divine Tree to him to retrieve Divine Beam Palace. Ever since Fang clan snatched Divine Beam Palace and chased away Qin, they had always treated the Celestial Court as their main enemy. Sweat appeared on Fang Dichang's forehead. He was scared. Because he naturally thought, if this was really the Celestial Court's scheme, then Swan Bujin definitely had reinforcements. Maybe the rank 8 Gu immortals of the Celestial Court were already hiding outside their blessed land. Seeing that he had misunderstood, Fan Yuan did not explain. He activated Karma Divine Tree. This was the first time he was using this move openly. Fan Yuan soon realized that Divine Beam Palace was responding to this move. It gradually let down its guard and started to accept him as the killer move's owner. Soon, Fan Dichang was unable to move. Immortal Gu houses had the effect of imprisoning Gu immortals. This ability was originally used by Fang Dichang to deal with Swan Bujin, but Fan Yuan's influence was much greater than Fang Dichang's. He used Divine Beam Palace's pressure to make Fang Dichang a prisoner in a cage. Good, Swan Bujin. I admit defeat. Kill me. Fang Dichang sneered. He did not fear death. At the juncture of life and death, he displayed his demeanor. Fan Yuan also sneered. You want to use your death to trigger a mutation in Life Tablet Gu and notify Fang Gong and the rest? This spirit is admirable, but I will not fall for it. I will extract your soul and use my split soul to occupy your body. Your body will not die and your soul will not perish, so Life Tablet Gu will not mutate. From now on, this Fang Dichang clone will replace the real you and infiltrate Fang clan. I will search your soul clean. I will know all your experiences, memories, and information. Humph. Impossible. Forget about it. Fang Dichang snorted coldly. Do you think you can inspect a soul that has been split? The situation of my soul has already been recorded in Fang clan. Any abnormalities will be your weakness. Moreover, you have too little time. Before taking action, I had already set a time limit with First Supreme Elder and the rest. Once the time limit is up and they do not see me, they will immediately rush over to reinforce me. By then, even if you have reinforcements from Celestial Court, how many rounds can you last? The furious First Supreme Elder Fang Gong will definitely turn you into minced meat first. So, Swan Bujin, cooperate with my Fang clan. Celestial Court is using you to execute this plan. Even though it involved me, it is completely disregarding your life. Fang Dichang said. He was worthy of being a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster. His words were sharp and logical. He actually instigated Fan Yuan to betray him. His words were very reasonable. Fan Yuan smiled without saying anything. He looked deeply at Fang Dichang. Fang Dichang had been staring at Fan Yuan all along. Seeing his expression changed again. Because he thought of an even more shocking truth. You beat me at my own game. You are so confident, there must be a reason. To complete this plan, you need to have deep attainments in Formation Path and Wisdom Path, as well as outstanding methods in Soul Path. No, you are not sent by Celestial Court. You are Fan Yuan. Fan Dichang's expression was pale. He realized. The other party had Karma Divine Tree. It was not necessarily Celestial Court, because Qin was killed by Fan Yuan. This matter was exposed by Fan Yuan himself long ago, and the whole world knew about it. Clap, clap, clap. Fan Yuan applauded, as expected of a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster. Fang Dichang blinked and swallowed his saliva. Fan Yuan, we can cooperate. There is no need to go to this extent. Please believe in our Fang clan's strength and sincerity. Ugh. Fang Dichang's eyes suddenly widened. He was speechless. Veins bulged on his forehead, his face was red, it was as if an invisible hand was grabbing his throat and nose, he could not breathe. While talking to him, Fan Yuan had been exerting his strength to influence Divine Beam Palace. Finally, this influence reached a qualitative change. Fan Yuan, everything can be discussed. Fan Yuan shook his head with a smile. As a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster, it is a pity to die. But you know too much. Chapter 1874. Fang Clan's Headquarters. Fan Dichang was lying on the bed, his expression was still pale. A young rank 6 Gu immortal was standing beside the bed, it was Fan Yun. Fan Yun was Fan Dichang's adopted son, he was indeed very young with a handsome face and starry eyes. Right now, his face was filled with concern as he bowed. "Father, you are heavily injured, you need to recuperate properly. What can I do for you? Please give the order." Fan Yun did not know that the father in front of him was someone else, it was a clone of Fan Yuan. In a sense, Fan Yuan could be considered as Fan Yun's father's murderer. Fan Yun was acknowledging a traitor as his father. Fan Dichang coughed and waved his hand weakly. "Yun heir, no need to pretend. Do you think I don't know your temperament? Come, sit here, don't be reserved." Hearing this, Fan Yun's expression immediately relaxed. He shrugged his shoulders and shook his eyebrows. He smiled and sat on the bedside. "Father, I was really scared by you. I didn't expect you to play so big this time. It was really too risky. It is a pity that Senior Swan Bujin actually lost his life." Saying this, Fan Yun showed a sorrowful expression. Fan Yuan had once saved Fan Yun's life by pretending to be Swan Bujin. Fan Yun had always been grateful for this and respected Swan Bujin greatly. But this time, Fan Dichang's plan did not tell Fan Yun the truth. The people who killed Swan Bujin were only Fan clan's first Supreme Elder, second Supreme Elder, and third Supreme Elder. This plan did not need too many people, especially involving Fan Yun. Swan Bujin interacted with Fan Yun often, he was a wisdom path Gu immortal. If Fan Yun knew the truth, with his temperament and shrewdness, he would easily be exposed. Fan Dichang was a wisdom path great grandmaster, he took care of such details very well. In all fairness, if it were any other Gu immortal, they might really die in Fan Dichang's hands. Even if it was Fan Yuan, if he did not have the premonition earlier that caused Fan Yuan to raise the killer move Karma Divine Tree, he would also feel troubled. Fan Dichang did not make any mistake, he had already overestimated Swan Bujin. But when he found out Swan Bujin's true identity, he instantly realized that he had greatly underestimated Fan Yuan. Actually, not just Fan Dichang, even the wisdom path great expert of the Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle, had underestimated Fan Yuan. Even the current Gu immortals of the 5 regions greatly underestimated Fan Yuan. They all thought that Fan Yuan still had rank 7 cultivation level. In fact, Fan Yuan had become rank 8 long ago. He even used GC ancestor's identity to cheat a portion of primordial origins Qi path true inheritance from Duke Long. And Fan Dichang only had rank 7 cultivation level. The Gu formation and Gu house he relied on were completely understood by Fan Yuan. At the same time, Divine Beam Palace became Fan Yuan's helper. Fan Dichang originally treated Swan Bujin as a crocodile. He did not expect the crocodile to be a ferocious dragon. Therefore, he was defeated. If he fell too hard, once he made a mistake, there would be no chance for him to make a comeback. "Yun heir, come, give me your hand," Fan Dichang said. Fan Yun was confused, but he did not want to disobey his father's orders, so he obediently extended his hand. In the end, Fan Dichang gave him all 3 immortal Gu. "Father, what are you doing?" Fan Yun was greatly shocked. "I intend to pass the wisdom path inheritance to you," Fan Dichang said. Fan Yun was dazed. "But father, I cultivate cloud path, not wisdom path. Moreover, didn't you allow me to cultivate cloud path before?" Fan Dichang nodded. "I allowed you to cultivate cloud path because your nature was carefree and lazy, it suited cloud path itself. But cloud path is only a small path, it cannot compare to wisdom path in the end. Most importantly, after this matter, I have been reflecting on my actions these days. Friend Swan Bujin's death is the best warning for me. I need to find a wisdom path inheritor for the clan. If anything happens to me, there will be a junior to replace me." "Father, don't say that it's unexpected," Fan Yun said. "Fate is unpredictable, what accidents cannot happen? Life is full of accidents. I am heavily injured and bedridden now, this is something I did not expect. Moreover, you know our Fan clan's current situation. I need to make plans for the future of Fan clan," Fan Dichang said earnestly. Fan Yun nodded, showing a rare solemn expression on his face. Father, you are right. In that case, I will change to wisdom path. Fan Dichang nodded with a smile before shaking his head. You are my son, I know you are not suited for wisdom path, cloud path is the most suitable for you. If I want to make plans for the clan, I will not leave you out. So father's arrangement is to pass the wisdom path inheritance to you first, you do not need to change to wisdom path. After all, you already have a foundation in cloud path, if you change, it will be very troublesome and the losses will be huge. Currently, you only need to grasp this wisdom path inheritance. In the future, if the situation becomes dangerous and you need to sacrifice yourself, change your cultivation path. If I pass away one day, you will choose a suitable inheritor and pass down this wisdom path inheritance, understand? Father, your arrangement is too wise, I understand. Fan Yun smiled, not letting him change to wisdom path made him feel relaxed. Let's go, rascal, I need to rest. Go and experience these 3 wisdom path immortal goo first. Senior Swan Bujin's distracting thought immortal goo is inside, although he is dead, I need to leave his inheritance behind. Fan Dichang said as he waved his hand. I will take my leave. Fan Yun quickly left, closing the door behind him. In the room, only Fan Yuan's clone was left. He closed his eyes with an exhausted expression, but he was thinking. My body is Fan Dichang's body to begin with, so my bloodline is not a flaw. Fan Dichang is not dead, life tablet goo will not have any abnormalities. As for the soul, the main body personally used many soul path methods after splitting the soul, together with the advantage of the sovereign immortal aperture's faster time flow, the soul is extremely compatible with the body, there are no flaws at all. However, just these are not enough. Fan Dichang thought of Fan Gong. Although Fan Gong had not interacted with Fan Yuan for a long time, he had a clear understanding of Fan Gong's temperament. Just from appearance, Fan Gong was bold and unrestrained, he was broad-minded and did not care about trifles. But in fact, under his bold appearance, he was extremely shrewd and cautious. This was something he was very clear about from the time he plotted against Chini. He was a grand rank 8 Gu immortal, but he actually concealed his cultivation level and pretended to be an ordinary Gu immortal during the battle. Then, he suddenly erupted and ruthlessly attacked Chini, causing the latter to feel disdain and suffer a huge loss because he was caught off guard. Fan Yuan knew that to deceive such a person, he could not just rely on not having any flaws to find. He also needed to take the initiative to perform. Oh? Second Supreme Elder intends to pass the wisdom path inheritance to Fan Yun? Fan Gong quickly received the news. The one who reported the news was his great-grandson, an outstanding talent among rank 6 Gu immortals, the future star of Fan clan, Fan Leng. Fan Leng had a square face and was slightly older than Fan Yun. Usually, Fan Yun and Fan Leng were very close, and this time, he did not conceal the inheritance that Fan Dichang gave him from this respectable elder brother. Fan Leng was clearly more shrewd than Fan Yun, he reported this matter to Fan Gong that very night. Fan Gong frowned slightly and did not speak. He knew Fan Dichang's plan. Fan clan's external situation was very difficult and pressured, but internally, Fan clan had always been fighting. Where there were people, there would be conflicts. Even if there were more and more resources, they had to consider how to distribute them. The clan's resources were limited, who used them first and who used them later, who used them well and who used them poorly, this was a natural contradiction that could not be resolved. Fan clan's 2 largest factions were Fan Gong and Fan Dichang's factions. These 2 factions had always been cooperating closely, but this did not mean they did not fight openly and covertly. In fact, these 2 factions had always been competing, but because Fan Gong's faction had 3rd Supreme Elder Fan Huaxing and Fan Dichang only had rank 7 cultivation, they had always firmly held the highest authority in Fan clan. Fan Dichang's wisdom path inheritance had always been the foundation of Fan clan's 2nd faction. The reason why Fan Gong frowned was because he was thinking of taking this opportunity to ask for this wisdom path inheritance. Look, you almost lost your life this time. If something happened to the Wisdom Path inheritance in your hands, it would be a huge loss to Fang clan. This was the righteousness of the clan. If they suppressed it, they could indeed force Fang Dichang to hand over the inheritance, or at least a portion of it. There was a difference in the politics of clans and sections. The politics of clans were passed down through generations of bloodline and emphasized on kinship. Although Fan Yun was Fang Dichang's adopted son, their relationship was extremely good. This was because Fan Yun had been personally raised by Fang Dichang since he was young. Fang Dichang truly loved this son. If not for this, he would not have let him cultivate Cloud Path. This was out of consideration for his personal feelings and happiness. When Fang Dichang retires in the future, his position as second Supreme Elder would be taken over by Fang Yun according to convention. Fang clan had many Gu immortals, but this position would only belong to Fang Yun. Unless, in the future, Fang Dichang nurtured an inheritor who could cultivate Wisdom Path and was even more outstanding than Fang Yun. The Wisdom Path inheritance that Fang Dichang possessed belonged to Fang clan in name, but in reality, it was in the hands of this faction, passed down from generation to generation. Fang Yun cultivated Cloud Path and was not qualified to inherit this Wisdom Path inheritance. This was the most obvious weakness of Fang Dichang's faction. Fang Gong wanted to make use of this weakness this time, but he did not expect Fang Dichang to take precautions and block this point in advance. As expected of a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster, Fang Gong's frown eased, a smile appeared on his face as he waved his hand. Fan Leng understood. I will take my leave. There is no chance this time, so forget it. After all, we are both Fang clansmen. Fang Gong did not feel any vexation, but he was still somewhat worried. After all, Fang Dichang's scheme succeeded this time. He sacrificed Swan Bujin to refine Divine Beam Palace. With this rank 8 Immortal Gu house, Fang clan's second faction's strength rose greatly. Fang Gong felt great pressure. As a person of high status, he had to consider many aspects. Fang clan's first Supreme Elder had been in charge of Fang clan for so many years. Not only did he have to focus on his own cultivation and nurture the younger generation, he also had to lead Fang clan to resist external enemies and expand their territory. At the same time, he had to pay attention to Fang clan's internal strength. Chapter 1875. Deep in Eastern Sea, Gu Tribe Headquarters. Half a month had passed in the Blessed Land. The seal that had been sealed for a long time was finally undone. There were many Gu immortals present: Fan Yuan's Dragonman clone Wu Shuai, the 2 dragon generals, Gu Tribe's leader, and several Beastman Gu immortals. Seeing that the seal was undone, Gu Tribe's leader nodded to himself. He was even more certain of Wu Shuai's identity. This seal was created by Wu Shuai himself. It was reinforced by generations of Gu Tribe leaders. Back then, Wu Shuai knew that he had little chance. He placed a portion of his inheritance in Gu Tribe's headquarters. Gu Tribe's leader looked at Wu Shuai, smiling. Please! Wu Shuai waved his hand as a gray rock floated out and entered Wu Shuai's immortal aperture. Wu Shuai used his method to dissect the rock. Because the method was correct, the rock was quickly dissected, revealing 2 immortal Gu inside. One was rank 8 immortal Gu ant nest. It was like an inverted bowl. It was yellow in color and had a rough appearance. It was not eye-catching. However, this immortal Gu was the core immortal Gu of green ant ascetics cultivation. Using this Gu, all sorts of army ants could be incubated. Army ants were created by green ant ascetic. They were very suitable for enslavement path Gu immortals. In history, Wu Shuai's main method was army ants. Of course, the queen of army ants could also incubate other ants. But the queen could not incubate another queen. This was a huge flaw. Moreover, after the Dragonman race was exterminated, Duke Long personally ordered to erase all information and records related to them. Back then, green ant ascetic was enslaved by Dragon Palace. Army ants became one of the symbols of the Dragonman race. They were implicated. Because of these reasons, army ants were like meteors in history. They disappeared in a flash. Other than Ant Nest Immortal Gu, there was also an Information Path Immortal Gu. It was rank 7, it was called Letter. Letter Envelope Immortal Gu recorded a large amount of information. they were all related to army ants. Other than this, letter immortal goo was also the price to seal ant nest immortal goo. Ant nest immortal goo was rank 8, it was not easy to preserve it as an inheritance. Because when an immortal goo is alive, it needs to be fed in time, otherwise it will starve to death. Wu Shuai used letter envelope immortal goo to wrap a thick layer of rock around ant hole immortal goo, turning it into an immortal goo rock. As the price, letter immortal goo had to stay in the rock. The goo masters of the gambling den would create some fake rocks for profit, and place some goo worms inside, then purposely let people open them to increase the reputation of the gambling den. The technique that Wu Shuai used back then was similar to it. But he was not faking it for profit, but to preserve ant cave immortal goo. This method was indeed effective. After so many years, the ant hole goo was still well preserved. Of course, now that Fan Yuan's clone Wu Shuai opened the rock, ant hole immortal goo was extremely weak and hungry. Letter immortal goo was the same. But it didn't matter. Fan Yuan had already prepared the ingredients in advance, and handed them to Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai fed the immortal goo while returning with the goo immortals. On the way, Wu Shuai thanked him. "Nobles are trustworthy. You have preserved my inheritance until now. You are truly the most reliable ally of our Dragonman race." The current Goo tribe leader smiled. "Lord Wu Shuai, to speak the truth, there were some setbacks during this period. It is not that our tribe's Goo immortals did not covet your inheritance. It is just that the previous tribe leader set a rule: every time a new Goo tribe leader ascends to the position, he has to first add a seal to this inheritance. Adding on the revelation of Fate Goo, we have always kept it in mind, thus this inheritance was preserved with much difficulty." Goo tribe's leader spoke honestly, causing Wu Shuai to laugh heartily again. Wu Shuai immediately guaranteed, "My friendship with your tribe has lasted for 1,000,000 years, it will continue from now on. Right now, I have cooperated with Fan Yuan and have already broken the killer move Dragonman Extermination. This move had once killed me and exterminated my tribe, but from now on, it will no longer be usable." Goo tribe's leader's eyes brightened. "This is great. Dragonmen will reign supreme, it is heaven's will. Senior, to speak the truth, I have a request." Fan Yuan's clone had been in Goo tribe's headquarters for the past few days. Goo tribe had received great hospitality from them, they had even offered Wu Shuai's inheritance. As allies, they had to benefit each other. It was reasonable for Goo tribe's leader to make some requests at this time. Fan Yuan's clone did not hesitate, he said. "Speak, as long as it is within my capabilities, I will definitely help you. I want a portion of my tribe's members to become dragon men." "Senior, what do you think?" Goo tribe's leader said expectantly. Fan Yuan nodded. "Back then, my close friend, your tribe leader Goo Liang, also had this intention. Now that I have a new Dragonman lifespan extension method, I can help you." Goo tribe's leader was overjoyed. "Thank you, Senior. My tribe has already prepared Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire. What other immortal materials do you need, Senior?" Goo tribe was hidden in the depths of Eastern Sea. They had been searching for Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire for generations. Over 1,000,000 years had passed. With Eastern Sea's abundant resources, it was the number one in the 5 regions. The Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire in Goo tribe's treasury was indeed rare. Fan Yuan's clone gave some pointers. Goo tribe's leader followed them. A few days later, the immortal materials and candidates were selected and presented to Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai immediately took out Dragon Palace. Using the Dragonman lifespan extension method in this immortal Goo house could obtain the help of Dragon Palace itself. There were more than 10 Goo tribe members in this batch. Most of them were rank 5 Goo masters. There were also 2 Goo immortals. Half of them were old men, their lifespans were near the end. They did not have any other methods to extend their lifespan, so the Dragonman lifespan extension method was their only choice. The other half were young men, they were the current elites of Goo tribe. A few days later, with the help of the Dragon Spirit and Fan Yuan's clones' methods, the Dragonman lifespan extension method was used one by one. Most of the Goo tribe members turned into new Dragonmen. The others, unfortunately, lost their lives. After all, the Dragon Man lifespan extension method had the risk of being damaged. Even so, Gu Tribe's leader was quite surprised at this result. Senior, the new method you modified has a much higher success rate than the original method. After all, this is the result of our tribe's extinction. Fan Yuan's clone pretended to sigh. Gu Tribe's leader quickly consoled. Senior, please restrain your grief. Saying so, he presented another batch of immortal materials. If Ant Nest Immortal Goo produced army ants, immortal essence was only one of the expenses, it also needed specific immortal materials. These immortal materials were what Fan Yuan's clone needed. Back then, Gu Tribe's leader Gu Lian knew this secret. Gu Tribe thus controlled it. This time, Gu Tribe's leader was presenting gifts. It showed his sincerity and sincerity. Fan Yuan's clone rejected. I helped your tribesmen to change their identities. It is my gratitude. There is no need to talk about compensation. Senior, don't stand on ceremony. This is just a small token of our appreciation. Gu Tribe's leader smiled. But Fan Yuan's clone did not accept it. It is not easy for your tribe to survive. You are the most reliable and trustworthy ally of my Dragon Man tribe. How can I, Wu Shuai, treat my ally like this? Even though I do not have immortal materials, I have already cooperated with Fan Yuan. He will provide the immortal materials. Gu Tribe's leader said. Senior, Fan Yuan is a great demon of the current era. Even though he only has rank 7 cultivation level, Celestial Court cannot deal with him. He is sinister and crafty, ruthless and vicious. As long as there are enough benefits, he can do anything. Senior, please take note of this. Fan Yuan's clone heard this and laughed inwardly. Gu Tribe's leader was speaking ill of Fan Yuan in front of Fan Yuan. If he knew that this Wu Shuai was Fan Yuan's clone, who knew what kind of expression he would have? Fan Yuan's clone nodded. You are right, but Celestial Court is too powerful. Fan Yuan is a huge help that cannot be ignored. Even if we are working with a tiger, as long as we can increase our chances of winning against Celestial Court and Duke Long, I am willing to take this risk. Gu Tribe's leader nodded and sighed. Senior is right. I will not hide it from Senior. Even though my Gu Tribe is hiding in this corner, we have many reliable allies in the dark. Eastern Sea's Merman Imperial Court is one of them. My Gu Tribe has survived until now and has received much help from the Merman Imperial Court. Merman Imperial Court. This is indeed good news. Fan Yuan's clone's eyes brightened. The Merman Imperial Court was a superforce. It was once supported by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Humans were powerful. Gu Tribe was an underwater beast man. It was not strange for them to have a close relationship with Merman. Gu Tribe's leader continued. Other than that, my tribe has some connections in the other 4 regions. For example, Northern Plains has a stable trade relationship with Murong tribe. Several years ago, when Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed and 88-point Jinyang Tower collapsed, I went to Northern Plains and participated in the Northern Plains auction. I was warmly received by Murong tribe. Wu Shuai thought. So it was you. Back then, Fan Yuan's main body had also participated in the Northern Plains auction. This auction was organized by Qin Baixing. Back then, Gu Tribe's leader wore a tall hat and a large cloak. He had a simple appearance. It was clearly a disguise. Right now, Wu Shuai was facing the true appearance of Gu Tribe's leader. Fan Yuan had turned Gu Tribe's clansmen into dragon men. Their relationship had clearly deepened. Gu Tribe's leader took the initiative to tell him many secrets. Even though Gu Tribe was a secluded cultivator, they had existed for so many years. Their connection with the outside world was not weak, it was very stable and reliable. Through Gu Tribe, they could influence the 5 regions. Of course, the extent of this influence was limited. But this limited influence, through Fan Yuan's planning, could display a huge effect. This is good news. Fan Yuan's main body soon received this information. He felt joyful. Right now, he was no longer in Western Desert, he had arrived in Northern Plains. He rapidly descended from the sky. Below him was a huge pit. The pit was almost circular, it had a radius of 100,000 feet, it was a grand sight. Fan Yuan looked down and saw that the inside of the pit was a desolate scene. A dense rainforest was growing, yellow and green intertwined. From time to time, the roars of desolate beasts could be heard. A large group of featherless strange birds flew in and out, their crimson-red bodies resembling the prehistoric winged dragons of Earth. Chapter 1876. Fan Yuan slowly descended into Kray's demon cave while dressed in white clothes. On the ground, there were two Gu immortals who had been waiting for a long time. One Gu immortal had a fair complexion, a black beard fluttered in the wind, he wore loose sleeves, his eyes were bright like stars, and he had an extraordinary demeanor. He was known as not immortal, he cultivated Rural Path. The other Gu immortal was short, only reaching Fan Yuan's knee. His small eyes were shining brightly, he was secret schemer, he cultivated Wisdom Path. Now, Fan Yuan was no longer the same as before, he had trampled on Celestial Court in the Battle of Langya and the Battle of the River of Time. During this period, he had even captured a large group of southern border Righteous Path Gu immortals, including 2 rank 8s. Not long ago, there was news from Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world that Fan Yuan had borrowed Qixi ancestors' strength to resist Duke Long and take away the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. In terms of the strongest and most famous demonic path Gu immortal of the current era, it was none other than Fan Yuan. Friends, we meet again. After Fan Yuan landed, he first greeted them with a smile and a very polite attitude. Secret schemer and not immortal quickly returned the greeting. Not immortal smiled. After we parted last time, I heard that Brother Lu's true identity was Guyue Fan Yuan. This really surprised and delighted us 3 crazed demon eccentrics. Since you could come this time, you must have a method to break through your current bottleneck. We have been anxiously waiting for it. Back then, Fan Yuan had used Lu Guanyi's identity to enter the Crazed Demon Agreement, and become a member of Crazed Demon Cave like Chudu. Thus, not immortal called Fan Yuan Brother Lu. As for the 3 crazed demon eccentrics, Fan Yuan's appearance had not changed, because back then, Lu Guanyi's appearance was that of Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal body. Why don't I see Pang Shan? Fan Yuan asked. When he explored the 7th layer last time, he seemed to have gained some comprehension. He is in closed cultivation now. Secret Schemer replied. Is that so? Fan Yuan smiled, understanding in his heart. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics were guarding against him. Back then, when he was disguised as Lu Guanyi, his battle strength was not strong. Right now, Fan Yuan was advancing rapidly. It was publicly acknowledged that although Fan Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level, his battle strength could rival rank 8. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics naturally had to be wary of Fan Yuan, to prevent him from suddenly attacking them. After all, Fan Yuan was the greatest devil of the current generation. He had a cruel temperament. Don't be fooled by his smiling appearance. He was a ruthless person who killed without batting an eye and ate people without spitting out their bones. Although the 3 crazed demon eccentrics had been living in the Crazed Demon Cave for a long time and devoted themselves to cultivation, they were not stupid. In particular, the leader of the 3 monsters, Secret Schemer, had quite an impressive performance in Fan Yuan's previous life, causing the Celestial Court to suffer a great loss. The 3 crazed demon freaks were afraid of Fan Yuan, so Pang Shan did not show himself. Instead, he hid at the side. It was very likely that his closed cultivation was just an excuse, in case Fan Yuan lost his mind and suddenly attacked them. As long as one of the 3 monsters was missing, there would be no worry of Fan Yuan capturing them in one fell swoop. Not only that, the 3 crazed demon eccentrics might have some methods that can be activated. Thus, I need to keep one person outside. Fan Yuan deduced in his mind. Although Fan Yuan had signed the Crazed Demon Pact, he had already removed this pact. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics also had a killer move. They could completely ignore the pact. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics were afraid of Fan Yuan. They were on guard against Fan Yuan, but Fan Yuan did not want to make a move. At least, he did not want to make a move now. Speaking of which, this is the 3rd time I have come to Crazed Demon Cave. I hope there will be some gains. Fan Yuan's main goal this time was limitless true inheritance. In the near future, the Celestial Court would definitely organize the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention to repair Fate Gu. At that time, there would definitely be a grand battle between the 5 regions Gu immortals. In this battle, even though Fan Yuan had great strength, he could not control the situation. Any of the Venerable One's techniques could easily overturn the original situation. Fan Yuan had already seen this clearly in his previous life. The best example was Duke Long. Duke Long was strong and invincible, but against a venerable method, it was not enough. Limitless Demon Venerable bound him with one move, making him unable to move for a long time. Eventually, it was because of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method that Duke Long escaped and regained his freedom. Fan Yuan had planned before. In this life, not only did he want to increase his strength, he also wanted to collect some venerable true inheritances. If he could trigger a venerable method, it would be the best support for his plan to destroy Fate Gu. And the most reliable clue was here: Crazed Demon Cave. Fan Yuan's timing was also perfect. His current battle strength had increased by a lot. Even though he only had rank 7 cultivation level on the surface, he had already advanced to rank 8. Even if the 3 crazed demon eccentrics tried to harm him, he could retaliate quickly, and his life would not be in danger. And after some time, Bing Sai Chuan, who was in Longevity Heaven, would awaken. His awakening would have a huge impact on Longevity Heaven and Northern Plains Gu Immortal World. At that time, if Fan Yuan came to Northern Plains again and caused a huge commotion, he might have to face Bing Sai Chuan's Longevity Heaven. It would be difficult to resolve the situation. Not Immortal led the way, while Secret Schemer stayed beside Fan Yuan and conversed with him. Fan Yuan followed the 2 eccentrics deep into Crazed Demon Cave. Crazed Demon Cave had 9 layers. The first layer was the outermost layer. It was also the scene Fan Yuan had seen earlier. The second layer was an incomparably hot volcanic rock beach. The third layer was shrouded in clouds. Ferocious beasts were hidden. There was also fog capital. It was very dangerous. Each layer had a vastly different environment. Every once in a while, demonic sounds would spread from the deepest 9th layer, radiating to the whole of Crazed Demon Cave's 9th layer. During the demonic sounds, all living beings would go crazy and fight. It was extremely chaotic. The deeper they went, the stronger the demonic sounds. But the methods deduced by the 3 crazed demon eccentrics could effectively resist a portion of the power of the demonic sounds. Fan Yuan did not use this method. Before coming here, he had modified the original foundation. It was very effective. It could be considered an optimized version. After all, his rule path attainment level had reached Great Grandmaster. The demonic sounds had a huge influence on the activation of immortal killer moves. Because the demonic sounds themselves were chaotic Dao marks, losing one's mind and falling into madness were only side effects. The 3 immortals went all the way down. They took many twists and turns before finally reaching the 7th layer, which was the 3rd last layer. Back then, Fan Yuan's final destination was here. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics had also stopped here for hundreds of years. Because they were stuck in a bottleneck and could not break through, they took in Chu Du and Fan Yuan. But they also had a lot of gains. In the 7th layer they explored, there were scattered inheritances of Limitless Demon Venerable. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics obtained all sorts of clues and studied them painstakingly. They also made deductions and roughly deduced the scene of the final layer, even though they had never entered. In Fan Yuan's vision, it was a field of dazzling light. The rocks, the soil, and the plants were shining with light. There were all sorts of colors. It was a riot of colors. This was the light of Dao marks. When the density of Dao marks reached a certain level, they would naturally shine with this kind of extremely dazzling radiance. In this 7th layer, every piece of soil and every rock was a quasi-rank 9 immortal material. However, it was a pity that these Dao marks were all messed up and could not be used. Fan Yuan, you go first. Secret Schemer modestly declined. Ever since the previous failure, I have reflected a lot and gained a lot of insights. Fan Yuan laughed heartily and took the lead. Secret Schemer and Not Immortal glanced at each other before entering as well, walking side by side with Fan Yuan. Recently, Fan Yuan's reputation had shaken the world, but how much strength did he really have? The three crazed demon eccentrics were not sure. This was the best time to observe. Secret Schemer and Not Immortal both focused their attention on Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan walked leisurely. The first 10 steps were leisurely and leisurely. 20 steps, he walked with ease. 30 steps, he started to have a serious expression. 40 steps, he gradually started to pant. After 50 steps, he looked exhausted. More than 60 steps later, Fan Yuan stopped and gasped for breath. Secret Schemer looked at Not Immortal. Not Immortal also looked at Secret Schemer at the same time. Both of them could see the shock in each other's eyes. To walk here, one needed to overcome the rejection of a large number of Dao marks. The furthest the three crazed demon eccentrics could go was over 10,000 steps, but they walked and stopped intermittently. If they walked like Fan Yuan in one breath, they would only be able to take 40 to 50 steps at most. What's scary is that Fan Yuan walked more than 60 steps. He clearly didn't use his full strength. He's still doing it with ease. Just this result alone has already surpassed the three of us. But where exactly is his limit? Not Immortal and Secret Schemer had such thoughts. But in reality, Fan Yuan had the sovereign immortal body and was not rejected by any Dao marks. All of his exhaustion was just an act. Fan Yuan would rather put on a show because he could also intimidate the three crazed demon eccentrics, and he could hide his true strength. Fan Yuan was cautious by nature and liked to hide his strength. He wouldn't easily show his cards if he could. As expected of Taoist Fan Yuan. Yes, such strength makes the three of us feel ashamed. Fan Yuan narrowed his eyes. You two don't need to be humble. I've been reborn many times and have many memories. The three crazed demon eccentrics are famous. They all have their own wonderful methods. I also admire them. Not Immortal and Secret Schemer felt a chill in their hearts. Fan Yuan's words were very convincing. You could take it as a compliment, but you could also take it as a warning. I've been reborn and am familiar with your methods. Don't make me your enemy. The three immortals continued to walk forward. The deeper they went, the harder it was to walk, the more pressure they felt. For the rest of the journey, relying on the Dao marks of each path will save a lot of effort. Taoist Fan Yuan, let's split up for now, Not Immortal said. He chose to walk towards the front left. There were more rule path Dao marks there. And he himself specialized in rule path. Not long after, Secret Schemer also took his leave. He chose a path with more wisdom path Dao marks. Fan Yuan could of course walk in a straight line, but he didn't. He chose to hide his true strength and carefully chose a path. Chapter 1877. Crazed Demon Cave's 7th layer was very wide. It felt even more vast to Not Immortal and Secret Schemer. That was because they had to think carefully with every step they took. They had to endure the test of conflicting Dao marks at all times. The more they walked, the more difficult it became. This kind of difficulty would increase the distance of the journey in their hearts. Fan Yuan persisted for a while like a normal Gu immortal. He could empathize with Not Immortal and Secret Schemer's situation to a certain extent. Without the sovereign immortal body, I still have to choose a path. But this path is getting narrower and narrower. At the beginning, there are many choices, but the deeper I go, the fewer choices I have. Fan Yuan walked for a while before stopping. His path was cut off. The path ahead was filled with Dao marks of other paths. But fortunately, after getting through this part, there were still paths that Fan Yuan had chosen for them. Fan Yuan discreetly glanced at Not Immortal and Secret Schemer. These two had already been left behind by him. It was very difficult for them to walk at the back. At the same time, they were also paying attention to Fan Yuan at all times. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth and continued to move forward. He pretended to be having a hard time, walking forward step by step. After a while, he finally overcame the difficulty and walked on the path that suited him. A relaxed expression appeared on his face again. These conflicting Dao marks have no meaning to me. Instead, it is a disguise that consumes a lot of my effort. Fan Yuan smiled bitterly in his heart. Not Immortal and Secret Schemer glanced at each other from afar. Fan Yuan's strength was above their estimation. Although Fan Yuan walked that short distance with difficulty, his speed was still very fast. If not immortal was in the same situation, he might have vomited blood already. Next, these two walked slower and slower, their hearts also becoming heavier. The surrounding Tao marks pressured them at all times, making it difficult for them to move forward. Not Immortal had already started to vomit blood, while Secret Schemer's face had a golden purple color. Not long after, the two had no choice but to stop. They had reached their limit. Fan Yuan was still walking in front. Looking at his expression, he seemed to be much more tired than before. But he still had plenty of energy left. This Fan Yuan is really a monster. Sigh, the other party is someone who has inherited the legacy of the Venerable One. To be able to defeat the Celestial Court time and time again, it is not surprising that he has such attainments. Not Immortal and Secret Schemer conversed in secret, sighing with emotion, full of helplessness. Then we'll stay here and watch him. I want to see just how far he can go. Secret Schemer snorted coldly. Not Immortal hesitated for a moment before asking, Do you think he will leave the 7th floor and enter the 8th floor? How is this possible? Secret Schemer denied it immediately without even thinking about it. But soon after, he muttered to himself, This possibility isn't high. To walk out of the 7th floor, it's at least several 100,000 steps. We're not even 10% of the way out yet. Fan Yuan was indeed powerful. He was a rare rank 7 monster that only appeared once in 100 or even 1,000 years. But he is not rank 8. I suspect that only Venerables can leave the 7th layer and enter the 8th layer. Venerable One. Not Immortal thought for a moment. Should we tell Fan Yuan about the clues of those Venerable Ones coming here? Yes. Secret Schemer nodded. When Fan Yuan reaches his limit and we return, we'll tell him this information. Secret Schemer had seen Fan Yuan's strength, and admitted that Fan Yuan was stronger than him. If he told Fan Yuan this information, he might be able to stimulate Fan Yuan's fighting spirit and interest, allowing him to stay in Crazed Demon Cave and accompany the 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics in attacking this place. Fan Yuan walked for a while before stopping slightly. This is where I saw Secret Schemer last time. Fan Yuan looked around but did not see any traces. Back then, Fan Yuan remembered that the Tao marks here were mainly Metal Path and Earth Path, but now they had completely changed. Fan Yuan was not surprised. It was because the Tao marks in the 7th layer would also change. Every time the demonic sound started from the 9th layer, it would spread from the 8th layer to the 7th layer, all the way to the 1st layer. After reaching the 1st layer, the demonic sound would be sealed by a formless force. It would not spread to the outside world and harm the innocent. Fan Yuan continued to walk Secret Schemer, and Not Immortal stayed on the spot, looking at his back from afar. When Fan Yuan unknowingly surpassed Secret Schemer's furthest record, the corners of this wisdom path Gu Immortal's eyes twitched. Although he had foreseen this situation in advance, when he really saw it happen, he couldn't help but feel a great sense of loss in his heart. I have been surpassed. Secret Schemer sighed deeply in his heart. I am the leader of the 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics. I have always been the person who explored the furthest in this place. I have been living in seclusion here for hundreds of years, concentrating on my research, but I did not expect Fan Yuan to easily surpass me today. A kind of jealousy and even hatred, as well as a kind of anger towards himself, bitterness, sorrow and other feelings surged into his heart, making him feel complicated. Not Immortal's feeling was much better than Secret Schemer's. After all, he had the worst results among the 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics. Seeing Secret Schemer's expression, Not Immortal sighed inwardly and was about to console him, but his expression changed at the next moment. The demonic sound suddenly resounded. What's going on? Not Immortal turned pale with fright. Secret Schemer was also horrified. Why would the demonic sound appear at this time? Not Immortal shouted. Your earlier deduction was correct. The demonic sound's pattern is already completely chaotic. We can no longer grasp it accurately. Quick, let's retreat. This place is too dangerous. Secret Schemer's forehead was instantly covered in cold sweat. he shouted at Fan Yuan in front of him. The demonic sound is coming, quickly retreat! We can only be safe if we retreat from the 7th layer. Fan Yuan turned around to look at the two of them. These two no longer had the demeanor of the 3 crazed demon eccentrics. They were anxious like ants on a hot pan and were rapidly retreating. From the looks of it, it doesn't seem like they are intentionally trying to harm me. Fan Yuan frowned slightly. In order to stall for time, Not Immortal and Secret Schemer had no time to choose a path. They could only barely find the direction and quickly retreat. The demonic sound had just started, but the down marks here were already restless. What was even more terrifying was that when the demonic sound truly rumbled, the 7th layer would set off a tsunami of down marks. Once the immortal killer moves were activated, they would immediately collapse in chaos. At that time, even Duke Long would be in grave danger. He would be as weak as a baby. His death would be unchangeable. The 7th layer had already become a dangerous area that devoured everything. Only venerables might be able to contend against it. The 2 crazed demon eccentrics used all their methods, spitting out blood as they retreated. Quick, we are about to get out! Secret Schemer's eyes shone with wild joy as he looked ahead. I can't take it anymore. Not Immortal fell to the ground. Secret Schemer gritted his teeth. Persevere! The two were very close to each other. Secret Schemer disregarded the danger and pulled the unconscious Not Immortal up. At the moment of danger, his true feelings were revealed. Finally, Secret Schemer took several steps and rushed out. His 7 orifices were bleeding, his face was pale and his eyes were turning black. He felt as if his whole body was filled with lead and extremely heavy. But he didn't dare to stop here. Once the demonic sound started, there was no safe place in the 7th layer. Only by retreating to the 6th layer would he have any hope of survival. The demonic sound started to spread. The alarm in Secret Schemer's heart became louder and louder. He gritted his teeth and used the last of his strength to send himself and the unconscious Not Immortal to the 6th layer. Wait, where is Fan Yuan? Before leaving, he took a risk and looked back. In an instant, his eyes bulged as if someone was punching behind his eyes. Secret Schemer was stupefied. Not only did Fan Yuan not retreat, he even went deeper than before. You! Secret Schemer was so agitated that he couldn't speak. Fan Yuan heard the voice and turned around to look at him, smiling faintly. It is already too late for me to leave at this distance. But I have a life-saving secret method. There is still a trace of a chance of survival. Exploring this place will naturally bring danger to my life. I was already mentally prepared. There is no harm in it. Friend Secret Schemer, I hope we will meet again in the future. Secret Schemer was speechless. He wanted to say, "Oh, Fan Yuan, you are dead meat," but he didn't say it in the end. Finally, he left behind a sentence. Fan Yuan, we will definitely meet again. This sentence had a deep meaning to it. On one hand, he was encouraging Fan Yuan, hoping that he would persevere and not give up. There might be a chance of survival. On the other hand, he was also foretelling himself that if he continued to explore like this, one day, he would also fall into the same predicament as Fan Yuan and meet again after death. Fan Yuan pondered for a moment before smiling. This Secret Schemer is indeed loyal. In the 500 years of his previous life, Secret Schemer was like this. He originally didn't want to leave Crazed Demon Cave, but Not Immortal and Pang Shan were dragged into the 5 regions' chaotic war. This made Secret Schemer leave Crazed Demon Cave to protect his companions. Although he only had rank 7 cultivation, his wisdom path attainment level was high. He caused a lot of trouble and losses to Central Continent and the Celestial Court. Although the 3 crazed demon eccentrics were secluded cultivators and didn't have any bloodline connection, their friendship was very deep, even surpassing that of many righteous path Gu immortals. Humans weren't plants or trees, they couldn't be emotionless. These 3 had lived here in seclusion for hundreds of years. They had a common goal and even helped each other. They had already become each other's life fetters. Fan Yuan looked at the swaying Dao marks in front of him with an extremely relaxed expression. It could even be said to be carefree. Even if these Dao marks surged violently and created a gorgeous tsunami, they had no effect on him. Sovereign immortal body, Dao marks didn't conflict. Fan Yuan was even more relaxed than before, because not immortal and secret schemer had already left. He smiled lightly as he walked forward calmly. Looking at the grand and resplendent waves of Dao marks in front of him, he clicked his tongue in praise. This was truly the most wondrous scene in the world. There were many wondrous scenes in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Some were magnificent, some were elegant, some were vast, and some were exquisite. In his previous life and this life, Fan Yuan had traveled almost all over the world. His horizons were broadened, his experiences were plentiful, and he had seen many wondrous scenes. But now, he felt that those wondrous scenes in his memories couldn't compare to the raging waves of Dao marks in front of him. Chapter 1878. Crazed Demon Cave, 6th Layer. The 2 crazed demon eccentrics were lying on the ground. Secret Schemer was kneeling on the ground, treating Not Immortal's injuries for the time being, ignoring them. Not Immortal slowly opened his eyes and woke up. He was confused at first, but then he came to his senses and said gratefully, "I actually escaped. Boss, you saved my life again." Next, he asked in confusion, "Why don't I see Fan Yuan? Wait, did he not retreat in time?" Secret Schemer smiled bitterly. "No. He is still in the 7th layer now. However, what he said when we parted was not wrong. It was already too late to escape from that distance." Not Immortal was stunned and speechless. After a long while, he sighed. Such is fate, to think that the great Fan Yuan would actually die here. Even if Fan Yuan was so famous, he did not think that Fan Yuan had much hope of survival. Because Not Immortal was well aware of the terrifying power of Crazed Demon Cave. Secret Schemer, on the other hand, had completely calmed down, his expression carrying a trace of peculiarity. "Speaking of which, it is inconceivable, but I have a mysterious feeling that Fan Yuan can survive. Although reason tells me that there is no possibility of this, and I cannot deduce any method by which he can survive. But I have this feeling in my heart. Boss, you are a wisdom path Gu Immortal." Not Immortal was also dazed. "Even if I am a wisdom path Gu Immortal, could all my feelings be correct?" Secret Schemer shook his head with a bitter smile. "Maybe this is just my feeling towards Fan Yuan's outcome. He was so strong, surpassing us, shocking the world, even the Celestial Court could not do anything to him. But such a person is going to die in Crazed Demon Cave. Sigh, maybe his outcome will be our outcome in the future. I can empathize with him because we are in the same boat." Not Immortal was silent. After a long while, Secret Schemer broke the silence. "Let's go. We will retreat and recuperate. When the demonic sounds completely stop, we will go to the 7th layer to search for Fan Yuan." Not Immortal nodded, even though he understood that Fan Yuan was almost dead. He barely stood up, his body suddenly staggered and was about to fall. Fortunately, Secret Schemer supported him in time. Secret Schemer grabbed him, and the 2 of them slowly moved forward while resisting the demonic sound. The road ahead was hidden in the darkness. Both of them gradually blended into the darkness as they staggered forward. They had no idea that not only had Fan Yuan not been harmed in the 7th level, he had even made a new discovery. "Are these new Dao marks?" Fan Yuan's eyes lit up, and he looked surprised. Amidst the multicolored waves of Dao marks, he began to discover new Dao marks. Fan Yuan was no longer the same as he was in the past. His realms of various schools had improved greatly, and he had also inherited several Supreme Experts' true inheritances, so his horizons had broadened. But now, he was sure that he had never seen these marks before. These were brand new Dao marks. Originally, when these Dao marks were still, these brand new Dao marks were too few in number and scattered all over the place, making them inconspicuous. But now, the demonic sound was howling and all sorts of Dao marks were shifting. And because of the conflicting Dao marks, the Dao marks of the same path gradually became unified. This caused the scale of these new Dao marks to gradually increase, making it easier for people to discover them. Fan Yuan quickly concluded the reason. When the demonic sound had just started, all sorts of Dao marks intersected and weaved at will. They were intricate and colorful. When the demonic sound resounded for a period of time, the down marks of various schools gathered together and formed a unified color. It was much clearer than before and looked even more magnificent. In front of Fang Yuan, a metal path down mark was like a golden python, slithering around. On Fang Yuan's left side, a soul path down mark was even larger. It was like a black cloud, as big as a city wall, and it was advancing majestically. And beside Fang Yuan's feet was that brand new down mark, like a curved stream, flowing. Fang Yuan stopped slightly and carefully observed it. Soon, he revealed a surprised expression. From this brand new down mark, he saw swords, he smelled axes, he felt hammers and spears, and he heard darts and arrows. Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn as he thought to himself. This brand new down mark represents a brand new path. This path is quite grand, it actually contains all sorts of down marks. If someone creates it in the future, it will definitely include sword Dao and blade Dao. This new path will definitely have strong battle strength. It also clearly borrows many of the profundities of human path. But soon, Fang Yuan shook his head. However, to create this path, who knows how many generations will be needed, and how much time will be needed. Maybe someone already has the idea and foundation to create this path. If he or she can witness this scene, it will definitely be of great help to him or her. Or maybe no one in the world has such an idea. This path will always be hidden, like a treasure that is buried deep underground. No one will ever open it. Fang Yuan did not have any regrets. This situation was normal in the Gu world. People often say that talents need to be recognized. Talents need to be recognized. Actually, an outstanding path also needed talented people to be discovered. Fang Yuan did not want to use this chance to create a brand new path. He could no longer learn all of the schools of thought that he had on hand. Moreover, creating a new path required too much time and energy. It was too much. He did not have the time to do so. Fang Yuan continued to move forward. Along the way, he saw many new down marks. One down mark was condensed into a ball. It was plump and smooth. Fang Yuan seemed to smell the fragrance of plants from it. When he smelled it carefully, it felt like the fragrance of food. Fang Yuan guessed, were these the legendary pill down marks? There was another down mark that was spread out like a carpet. They were clearly the same type of down mark, but there were lights and shadows intertwining on it. Sometimes it looked like mountains and rivers, sometimes it looked like birds and beasts. When the other torrents of down marks swept over, this down mark was like a leaf in the wind. It would also be swept up and lightly attached to the surface of the other torrents of down marks. It would not affect these attached down marks, nor would it cause the tiny down marks to collapse. It was truly mystical. The moment Fang Yuan saw it, his heart shook. If I am not wrong, these are painting path down marks. He wanted to take these down marks for himself, but now that the demonic sounds were raging, he had no way to do so. Fang clan has thieving heaven demon venerable's inheritance, and that immortal Gu house, Thieves' Denver. If I use it, can I steal the down marks here? Fang Yuan had a thought. He had an inspiration. There were many immortal materials in Crazed Demon Cave, but none of them had any value. The root of the problem was that the down marks contained in these immortal materials were all kinds of chaotic down marks. However, the immortal materials were useless, not the down marks. Fang Yuan beat him at his own game and attacked Fang Dichang. Right now, Fang Dichang was his clone. From Fang Dichang's soul, Fang Yuan obtained almost all of Fang clan's information. This naturally included Thieves' Denver. This was indeed Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's immortal Gu house, but it was very damaged. Because it involved Theft Path, Fang clan was not proficient in it. Back then, when Fang clan obtained it, they did not obtain the complete contents of the immortal Gu house, so they could not repair it. Right now, Thieves' Den only had one method, that was to use a Theft Path immortal material as a primer to expend the Theft Path down marks in the immortal material, then steal the outside world's down marks. The stolen down marks had to be attached to this Theft Path immortal material. Eventually, this immortal material would be filled with all kinds of chaotic down marks. It would no longer have any value. This was similar to the situation with the immortal materials in Crazed Demon Cave. Thieves' Den had the ability to steal the outside world's down marks, but it had no way to use them. This was the main reason why Fan Yuan did not try to bring Thieves' Den with him. But in this situation, it is different. When these identical down marks gather together, I can use Thieves' Den to create all kinds of immortal materials of the corresponding path. These immortal materials all have the same down marks, they should be usable. As Fan Yuan thought of this, he could not help but feel his chest heating up. If this method worked, then he would have an endless source of rank 8, or even rank 9 immortal materials. What an enormous amount of wealth this was! Even Fan Yuan could not estimate it. The created immortal materials could not only be used for trade or gu refinement, they could also be used to comprehend the corresponding path. For example, using these new Dao marks, he could create painting path, pill path, and other immortal materials. These immortal materials were extremely useful for creating paths. However, the same type of Dao marks can only be condensed when the demonic sounds are rampaging. Activating immortal moves at this time is extremely risky. Immortal moves are also arranged using Dao marks. There is a high chance that the Dao marks will become chaotic and the immortal move's activation will fail, causing a backlash. Not to mention the ant nest, this immortal goo house, it cannot be taken out directly. It is not a sovereign body, it will be rejected and crushed if taken out. Fan Yuan calmed down. There was a huge technical obstacle to completing his plan. His current foundation was unparalleled in the world, but he did not have any confidence. Eventually, Fan Yuan sighed, he gave up on this thought and continued to move forward. He quickened his steps. No matter what Dao mark torrent was ahead, it was like a harmless light shadow to him, like a light breeze. Not long after, he saw dream path Dao marks. Crazed Demon Cave could be said to be filled with myriad phenomena, even dream path Dao marks were included. Fan Yuan cautiously stopped and probed. He found that dream path Dao marks were also harmless to him. These were only Dao marks and not dream realms. For the sovereign immortal body, they were more like a flowing immortal material. If it were dream realms, Fan Yuan would have to take a detour. Fan Yuan walked forward in a straight line without any obstruction. The demonic sounds resounded in his ears, causing him some trouble. Thankfully, he had an excellent method to modify it. This killer move was very particular. Once activated, there would be a long-term effect. Even though the demonic sounds interfered, the long-term effect would be very short. But everything was within the range of Fan Yuan's tolerance. Even if he was corroded by the demonic sounds and went into a killing frenzy, there were no living beings in this danger zone that could threaten him. Even if he crashed into a mountain rock, the sovereign immortal body's innate quality would ensure that he would be fine. The surroundings were surging with rainbow-colored light without any pattern. Sometimes it was like a tsunami, sometimes it was like a stampede of horses, sometimes it was like a waterfall, and sometimes it was like birds flying in the sky. And Fan Yuan was moving rapidly among them. If the three crazed demon eccentrics saw this, their jaws would probably drop to the ground. This was not subverting their worldview, it was directly shattering their worldview. Fan Yuan went deeper, going deeper than the three crazed demon eccentrics could imagine. When he finally got close to the entrance of the 8th layer, he gasped and paused his footsteps. He actually saw 3 paths. One path was shining with golden light and surging luck. One path was dark and terrifying, filled with killing intent. One path was simple and unadorned, filled with virtue. Fan Yuan's eyes shined as he instantly understood. These 3 paths are likely the traces of venerables. They are filled with luck path, soul path, and earth path Dao marks. They should correspond to giant sun immortal, spectral soul demon venerable, and paradise earth immortal venerable. These 3 venerables had been here before. The demonic sounds were vast and mighty, the Dao marks were chaotic, forming a terrifying chaotic scene with terrifying might that could wipe out almost all Gu immortals. Not even a trace of them would be left behind. But the Dao marks on these 3 paths were extremely firm. Even though the surrounding Dao marks were rubbing, rolling, and colliding with each other, the Dao marks on these 3 paths were unshakable. Only occasionally, at the edges, there would be some down marks peeling off, like fragments. Fan Yuan squinted slightly. He knew that he had the sovereign immortal body and his down marks did not conflict, thus, he was able to come here through trickery. But venerables were different. The down marks on a venerable's body conflicted, they were able to come here because they had forcefully made their way here. This was the supreme style of the three venerables. Characters like the three crazed demon eccentrics had talent and attainment levels that were rare in this world, but they still needed to find their own path. Venerables did not need it. Just by stepping on it, they would be able to find a supreme path. Fan Yuan was not surprised that a venerable had come here before. In fact, he had already made some predictions. After all, Limitless Demon Venerable was a person of the olden antiquity era. He was the third venerable in history, second only to Primordial Origin and Star Constellation. The crazed demon cave that he created had existed until now, although it was hidden. If the three crazed demon eccentrics could discover this secret, why couldn't others? As venerables among Gu immortals, these venerables were all world-shaking. It was normal for them to discover this place. Hoping for unparalleled inheritances and inheritances to be left for themselves without anyone discovering them, that was the naive and arrogant thinking of an inexperienced youngster. Humans were ordinary, but every person was unique. If they had such a fortuitous encounter, why couldn't others have it? But why are there only traces of these three venerables? The paths left behind by these three venerables, why did they only appear near the entrance of the 8th layer? There were some doubts in his mind, but Fan Yuan did not stop moving. He directly jumped into the entrance of the 8th layer. Darkness flashed in front of him. At the next moment, Fan Yuan landed on the ground. How can this be? Fan Yuan was stunned. Chapter 1879. This was a vast grassland. The grass was green, the sky was blue, and the clouds were white. There was no sun in the sky, but it was very bright. There were many wildflowers, they were in full bloom. It was a dazzling sight. The air was filled with the fragrance of flowers, the wind was gentle, caressing Fan Yuan's face. Fan Yuan was stunned. This is Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer? He was surprised. According to the three Crazed Demon Eccentrics deductions, the last 3 layers of Crazed Demon Cave should be the same as the 7th layer. There were down marks everywhere. The 8th layer's down marks were definitely larger than the 7th layer's. And in the 9th layer, there was an immortal formation set up by Limitless Demon Venerable. The core of this immortal formation was the legendary rank 9 Immortal Gu derivation. But after Fan Yuan entered the 8th layer, he found that this was a small world. Don't tell me, I entered a blessed land? Fan Yuan had a thought. But right after that, he rejected this conjecture. He used investigative methods. A subtle expression appeared on his face. This world seems to be different. It is not a normal blessed land or grotto heaven. This world is a bit thin. Just as Fan Yuan was thinking, he heard a loud crack. A huge crack pierced down from the sky. It was like a bolt of lightning. It traversed the entire land. At that instant, Fan Yuan's hair stood on end. Alarm bells rang in his mind. This huge crack gave him an extremely strong sense of threat. He was certain that if he were to be affected by it, he would most likely die and his Tao would disappear. Even if he used reverse flow protection seal in time, he would not last for more than a few breaths of time. Thankfully, even though the crack was fast, it was not aimed at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan dodged it smoothly, but he heard cracking sounds in his ears. This is the cry of this small world. It is collapsing, it is about to be destroyed. Fan Yuan's gaze was cold as he assessed everything. That huge crack continued to expand, the small world seemed to have been cut into 2, it soon separated completely. The blue sky, the white clouds, the grass, and the flowers were all devoured by the crack. However, there was nothing in the crack. It was like an extremely ferocious beast that was eternally hungry. Fan Yuan's pupils contracted. This is the power of the Void Tao, a crack in the void. Realizing this, he hurriedly used his means to conceal himself. The rift closed in on him, but Fan Yuan didn't dodge. Instead, he threw himself into it. He successfully entered the crevice and did not suffer any destructive blows. The crack in the void at the beginning was very dangerous, but after its power spread out, it was just enough for Fan Yuan to shelter. There were fewer and fewer small worlds, and the crack in the void in the middle was getting bigger and bigger. Fan Yuan flew up through the crack and soon left the boundary of the small world, arriving in the outside world. What he saw shocked him both physically and mentally. He was like a waterworm that had suddenly arrived in a vast ocean. This ocean was nothingness. The void was vast and boundless, its boundaries unknown. Fan Yuan felt extremely insignificant when he was in the middle of it all. But he was not alone. Accompanying him were thousands of worlds. These worlds were like colorful bubbles, some were forming, some were growing, and some were being destroyed. The small world that Fan Yuan was in earlier was being destroyed. In a short while, it was only left with 2 crescent-shaped fragments. The shock in his heart made Fan Yuan gape slightly, unable to say anything. He suddenly realized that this was the true appearance of the 8th level. The 7th level was a sea of down marks, while the 8th level was boundless nothingness. In this nothingness, there were thousands of worlds being born and destroyed at every moment. Fan Yuan caught a strange movement in his eyes. The small world that he was in just now was completely destroyed, but only a long white thread was left. This thread could not be destroyed even by the nothingness, it was very tough. It was a down mark. Even though it was just a down mark, it was extraordinary, shining with the light of a down mark. What kind of down mark is this? Fan Yuan had never seen such a down mark before. He couldn't help but look at it with rapt attention. Clearly, this down mark was not ordinary. Because in the small world before, if there was heaven and earth, there would be space Tao. If there was movement, there would be time Tao. If there were flowers and grass, there would be wood Tao. If there were grass, there would be earth Tao. If there were clouds, there would be cloud Tao. But these Tao marks no longer existed. They were all destroyed by the nothingness, leaving only this translucent white thread-like Tao mark. From this Tao mark, Fan Yuan could see space path, he could sense time path, he could sense wood path, and he could sense cloud path. What path is this Tao mark? It has a kind of all-encompassing tolerance? Fan Yuan was shocked. He suddenly thought of an answer. I understand, this is Heaven Tao. Heaven Tao mark. When he was running around in the 7th level, he was feeling strange. He had seen all kinds of Tao marks, including Dream Tao and other new Tao marks. But he was missing 2 types of Tao marks. One was Human Tao, the other was Heaven Tao. Fan Yuan had seen Human Tao mark before, but this was the first time he had seen Heaven Tao mark. All the other Tao marks have been destroyed, leaving only Heaven Tao mark. What does this mean? Fan Yuan stared at this Heaven Tao mark. The thread-like Heaven Tao mark seemed to be floating in the wind, flickering with white light. Its posture deeply attracted Fan Yuan's gaze. Fan Yuan was cautious. He did not try to attack this Tao mark. He followed the Tao mark. After flying for a while, the void in front of him suddenly changed. Undercurrents surged, a whirlpool suddenly formed and swallowed this Heaven Tao mark. The Tao mark lasted for a while in the whirlpool of nothingness, then suddenly collapsed. In an instant, the whirlpool of nothingness seemed to be dyed with all kinds of colors, becoming a crazy wheel of 7 colors. Not long after the whirlpool rotated, it suddenly exploded with a soft sound. The nothingness of this place returned to normal. But there was a blue and white bubble that appeared out of thin air. This bubble was very small at first, only the size of Fan Yuan's pinky, but very quickly, it continued to expand, its volume rapidly increasing. Fan Yuan used his investigative method to look. He was shocked to find that this blue and white bubble was a newly formed small world. In the small world, the land was expanding, the sky was extending, everything was following some kind of strange law, undergoing a drastic change. After a few dozen breaths of time, this small world had grown to a size that Fan Yuan could enter. The small world's growth slowed down, everything inside gradually stabilized. Fan Yuan entered. This small world was no longer what he saw before. Clouds floated, islands floated in the air. Around the small world were countless huge green vines, interweaving into an inner net. Although it's the same heaven down mark, the small world's appearance has changed a lot. Fan Yuan's heart trembled. There was a kind of thing that was about to be comprehended, but had not yet been comprehended, like a layer of window paper. Fan Yuan had a strong hunch that as long as he grasped this inspiration and comprehended it, he would definitely be able to get a great improvement. This kind of improvement was a qualitative improvement. So he began to stare closely at these small worlds, watching the small worlds constantly being born and destroyed. His whole body and mind were deeply immersed, as if possessed, unable to extricate himself. The 7th level of the crazed demon cave is the derivation of Tao marks, but this 8th level is the derivation of the small world. No derivation of the small world is just the appearance. What it actually wants to do is derivation of heaven Tao marks. Fan Yuan carefully observed that after each small world's birth and destruction, that heaven Tao mark would usually increase by a part. The actual situation was more complicated. Sometimes, it was not just one heaven Tao mark. The nothingness vortex swallowed the surroundings. It was likely to swallow 3 or 4 heaven Tao marks at the same time. After these heaven Tao marks were scattered, the small world formed was often wider, more profound, and grew rapidly. But after it was destroyed, only one heaven Tao mark would be left behind, at most 2. And in terms of total length, the total length of the previous 3 or 4 heaven Tao marks would undoubtedly exceed the total length of the remaining heaven Tao marks. The heaven Tao marks will also be damaged. Or rather, the heaven Tao marks that I have seen do not meet limitless demon venerable standards. He wants to create heaven Tao marks that meet his standards. Then what kind of heaven Tao marks did he want to create? Fan Yuan's mind jolted. He suddenly thought of the 3 crazed demon eccentrics deduction. Limitless demon venerable wanted to pursue eternal life, so he settled in crazed demon cave in his later years to find the correct method. Limitless demon venerable wanted to pursue eternal life, but the heaven Tao did not allow it. The Legends of Renzu has already recorded that Fate Gu decrees that all living beings in the world must die. Their souls will return to the door of life and death. What was Fate Gu? Gu was the essence of heaven and earth. Fate Gu was essentially a fragment of the heavenly path. Limitless demon venerable wanted eternal life. He could not avoid the heaven Tao. He understood this, so he directly targeted the heaven Tao and researched it. Fan Yuan guessed. Limitless demon venerable had once attacked the celestial court, but he was not an otherworldly demon. He could not destroy fate. But he did not give up. He worked even harder and faced the difficulty head-on. He wanted to find the reason why he could not destroy Fate Gu. He wanted to thoroughly understand the truth of the heaven Tao. Such ambition! Such methods! Even Fan Yuan could not help but feel admiration. Then how do I collect these heaven path Tao marks? Fan Yuan was very troubled. He tried many methods, but they were all useless. He even had a premonition. Even if he took Thieves' Den now, he could not do anything to these heaven path Tao marks. Thieves' Den was only a rank 8 theft path immortal Gu house. It was extremely damaged. And this immortal formation was clearly rank 9. It was personally created by Limitless Demon Venerable. I should directly take the immortal formation. Fan Yuan fell into a dilemma again. Because he did not know where to go to the 9th layer. The first 7 layers of Crazed Demon Cave had a clear path, but in the 8th layer, Fan Yuan was in a vast void. There were no signs or clues. How should he enter the 9th layer? Fan Yuan did not know which direction to choose. He could only wander aimlessly. After an unknown period of time, he unexpectedly found a world. This is the biggest world I have seen so far. But clearly, it is about to be destroyed. Let's go in and take a look. Fan Yuan entered this world. Greetings, sage. There were living beings in this world. After seeing Fan Yuan, they immediately cowed out in extreme excitement. Sage, are you trying to save this world and build a Tao field? Sage, please take me in as your disciple. Take me in as your disciple. These living beings had misty bodies. They looked like humans. They had noses and eyes. They shouted endlessly. Sage? Fan Yuan frowned. He immediately realized the huge significance of this. That means there are other sages like me? Yes. There was a sage who wore a green robe and a white belt. He created green lotus Dao field with every step he took. There was a sage who wore a yellow robe. He was kind and benevolent. He protected Yellow Earth Great World. And there was a sage who had a fierce appearance. He was tall and muscular. Every movement of his could cause the roars of countless beasts. He created Savage Wilderness Great World. Chapter 1880. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, and Reckless Savage Demon Venerable? Fan Yuan's heart jumped. According to the descriptions of these humanoid mist natives, Fan Yuan quickly compared these three sages with the three venerables in history. All sorts of thoughts flashed in Fan Yuan's mind. These three venerables have been here before? Then in the seventh layer, I saw the down mark paths left behind by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, and Giant Sun Immortal. This means that at least 5 venerables have been here before. Fan Yuan was somewhat surprised, but also confused. When he saw the 3 venerables' paths in the 7th layer, he had a doubt. Were these really the only 3 venerables who had been here before? If other venerables had been here before, why did they not leave behind their paths? Now that I think about it, even though other venerables have been here before, like Reckless Savage and Genesis Lotus, even if they left behind their paths, they were probably destroyed because of the passage of time. Limitless Demon Venerable was from the Olden Antiquity era. 1,000,000 years ago, Reckless Savage and Red Lotus appeared after him. Then came the Medieval Antiquity era, 300,000 years ago. Genesis Lotus, Thieving Heaven, and Giant Sun appeared one after another. In this era, Long Hair Ancestor appeared. Because he was a hairy man, he had lived for a long time. He had cooperated with Thieving Heaven and Giant Sunday. After the Medieval Antiquity era was the Recent Antiquity era. 100,000 years ago, there were 2 venerables, Spectral Soul and Paradise Earth. And now, according to the prophecy of the 3 venerables, a great dream immortal venerable would appear. She was an unprecedented venerable. She would surpass the 10 venerables of history. Giant Sun, Spectral Soul, and Paradise Earth left behind their paths in the 7th layer. They were actually the traces of their journey here. They were the 3 venerables closest to the current era. That was why their down marks were left behind. As for the previous venerables, even if they left behind down mark paths, they were destroyed because of the passage of time. Fan Yuan's doubt was resolved, but more questions arose. Why did these venerables come here one after another? Crazed Demon Cave is too attractive. Did these venerables go to the 9th level after arriving here? The 9th layer's formation should still be working. Then if these venerables went to the 9th layer, why didn't they destroy the formation and take away the rank 9 derivation goo inside? If they didn't succeed and stopped at the 8th level, why would they establish a dojo or a world? Fan Yuan pondered for a while and decided to take a look at the world of these venerable ones. He couldn't find the way to the 9th floor at all. When he was on the 7th floor, he had never expected that the 8th floor would actually be so magnificent. Perhaps he could find the corresponding clues in the dojos and worlds of these venerable ones? Even if there were no corresponding clues, even if these venerable ones didn't enter the 9th level, it was very likely that they had left their legacies in these worlds. Even if there was no true inheritance or something left behind, the venerable one's scales and claws would still be very beneficial to Fan Yuan. That's interesting. Do you know where these dojos and worlds are? Fan Yuan asked. These human-shaped mists shook their heads, expressing that they didn't know, they had only heard of it before. Oh sage, we are living in this world, we don't have the ability to leave. The outside world is too dangerous and fatal, it is not a place we can enter. Fan Yuan frowned. Then how did you obtain this information? The human-shaped mist answered. Every once in a while, the disciples and disciples of the sage will travel through the void, entering and exiting worlds to trade or plunder. We got all this information from them. Fan Yuan's pupils shrunk. These disciples and disciples are venerables of different generations. How is their battle strength? To be able to travel through the void and different worlds, they should be quite strong. But soon, Fan Yuan sensed something amiss. He asked again. Since there are so many of these disciples, why did you call me a sage the first time you saw me? The human-shaped mists answered. That's because all the sages look like you, but their disciples have different forms. Fan Yuan instantly understood. It seems like there are no humans living here. The so-called disciples of the sages are probably some mutants. Like these human-shaped mists in front of me? Speaking of which, it was his first time seeing these human-shaped mists. They were not beasts, plants, or mutants, but they had blurry human forms. Sage, please save me! Sage, please preach and save this world! The humanoid clouds kowtowed once more. Well said, well said. Fan Yuan smiled and attacked brazenly. Sage! What are you doing? Ah! Cries of surprise and screams rang in Fa Yuan's ears. In just 2 breaths, Fan Yuan captured these human-shaped mists. He looked at them with a frightening cold glint in his eyes. Just by asking, how could this kind of information be reliable? If the human-shaped mists wanted to deceive Fan Yuan, it would be too easy. As Fan Yuan spoke, he had already investigated the surroundings and the other party secretly. Now that he attacked, he immediately captured them. Then, he used his soul-searching method to check for himself. The result was a little awkward. These human-shaped mists did not have souls. Could they still be considered living beings without souls? Even plants had their own souls. Fan Yuan was stunned for a moment before coming to a realization. It seems like there are no soul-down marks in this small world, so the living beings here do not have souls. This was quite a novel discovery. In the 5 regions and 2 heavens, because there were soul-down marks, all living beings had their own souls. However, these human-shaped mists did not have souls. It would be a little troublesome to search their memories. But these troubles were quickly overcome by Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan obtained all the information that the other party had. From this information, it could be seen that the human-shaped mists did not deceive Fan Yuan at all. Their lives were very simple. Ever since they gained sentience, they had been staying here until this world was about to be destroyed. Even if there were sage disciples who came here to trade, they would only do so once and for a short period of time. Thus, these human-shaped mists were quite pure in nature. Fan Yuan also found that these human-shaped mists were not individuals. They were still a part of this world. They could not leave this world and go to the outside world. These human-shaped mists are actually very similar to land spirits and heavenly spirits. A flash of inspiration flashed in Fan Yuan's mind. Land spirits and heavenly spirits were formed from the Gu Immortal's obsession and heavenly power. They did not have souls but had sentience and could be communicated with. In fact, not just land spirits and heavenly spirits, Fan Yuan also had formation spirit and dragon spirit. Formation spirit was created from formation spirit Gu, while dragon spirit was a secret method of the Dragonman race. That is to say, these human-shaped mists are the embryonic forms of land spirits and heavenly spirits? If I can understand their profundity, wouldn't I be able to mass-produce land spirits and heavenly spirits? Fan Yuan's eyes shined. He immediately saw the most valuable thing. However, half a day later, he looked at the destruction of this world with a regretful expression. He really wanted to comprehend the profundity of these human-shaped mists, but he did not have enough worlds. Just when he had made some progress in his research, this world was destroyed. No problem, I can continue searching. Although such worlds are rare, they still exist. If I can find the Tao fields of those venerables, that would be even better. Thus, Fan Yuan continued to travel in the void, searching for valuable targets. Puff! Pang Shan coughed out a mouthful of blood and took a step back. His body was huge. When he took a step back, there was a loud sound when he stepped on the ground. If it were normal ground, a deep hole would have formed, but in this 7th layer, every inch of ground was a quasi-rank 9 immortal material. It was very sturdy. I didn't find any traces of Fan Yuan. Peng Shan wiped the bloodstains from the corner of his mouth and said. Not Immortal was silent. Secret Schemer heaved a sigh. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics had gathered at this time. Earlier, they were guarding against Fan Yuan, but now that the demonic sounds had ended, they immediately came down together. Firstly, they felt that even if Fan Yuan survived, he would be struggling at death's door and would not be able to pose any threat to the 3 eccentrics. Secondly, they wanted to do their best to save Fan Yuan. When Gu immortals were injured, it was often more troublesome and not so easy to heal. Not Immortal and Secret Schemer were injured, only Pang Shan was unharmed, but he was also injured now. Using an investigative killer move in the 7th layer was not a good idea. Because the down marks here were too concentrated, it was almost like a battlefield killer move. Conflicting down marks made it unfriendly to all paths here. Pang Shan's investigative range was very limited because the down marks of his path were only a small portion compared to the entire number of down marks. I know what the 7th layer looks like when the demonic sounds are activated. In my opinion, let's just leave it like this. The hope of Fan Yuan's survival. Pang Shan shook his head. I didn't expect Fan Yuan to die like this. Not Immortal raised his head and sighed. Secret Schemer was also extremely regretful. They did not have any thoughts of getting rid of a threat for the people. Their life goal was very simple. They wanted to explore the 9th layer and grasp the derivation formation to find a certain possibility of eternal life. Fan Yuan's main body did not come out of the 8th layer for a long time, while his clones were nervous. Fan Clan's headquarters. Divine Beam Palace floated in the air, emitting jade light that soared to the sky. Outside the palace, Fan Clan's first Supreme Elder Fan Gong, third Supreme Elder Fan Huaxing, as well as Fan Lang and Fan Yun, were watching from afar. The jade light suddenly changed, turning into countless lightning balls that bombarded the surroundings. Rumble, a series of explosions resounded, rocks were sent flying and air currents were raging. After the bombardment, the uneven ground was suddenly filled with green grass. At the same time, small saplings drilled out of the soil at a visible speed and grew into towering trees. This was Divine Beam Palace's killer move, Myriad Life Spring Lightning. This killer move could be used freely. It proved that Fan Dichan had basically controlled Divine Beam Palace. The palace opened and Fan Yuan's clone Fan Dichan walked out with a smile. Good! Fan Gong laughed heartily. Second Elder, you have made a great contribution. Although he was still somewhat worried about the faction balance in Fan Clan, this was undoubtedly great news for Fan Clan as a whole. With this house, our Fan Clan can break through our predicament and truly rise up. Fan Yun cheered excitedly. Fan Dichan smiled. With this house, we are already in an invincible position. But there is no rush to act. Divine Beam Palace still has areas that can be improved. The most important move, Divine Beam Soldier, needs to be prepared in advance. No problem. If you need any Woodpath Immortal materials, just take them from our Fan Clan's treasury. Fan Gong laughed heartily. He was truly happy. Chapter 1881. In front of him was a barren and gray land. The land was dry and cracked, forming many ravines. There was no fertility at all, not even a blade of grass grew. Fan Dichan looked at this vast land and waved his hand to sprinkle yellow jade bean seeds. There were many bean seeds sealed in Divine Beam Palace, mainly yellow jade bean seeds, green jade bean seeds, red jade bean seeds, and black jade bean seeds. Besides them, there were also special blue pea seeds and white frost broad bean seeds. After these bean seeds were planted and cared for, after some time, they would grow into all kinds of Divine Beam Soldiers. Thus, Divine Beam Palace's signature method, Divine Beam Soldiers, was not a killer move that could be formed in one go. It needed to be accumulated over a long period of time before it could reach a certain scale and be effective. Precisely because of this, when Qin Yi suppressed Qing Chou and used Karma Divine Tree to influence the battle between Divine Beam Palace and Fan Clan, he could not use this move. Qin Yi could only use Soul Beasts to temporarily replace it. What Fan Dichan was planting now was yellow jade bean seeds. This was the most basic type of bean seeds. After being planted, they could grow into yellow bean soldiers. At this moment, the yellow jade bean seeds were already sprinkled. Fan Dichang activated Divine Being Palace. Strong winds blew, the formless wind condensed into light green hose in the air. The hose aimed at the ground and started to plow. After a while, Fan Dichang waved his hand again. Rain started to fall from the sky. The amount of rain needed to be paid attention to. It could not be too much or too little. It was mainly used to moisten the dry soil. When the soil became wet, the yellow jade bean seeds started to undergo a mystical change. But this change was very slow. Fan Yuan's clone activated another killer move. This time, when the killer move was used, this piece of land flickered with emerald green light, wave after wave. It was like a tide, like a wave, continuously washing the yellow jade bean seeds in the ground. The yellow jade bean seeds absorbed these jade green light waves and their growth speed rose sharply. They sprouted and grew at a visible speed. At this rate, after a day and a night, yellow bean soldiers will be born. Fan Yuan's clone nodded in satisfaction. With a thought, he suddenly left and returned to the main hall of Divine Being Palace. He turned around and saw that the mural on the wall of Divine Being Palace had changed. Originally, the mural depicted a piece of dry land. But now, there was a small piece of land that was densely packed with bean sprouts. This is the method of the painting Tao. Divine Bean Palace contains painting path immortal goo. The land inside is not fake. This method is truly amazing. Plant bean sprouts in these murals, grow divine bean soldiers, continuously cultivate them. After they grow, these divine bean soldiers will leave the murals and come to the main hall. The land is extremely barren, but it doesn't matter. Planting beans doesn't require a lot of soil fertility. In fact, if you plant more beans in the future, you can even increase the fertility of the soil in the mural and even turn it into an immortal material. The first is water path immortal material and the second is wood path immortal material. The former was used to moisten the soil, while the latter was used to speed up the growth of the yellow jade bean seeds. The immortal materials were stored in Divine Bean Palace. The two killer moves that Fan Yuan used earlier used up the stored immortal materials to form the killer moves. The effect is good, but the price is not cheap. Thankfully, I don't need to worry, Fan Clan will pay for it. Fan Dichang smiled. Divine Bean Palace had already become Fan Yuan's. Fan Clan was kept in the dark. They were helping Fan Yuan raise the Divine Bean soldiers. Deep in Eastern Sea. In Gu Tribe's headquarters. It's done! Fan Yuan's clone Wu Shuai slowly stopped his killer move. His forehead was already covered in sweat. In front of him, a new batch of dragon men had been born. However, the identities of these new Dragonians were not all beast men. There was also a group of merfolk. Thank you, Lord Wu Shuai, for your help. This is my tribe's gift. Please accept it. A merman Gu immortal waved his tail as he floated towards Wu Shuai, handing over an immortal material with both hands. This immortal material was a pool of clear water. It gave off a pungent smell. It was restrained by the merman Gu immortal's killer move. Even though the merman's hands moved, this pool of water did not move. It was like it was frozen. So it is immovable rotten water. I can use it to nurture my army ants. I will accept it. Thank you. Wu Shuai accepted it without hesitation. He needed to nurture arrow ants. He needed immovable rotten water. Speaking of which, ever since he started nurturing his army ants, they had been growing at a shocking speed. Other than Fan Yuan's own resources, Gu Tribe and the mermen also helped him greatly. Of course, Fan Yuan's clone did not extort them, he obtained them through transactions. Wu Shuai used his killer move to turn the beast men and mermen into new dragon men. Every day, my strength is growing rapidly. I'm simply changing with each passing day. My negotiation with Gu Tribe was very effective. I even have a relationship with the merman tribe now. Together with Qixi ancestors' influence, my control over Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world is getting deeper. Eastern Sea's merman imperial court was a superforce with immense strength. This was the only variant human superforce in the world. It had obtained Paradise Earth immortal venerables' help to develop and survive until now. Even so, the mermen were facing immense pressure from all directions. Earlier, they were already trembling in fear when they were surrounded by Eastern Sea's human forces. Now that the 5 regions' chaotic war was about to descend, the merman race's knowledgeable people started to look for a way out. Once the 5 regions' chaotic war broke out, the fragile balance of the past would be broken. The merman race's future was bleak. As variant humans, they would definitely become the main target of the human forces. A portion of the mermen saw the dragonman's future development. They did not hesitate to change their identity. This was because the merman imperial court's higher-ups had been secretly helping Gu tribe to conceal their traces. They also learned about the dragonman's secrets from Gu tribe. After knowing that Fate Gu had the revelation of dragonmen reigning supreme, a portion of the merman higher-ups had this idea. Thus, the mermen turned into dragonmen as well. The merman imperial court has already started to diversify their investments to ensure the survival of their race. The human forces have also foreseen the future chaotic times. They are especially worried and wary of Central Continent's celestial court. I can make use of this. Maybe I can persuade the mermen to send troops. When the celestial court repairs Fate Gu, some merman Gu immortals can participate in the battle. Wu Shuai had a devious thought. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. The situation was extremely dangerous. There was no time to waste. Little Du, are you really going to do this? Mountain Cliff City Lord looked at Fan Yuan's clone, Zhan Budu, worriedly. Zhan Budu raised his head. His eyes were shining brightly. His tone was firm and unwavering. Yes, Master. You are already heavily injured. In this situation, we cannot defeat that monster. But if we let it wreak havoc, Mountain Cliff City will be completely destroyed. Who knows how many people will die? I can only take the risk and break through. As long as I become a combat beast warrior, I will be able to display the arrow-tail eagle's full strength and kill this despicable monster. Mountain Cliff City Lord looked at Zhan Budu for a long time. He knew that his beloved disciple had already made up his mind. There was no point in trying to persuade him. He waved his hand. Sai, you can go. Zhan Budu did not hesitate. He turned around and left, starting his immortal ascension. Mountain Cliff City Lord and the rest watched him closely. Countless commoners knelt on the ground and prayed silently, cheering for Zhan Budu. There were even many combat beast envoys that fought the monster desperately. What was surprising was that the huge monster seemed to be tired. It slowed down its attacks. This was actually Zhan Budu's secret manipulation. The current situation was also part of his original plan. I have a portion of my main body's memories and foundation. My immortal ascension is almost certain. But I need to pretend to be in danger, not only to deceive everyone in Mountain Cliff City, but also the heavenly spirit of this grotto heaven. The entire process was full of twists and turns, causing Mountain Cliff City Lord and the rest to be alarmed. But in the end, Zhan Budu finally became an immortal, becoming a combat beast warrior. Next, Zhan Budu displayed his prowess and defeated the monster. Yay! Little Du is mighty. Little Du, you saved the lives of everyone in our city. We really do not know what to say. As expected of our little savior, Little Du, you are probably the youngest combat beast warrior in history. Everyone surrounded Zhan Budu and tossed him high into the air, catching him in unison. Zhan Budu became the hero of the entire city. He was in the limelight. Chapter 1882. Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer was much larger than Fan Yuan had expected. Ever since he found out about the venerable Dao field here, he had explored this place for a long time, but the results were not good. Fan Yuan saw the birth and destruction of many worlds. He had also entered some large worlds, but he could not find the venerable Dao field that he wanted. However, he did not gain nothing. These days of exploration gave him a deeper understanding of the 8th layer. In this void, there is no concept of up, down, left, right, or any other direction, so it is both limited and limitless. Originally, the 8th layer was only a cave, but after limitless demon venerables arrangements, it became a boundless place. Who knows, I might have only been moving in a small circle these days. If I do not understand the arrangements here, I might not be able to find the venerable Dao field. Fan Yuan guessed. To find his destination in the void, Fan Yuan needed to raise his Phantom Path attainment level. Phantom Path was only a small path, it was derived from Rule Path. But this small path was quite successful. Phantom Path focused on the illusory and the real, it was untainted by all methods, it was undefeatable. Phantom transformation was the signature method of Phantom Path. Once heaven overseeing tower turned phantom, other than Dream Path, almost no other methods could do anything to it, it was extremely safe. Phantom Path also had a supreme profundity. Like how one of the supreme profundities of Soul Path was to cultivate 100 million desolate souls. Like Spectral Souls 3 Venerable 6 Direction 1,000 Arms Demon Souls. Transformation Path had two supreme profundities, one was endless transformation, following one's will, and the other was myriad paths converging, myriad beings assimilation transformation. The members of Celestial Court would give up their immortal apertures, and whenever they left Celestial Court, they would be given a phantom aperture to store immortal essence, immortal goo, and so on. This phantom aperture was the supreme profundity of Phantom Path. At this moment, in the void that Fan Yuan was in, countless worlds were born and destroyed here. Evidently, this void was also the supreme profundity of Phantom Path. Phantom Path was only a branch of Rule Path, but to raise Phantom Path attainment level, one needed Rule Path true meaning in essence. But this path was deep and profound. With Fan Yuan's current Rule Path Grandmaster realm, he still had a long way to go to understand this void. Since he couldn't break through from the front for the time being, Fan Yuan thought about it and decided to find another way. With a thought, he activated the cooking luck pot. If he started from luck path and blessed himself, he might be able to make a breakthrough. Even though the cooking fortune pot was of a lower tier, and it was difficult for it to affect Zhang Xian's luck completely, it was still able to change a portion of it. At the very least, Fan Yuan could change the fate in the cooking luck pot as he wished. With the luck cooking pot, it was very convenient to change one's luck. Soon Fan Yuan was done. He then checked the luck of his clone. His Time Path clone's luck was still the same. A small stream of providence that looked like the river of time glowed brightly and flowed. Upon closer inspection, there were wisps of black misfortune constantly being produced on the surface of the river, slowly accumulating. Fan Yuan's Dream Path clone had the smallest luck. He only had rank 5 Gu Master cultivation level and his aperture was sealed. Clone Wu Shui had the best luck. Wu Shui was already a peak rank 7 Gu Immortal. He had obtained Dragon Palace and was currently cultivating army ants. Thus, Wu Shui's current luck was a slithering flood dragon. It had dragon scales and shining eyes, it had sharp horns and claws, it was very handsome. Around the flood dragon's luck, there were waves of light blue water halos. When the flood dragon met water, it indicated that he was receiving external help, Gu tribe and merman. And in the mouth of the flood dragon, there was a huge dragon pearl. There was a palace inside the dragon pearl. It was a miniature version of Dragon Palace. There was another dragon pearl. It was much smaller. It was held in one of the dragon claws of the flood dragon. There were countless ants inside the dragon pearl. They represented army ants. Next to him was clone Fang Dichang with the greatest luck. His luck was rather special. It was like a tree. The trunk was not thin, but it was not extremely thick either. The crown of the tree was verdant and ingeniously stacked to form the shape of Divine Beam Palace. And on the ground, the roots were intertwined, many of them were exposed. This implied that Fang Dichang and Fang clan were inextricably linked. They were deeply connected. Other than these, there were the two clones, Zhan Budu and Li Xiaobai. Zhan Budu's clone's luck was much larger than Li Xiaobai's. It was like an eagle that spread its wings and soared. Zhan Budu had just become a rank 6 Gu Immortal, while Li Xiaobai was still a Gu Master. Li Xiaobai's luck was like a blooming flower. There was a thin layer of nectar accumulated in the stamen. This layer of nectar was the result of Li Xiaobai's hard work and hard cultivation during this period of time. And outside the flower luck, there was a butterfly that was as white as frost. It flapped its wings and created icy winds as it flew towards the flower. This luck sign. Fan Yuan saw this and frowned slightly. Butterflies are usually female. They want to pick the nectar and create icy winds. They are not beneficial to the flower. In terms of scale, the butterfly's size is slightly larger than the flower's. But the icy winds it creates are grand and majestic. It represents a certain trend. The main reason is not the butterfly, the butterfly is only a catalyst. Clone Li Xiaobai's situation is good now, but it will not be good in the future. If an accident happens, the frost will descend and the flower will wither. But the butterfly is close to the flower, this itself represents a fortuitous encounter. Clone Li Xiaobai had been attacking profound literature Grotto Heaven, but this Grotto Heaven was different from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, because there was a rank 8 Gu immortal guarding it. Fan Yuan could not use it as freely as he could in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. In Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, Fan Yuan could use his schemes and make all sorts of plans as he pleased. But he was restrained in Profound Literature's abode, and he couldn't utilize most of his abilities if he wanted to preserve the greatest gains and benefits he could obtain here. Thus, the support of luck became the main help that Fan Yuan's main body could provide to Li Xiaobai. Immediately, Fan Yuan moved Cooking Luck Pot and started modifying Li Xiaobai's luck. A moment later, Li Xiaobai's flower luck turned bright red, like peach blossoms in spring. It was love luck. Changing luck was not random, it had to follow certain rules. For example, after Li Xiaobai's luck turned into love luck, it became much more effective, it formed a special interaction with the butterfly luck. Next, it will depend on whether the clone can make use of this. Fan Yuan continued to move forward. Luck was only a form of change. When the real fortuitous encounter came, it would depend on the person's ability to make use of it. Fan Yuan's eyebrows rose. Not long after he changed his luck, he had a delightful discovery. He saw a huge fish floating in the void. It was swaying its huge tail. It looked slow, but it was actually very fast. This was the first time he had seen a life form that could travel in the void. It could exist outside of the world. I'm afraid it is the disciple of the sage that the human-shaped mist mentioned before. Fan Yuan chased after it. That huge gray fish resembled a goldfish. After seeing Fan Yuan, it was very surprised. It quickly cowed out. Yellow Earth Sage's disciple Little Flower greets the sage. Even though the huge gray fish was as large as a whale, its human voice sounded like that of a young girl. Very good, very good. I have been searching for Yellow Earth Dao Field for a long time, bring me there. You will receive many benefits. Fan Yuan smiled. But the huge gray fish shook its head. Sage, it is not that I am unwilling to help you, but I cannot find the location of Yellow Earth Dao Field. Why? You were exiled? Fan Yuan frowned. The huge gray fish shook its head again. No. I reached a bottleneck in my cultivation, so I took the initiative to bid farewell to my fellow sect members and left Yellow Earth Great World. I came to the outside world to gain some experience and strive for a breakthrough. Saying so, the huge gray fish stared at Fan Yuan with its huge fish eyes shining with anticipation. If this sage could enlighten it, its bottleneck would be nothing. But Fan Yuan was not that kind of person. He did not want to waste time talking. He immediately restrained the huge gray fish and searched its memories. So it was like this. Even though these venerable Dao fields exist for a long time, they are always moving. The huge gray fish was born in Yellow Earth Dao Field. From its memories, Fan Yuan could see the richness of this world. Yellow Earth Dao Field was vast and vast. It was not inferior to the sovereign immortal aperture. It had dense earth path Dao marks and complete other Dao marks. The immortal material storehouse was rich. There were many goo worms, including immortal goo. There were also all kinds of living beings. Even though there were no humans, it was truly a treasure land. Even with Fan Yuan's current wealth, he coveted this Yellow Earth Dao Field. If I can obtain Yellow Earth Dao Field and devour it completely, my total assets will triple. Fan Yuan was refining immortal goo intensely. He had already digested most of the gains. His immortal material storehouse had shrunk drastically. If he could obtain Yellow Earth Dao Field, it would be a huge supplement. It would be like growing from a skinny person to a fat person. However, it was very difficult to reach Yellow Earth Dao Field. There were all kinds of living beings in Yellow Earth Dao Field. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had set it up in the past to educate everyone without discrimination. All living beings had souls, because Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had left behind a goo master cultivation method. Most living beings had apertures and could cultivate as goo masters. Among them, The best of the best had even become Gu immortals, even though there were not many of them. And among these Gu immortals, there were elites. These elites often had the ability to leave the world. When their cultivation reached a bottleneck and could not advance any further, they would leave the Tao field and go to other places to temper themselves. When they were in the void, far away from the Tao field, they would not be able to find their way home. But it was not important. When the time came and they broke through the bottleneck, they would see the Tao field and return smoothly. This was all the information Fan Yuan had obtained from the gray fish. Don't look at how this gray fish was easily captured by Fan Yuan. It had rank 7 cultivation level and was an elite Gu immortal of Yellow Earth Tao field. Fan Yuan's brows furrowed even tighter. He was able to deduce even more information. When the time comes, they can naturally return to the Tao field. This is the saying in Yellow Earth Tao field, and in the gray fish's memories, many seniors have also returned like this. It seems that Yellow Earth Tao field itself has the ability to receive these living beings who have left. Every once in a while, Yellow Earth Tao field will let out the elite Gu immortals inside to temper themselves, and when the tempering results, the Tao field will take the initiative to bring them back. Why did they do this? The gray fish's memories had the same answer. The reason being that the dojos did not coexist peacefully with one another. They were all fighting against one another, resulting in chaos. The living beings nurtured by the Tao fields would fight and kill each other, attempting to invade each other's Tao fields. Back then, when the Venerable set up the Tao fields, they probably had this arrangement. But what is the benefit of letting them fight each other? What is the goal of the Venerables? Fan Yuan shook his head as he thought of this. Only by entering a venerable Tao field would he be able to find the answer to these questions. Fan Yuan turned his gaze towards the gray fish. He smiled. Didn't you want me to give you pointers? You are lucky to have met me. The gray fish shuddered, it stammered and could not speak. It was already frightened by Fan Yuan. Although it had not interacted with Fan Yuan for a long time, the gray fish was deeply aware that the sage in front of it was extremely terrifying. He had a cruel and cold demonic nature. He was not a good person like Paradise Earth's sage. It was truly unfortunate for it to have met him. All right, even if you don't say it, I know your doubts. Fan Yuan searched through all of the gray fish's memories. He knew clearly what its bottleneck was. He immediately gave it pointers. His words were concise and comprehensive. They were easy to understand. The gray fish gradually stopped trembling, attracted by Fan Yuan's words. It was immersed in it and temporarily forgot about its dangerous situation. Why haven't you broken through? Fan Yuan frowned. After talking for so long, his mouth was dry. The gray fish was still in a daze. Although it had intelligence, it could not compare to humans. Chapter 1883. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. A large river flowed east. A large ship was moving down the river. Jiangru by carries the sky, reflecting the red jade of the human heart. Emperor Gu Wen's talent is unimaginable. To think that he was able to compose such a poem at the age of 7. Su Qihan sighed as she looked at the wide river. She was the daughter of a minister. She had a graceful figure, delicate and pure beauty, cultured and elegant, and had a scholarly temperament. Other than her beauty, her most praiseworthy trait was her talent. She was full of poetry and well versed in historical records. She could make most men in the world feel inferior. Young miss, the wind is rising. Be careful not to catch a cold. Let's go back. The servant girl beside her advised. Su Qihan sighed, but she still stood by the side of the ship, looking at the surging river. The servant girl insisted. Young miss, are you worried about the rest of the journey? Didn't you chase away that evil thief? In my opinion, we've already chosen 8 of the 10 great scholars. As for the remaining 2, we can just pick any one of them. Su Qihan shook her head. You don't understand. The matter of picking the 10 great scholars is not just an imperial edict, it also concerns the future prosperity of our Su family. The servant girl pouted. Young miss, I don't understand the principles of the imperial court, but you have to let me drink the medicine. Su Qihan smiled bitterly. How can ordinary medicine have any effect on my injuries? It is just a form of consolation. it's fine if I don't drink it. The servant girl stomped her feet. Young miss, don't try to deceive me. This medicine has no effect on your injuries, but your body has been cold since young. If you don't drink this warm medicine, you will suffer from frostbite. So you have to drink this medicine. All right, bring it over. Su Chi-han could not do anything to her personal servant girl, she could only take the bowl and drink it in one gulp. She had just finished drinking when she heard a burst of wild laughter. Then, a figure broke through the water and jumped onto the deck. Who is it? It's you again, you evil thief! The guards on the ship immediately moved out and surrounded the newcomer. However, the newcomer was very powerful. After a series of chaotic attacks, the guards were beaten into a mess. You are not his match, retreat for now. Su Chi-han's expression was solemn as she stepped forward, preparing to fight. The newcomer's face was ferocious, he had a stocky build, and his skin was greenish-black, like the skin of a shark. This was the effect of the shark skin goo. Miss Su. He greeted her with a smile, revealing his sharp teeth, making him look even more ferocious. Su Chi-han sneered. Shark bandit, you lost to me not long ago. Have you not learned your lesson? How dare you come back? Shark bandit laughed sinisterly. Miss Su, I am not your opponent, but that was before you drank that bowl of medicine. Do you feel that your hands and feet are a little numb? Su Chi-han's expression changed. Is there a problem with this medicine? She immediately turned to look at her personal maid. The maidservant hurriedly shook her head, her face as pale as paper. This is impossible. I've been keeping an eye on this medicine and I've never left it. Miss, you must believe me. Of course the medicine cough, there is no problem. Cough, but the medicine cough, I did something to it. Right at this time, another uninvited guest climbed up the ship's railing and stepped onto the deck. Su Chi-han's brows were tightly furrowed, her heart sank to rock bottom. Medicine Demon, you actually did not die. Medicine Demon looked like an old man, but he was actually only over 20 years old. He cultivated poison path and blindly pursued strength, causing him to suffer a backlash. His whole body was old and decaying inside and out. Medicine Demon's eyes revealed deep hatred. Thanks to your cousin, I won't be able to live for long. But to be able to have a taste of Sioux tribe's youngness before I die, it is worth it. Su Chi-han's expression turned pale, she took a step back. What medicine did you give me? She felt her whole body turning numb. Medicine Demon laughed loudly. Of course it is, the strongest aphrodisiac. It can turn the most chaste woman in the world into the most lascivious and promiscuous slut. Before he finished speaking, Shark Bandit pounced forward. Bam, bam, bam. Explosions resounded as Su Chi-han retreated step by step. Miss, leave quickly, I will block them. At the crucial moment, the servant girl stood up and sacrificed herself to buy time for Su Chi-han to escape. Su Chi-han fell into deep hesitation. Miss, leave quickly. The servant girl used a forbidden technique. Her battle strength rose sharply, but the consequence was death. Su Chi-han shed tears as she retreated, walking on the water. Shark Bandit, Medicine Demon, I will not spare you. The Imperial Court will not spare your 9 clans. In a pavilion by the river, there were only 2 people. One was Fang Yuan's clone Li Xiaobai, the other was his teacher, Teacher Jiang. Teacher Jiang looked at the river under the night sky as he said to Li Xiaobai, Come, compose a poem for me. I will give you 10 steps. The so-called 10 steps was the time it took for a normal person to walk 10 steps. Li Xiaobai's talent was not as good as the main body, but after this period of hard work, he had made great progress. He immediately recited a poem. Next, after thinking for a while, he recited the next 2 lines. Teacher Jiang was silent for a while before shaking his head. Oh Xiaobai, you have indeed made great progress recently, but with your current talent, you are still not enough to compete for the position of scholar. Teacher, I know that 10 steps poem composition is Emperor Gu Wen's test. Emperor Gu Wen created the scholar selection. Every 20 years, the Imperial Court would choose 10 great scholars. This 10 steps poem composition is the first round of the scholar selection. I have already passed. Why do you not recommend me to participate in this selection, teacher? Li Xiaobai asked in confusion. Teacher Jiang turned around and looked at his favorite student, smiling. Xiaobai, you only know one thing but not the other. The selection of the 10 great scholars is only a kind of glory and competition on the surface, but it is actually to nurture future officials of the imperial court. Teacher, you are talking about becoming an immortal? Li Xiaobai was surprised. Li Xiaobai was only acting, he already knew everything. Fan Yuan's heaven form killer move was a powerful method to investigate grotto heavens. Even if profound literature grotto heaven had a rank 8 Gu immortal guarding it, it could not do anything to the constant investigation of heaven form from outside the grotto heaven. In this profound literature grotto heaven, information path was undoubtedly the mainstream. Every time a Gu master wrote a beautiful article, they would be rewarded by the grotto heaven. Originally, this grotto heaven had many sects and Gu immortals had their own territories. But later on, Emperor Gu Wen appeared. This person had extremely high talent and outstanding talent. He became a Gu immortal at an astonishing speed. Afterwards, he made a move against other Gu immortals, either killing or surrendering. He created an imperial court and brought the whole grotto heaven under his rule. In his later years, he created the selection of the 10 great scholars. He chose the most outstanding scholars in the world and bestowed them with the glorious title of the imperial court. The imperial court would choose suitable people among these scholars and recruit them, giving them resources before nurturing them into Gu immortals and appointing them as officials. Thus, the imperial court in profound literature grotto heaven was the strongest superforce. Every rank 1 official was a Gu immortal, there was no exception. The current emperor was naturally also a Gu immortal. And now, the rank 8 Gu immortal guarding this place was the current supreme emperor. Because it involved the chance to become an Gu immortal, the selection of the 10 great scholars looked peaceful on the surface, but in fact, there were undercurrents surging and the stench of blood. All the forces were competing, using all kinds of connections and relationships, scheming and overt. Great scholar Shen, who competed with teacher Jiang earlier, was one of the 10 great scholars in every generation. But his political ideology was not high, or rather, he was not a proper person, thus he is still at rank 5 peak stage. This teacher of mine is the same example. He was once one of the 10 great scholars, but was not conscripted as an official. My own talent is only just enough to meet the selection criteria. Moreover, I am teacher's disciple. Because of his influence, the imperial court does not like me. Even if I succeed, I might not become a high official. At best, I would be a minor official, working for the imperial court and delaying my own cultivation. Without anyone above me, my life would be delayed like this. Teacher Jiang and great scholar Shen probably saw this future, thus they chose not to become officials and wandered outside the imperial court. One opens a private school, the other roams around. Li Xiaobai's mind was clear and organized. It was not that teacher Jiang and great scholar Shen had no future. If they could decipher the mystery of becoming an Gu immortal and pass the tribulation, they would naturally become Gu immortals. It was just that this profound literature grotto heaven was small compared to the 5 regions. The resources were very limited. Almost all the immortal materials were controlled by the colossus known as the imperial court. It was extremely difficult for teacher Jiang and great scholar Shen to become Gu immortals. There was little hope. Teacher Jiang called Li Xiaobai to the riverside and talked to him privately. He wanted to persuade this student to give up on this selection of the 10 great scholars. He had put in a lot of effort. He knew Li Xiaobai's strength was low. Even though he reached the lowest standard, there was no hope. The selection of the 10 great scholars was like a whirlpool. Many scholars lost their lives because of it. Teacher Jiang had poured his heart and soul into teaching Li Xiaobai. He did not want this student to be implicated and die a miserable death. But he did not know that Li Xiaobai already knew everything. He even knew how to become an Gu immortal. But he still had to put on a show. Li Xiaobai first investigated. Before feeling regret and unwillingness, he finally thanked teacher Jiang solemnly. He expressed that he was willing to give up on this selection and even the next few selections. This child is worth teaching. Teacher Jiang was greatly relieved. He left with a peace of mind. Li Xiaobai was alone, walking along the riverside, on his way home. I can become Ngu Immortal by myself. But if I cultivate too fast and advance to Ngu Immortal, that rank 8 Gu Immortal will definitely be alerted. He will definitely investigate. If he finds any clues, or even just a trace of suspicion, I will be in danger of dying. This was not what Li Xiaobai or Fang Yuan's main body wanted to see. Since Fang Yuan's soul transmigrated, he secretly set up a clone like Li Xiaobai to save time and let the clone open up the situation, or even control this profound literature grotto heaven alone. Even though this was just a casual move, if it succeeded, it would definitely save Fang Yuan a lot of time and energy. Of course, there was a backup plan. For example, when Li Xiaobai matured to a certain stage, he could coordinate with the main body and scheme against a rank 8 Gu Immortal. But it is still too early now. I am Teacher Zhang's disciple. I can be considered to have established myself. I have studied hard during this period of time and gained some fame. But if I want to continue progressing, this environment is not enough to push me forward. If I can become one of the 10 great scholars, it will definitely be a springboard for me. Unfortunately, I have no power or backing. I only have a teacher. If I participate, I will definitely be assassinated. I will not gain any benefits. Actually, joining the Imperial Court is the best cultivation path. The Imperial Court controls most of the immortal materials. Even if I become Ngu Immortal in the future, without these cultivation resources, it will be difficult for me to advance. Li Xiaobai sighed bitterly in his heart. His footsteps suddenly stopped. He found a person lying in the weeds by the riverside. Lady, what's wrong? After checking the situation, Li Xiaobai bent down to save her. When he dragged the unconscious woman ashore, he was shocked to find that this person was Su Qihan. What happened? This Su Qihan is the beloved daughter of the current Imperial Court's first-rank official, Prime Minister Su. She is in charge of the selection and assessment of the 10 great scholars. She actually fainted from her injuries. Prime Minister Su is a rank 6 Gu Immortal. Su Qihan is also a future Imperial Court official. She definitely has immortal methods to protect her. She actually fell to such a state. This selection of the 10 great scholars is really too deep. In profound literature grotto heaven, there was no distinction between men and women. Anyone could become Ngu Immortal. Naturally, they could all become officials. Many women were even more talented than men. There were even large numbers of private schools and schools for women scattered all over profound literature grotto heaven. And the 10 great scholars were not just men, there were also female scholars. Just as he was thinking, Su Qihan moaned and woke up. You saved me? She looked at Li Xiaobai with a fiery gaze. Li Xiaobai thought to himself. Why is there something wrong with her gaze? He nodded and was about to speak. But Su Qihan covered his mouth and flipped over, pressing Li Xiaobai onto the ground. What are you doing? Li Xiaobai's body tensed, he was a little dazed. What kind of trick was this? Su Qihan rode on him and started to take off his clothes in a hurry. Li Xiaobai stammered helplessly. Lady Su, please conduct yourself with dignity. Su Qihan's movements paused as she narrowed her eyes. You know me? Li Xiaobai swallowed his saliva, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Lady Su is selecting the 10 great scholars. Of course I know about it. Lady Su, I am Teacher Zhang's student. I had just parted ways with Teacher Jiang at the Riverside Pavilion. Li Xiaobai was truly afraid. Su Qihan had rank 5 peak stage cultivation level. He was not her match. Right now, there were only the two of them at the riverside. Su Qihan was in a strange state. Li Xiaobai naturally mentioned Teacher Jiang to prevent him from being harmed. Su Qihan looked at Li Xiaobai deeply. Her face flushed unnaturally red as she sighed deeply. It is too late. Your teacher has already left. Right now, there is only you and me in the surrounding 10 li. What do you want to do? Ugh. Li Xiaobai fainted from Su Qihan's poke. This was not what he wanted. According to his plan, he could develop steadily. But now, he was like a fish on the chopping board. Anyone could do whatever they wanted to him. If his secret was discovered, it would be terrible. Li Xiaobai tried his best to wake up, But Su Chihan's methods were unique. No matter how much he struggled, he could not move. While in a daze, he felt like he had entered a cold cave. He felt like he had fallen into a raging wave, rising and falling continuously. Next, the cave became warm. It was as if a warm breeze was blowing. It was drizzling. It became warmer and more moist. Eventually, he seemed to have transformed into a waterfall. He fainted from happiness. After an unknown period of time, he slowly woke up. He fainted. He was extremely exhausted. A sense of weakness could be felt from his bones. He quickly checked his situation. He found that his clothes were completely torn. He was lying in a cave. Su Chihan was dressing beside him. "Su, Lady Su." Li Xiaobai spoke with difficulty. He did not even have the strength to speak. Su Chihan did not look at him. She was still dressing. Her voice was calm. "It has been 3 days and 3 nights since we met." Chapter 1884. Eastern Sea, Gu Tribe Headquarters. In the main hall, a grand banquet had been going on for several days. At this time, the attendants served plates of fragrant roasted chicken. These were not ordinary chickens, they were immortal chickens, at least desolate beast level. And Gu Tribe's leader and Fang Yuan's clone Wu Shuai were enjoying ancient desolate chickens. After staying here for so many days, Wu Shuai had already experienced the customs of the beast men, eating meat and drinking wine. They were bold to the point of being arrogant. They were straightforward to the point of being brainless. If you could obtain the beastmen's recognition, you would be an esteemed guest and enjoy the best banquet. If you could not obtain their recognition, you would forever be despised, loathed, or even hated by them. All of the beastman Gu immortals present saw the immortal chicken and started to salivate with desire. These immortal materials could not be eaten normally. They were usually used as Gu refinement materials. They were never as extravagant as today. But according to historical records, when the beastmen were at their peak, these immortal materials were freely eaten by the wealthy beastman tribes. They were extravagant and wasteful. They were extremely extravagant. Gu Tribe's leader directly held the millstone-sized roasted chicken in his hand. "Lord Wu Shuai, please take a look," he said as he activated a food path killer move. The killer move took effect. Gu Tribe's leader opened his mouth and sucked lightly. The huge roasted chicken was directly sucked into his mouth. With a gulp, Gu Tribe's leader's throat moved as he swallowed the roasted chicken. His abdomen immediately bulged like a pregnant woman. Gu Tribe's leader rubbed his belly as he smiled. "This ancient desolate chicken will need half a day to be completely digested. During this time, my luck will be strengthened. This is my tribe's food path killer move, chicken dinner." Wu Shuai nodded, praising. "Chicken dinner is a good move, the effect is outstanding, it can use food path methods to imitate luck path effects. From what I can see, your increased luck seems to be more focused on survival," Gu Tribe's leader said in admiration. "Senior's insight is correct, it is indeed so. According to the records, if my tribe's Gu immortals get into dangerous situations or chaotic battles, they can often use this move to survive." Wu Shuai nodded. He tore a piece of chicken meat and swallowed it. "Next, let me demonstrate an enslavement path killer move." Naturally, this banquet wasn't simple at all. It was an exchange of legacies between Fan Yuan's doppelganger and the ancient race. Gu race had the transformation path and food path inheritances. They were willing to use a portion of them to exchange for the enslavement path inheritance with Fan Yuan. Gu race was already preparing to develop towards Dragonman. Dragonman had natural enslavement path Dao marks, thus they had a need for enslavement path inheritances. Fan Yuan had no objections. By taking out some items from the enslavement path, one could exchange for the ancient race's inheritance. Their inheritances were rather unique. The transformation path inheritance had an ancient style, while the food path inheritance made Fan Yuan pleasantly surprised. Speaking of which, food path was created by Beastman Gu immortals. The Gu race had been lurking at the bottom of the East Sea and had gradually developed a rather complete food Dao inheritance. What the Gu clan leader had just demonstrated was one of the killer moves, chicken dinner. The Beastman style resulted in the killer moves' names being easy to understand, simple and crude, but their effects were very practical. The cooperation between Fan Yuan and Gu tribe continued to deepen. Earlier, Fan Yuan helped them transform into dragon men. Now, they were exchanging inheritances. Fan Yuan's doppelganger Wu Shuai demonstrated an enslavement path killer move. All of the Beastman Gu immortals present were shaken and cheered. Gu tribe's leader clapped his hands and summoned a group of dragon man women. Lord, please enjoy the song and dance. These dragon man women were beastmen who had just changed their identities. They immediately started to sing and dance. They were filled with wildness and allure. They had an ancient style to them. One of the dragon man female immortals even swayed her body seductively. After the dance, these dragon man women did not leave. Instead, they gathered around Wu Shuai. Lord Wu Shuai, Gu tribe's leader said sincerely, I see that Lord does not have any servants to serve you. I am willing to give these women to Lord, please accept them. Wu Shuai laughed heartily. He pulled the seductive dragon man female immortal into his arms. I will accept your good intentions. My dragon man race does not have many people. It is our responsibility to pass down descendants. I will take this woman as my main concubine. The rest will be concubines. Gu tribe's leader was overjoyed. He raised his wine cup. Everyone else cheered as well, celebrating the deepening of the relationship between the two tribes. After the banquet, Wu Shuai brought these dragon man women into Dragon Palace to hold a major event. Not long after, Fan Yuan's main body, who was in the 8th layer of Crazed Demon Cave, received information from Wu Shuai. A marriage alliance with Gu tribe? This is a good thing. His eyes shined with bright light. Wu Shuai's concubine was naturally a marriage alliance. Taking care of these women was to give Gu tribe peace of mind. If they had children in the future, the relationship between the two sides would become even closer. When the time is right, I can make use of the children that are born and swallow up this ancient clan without batting an eyelid. Gu tribe wanted to curry favor with Wu Shuai, but they did not know that this was all within Fan Yuan's expectations. Fan Yuan's intention was to absorb the entire Gu tribe. Mature people would know that fighting and killing were only one of the methods. There were many other ways to deal with things. Fan Yuan intended to use gentle political methods to annex Gu tribe. Although it would take a long time, the method was tactful. It could preserve the tribe's vitality to the greatest extent and obtain the greatest benefits for Fan Yuan. Gu tribe's inheritances are truly extraordinary. The inheritances they have are definitely more outstanding. And the inheritances they are taking out to exchange are also quite interesting. Especially the food path inheritances. Fan Yuan had the source of food path, the inheritance left behind by the beastman Gu immortal who created food path. It was the most orthodox. And Gu tribe's food path inheritances were also very outstanding after the vicissitudes of life. They were able to open up new paths in many areas. For example, the killer move Chicken Dinner could imitate the effect of luck path. At first glance, this inheritance gave Fan Yuan a lot of inspiration. Fan Yuan willed and ordered his time path clone to try making deductions in this aspect. Meanwhile, his main body sat on the giant gray fish, roaming around aimlessly in the void. The giant gray fish's aura was completely different from before. After being enlightened by Fan Yuan, even though its intelligence was limited, it managed to break through. The bottleneck that had troubled it previously no longer existed. However, the thing Fan Yuan was anticipating did not happen. Fan Yuan enlightened the giant gray fish to use it to attract Yellow Earth Dao Field. But after so many days, not even a trace of Yellow Earth Dao Field could be found. According to the giant gray fish, this was because the fortuitous encounter had not arrived. But Fan Yuan snorted disdainfully. He inwardly guessed. Fortuitous encounter and fate are all lies. It seems that this Yellow Earth Dao Field itself has intelligence, or rather, it has its own will. It saw through my scheme and did not show up. I will continue exploring for a while and observe this situation. Several days later. Where are you going? Fan Yuan sat on the back of the giant gray fish and sneered. He activated a killer move. A strength path giant hand flew out and caught a fat rhinoceros. Spare me, sage, spare me! The rhinoceros begged for mercy and struggled, but the strength path giant hand firmly restrained it. Fan Yuan chuckled and pointed with his finger. The rhinoceros's soul was immediately drawn out. In a few breaths of time, he understood all the experiences of the rhinoceros. This rhinoceros came from Reckless Savage's Dao field, which was similar to Yellow Earth Dao field. It had also encountered a bottleneck and left the world in search of an opportunity to break through. Unfortunately, it encountered Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan did not say anything and attacked it, quickly capturing this rank 7 rhinoceros alive. The giant gray fish witnessed the entire process. Fan Yuan's terrifying strength made it tremble in fear. "It is your fortune to have encountered me. Let me enlighten you." Fan Yuan laughed sinisterly. The rhinoceros's soul was stuffed back in. This time, it learned its lesson and quickly knelt down, kowtowing to Fan Yuan. Several days later. "Go, remember to cultivate well." Fan Yuan looked at the giant gray fish and fat rhinoceros. The giant fish and rhinoceros trembled with fear as they said in unison, "Farewell, sage. Strive to return as soon as possible. I will return." Fan Yuan smiled. The giant fish and rhinoceros immediately shuddered. Only when Fan Yuan completely disappeared from their sight did they stop kowtowing. They looked at each other, both of them rejoicing at having survived a desperate situation. Of course, the words Fan Yuan said before he left that he would return had turned into a huge shadow, shrouding their hearts. Crazed Demon Cave, 7th layer. Secret Schemer carefully took a step forward, his face pale. He was already very close to his limit at this point. "Let's rest first." Secret Schemer had no choice but to do this. He sat down and turned into a stone statue to rest. Behind him, Not Immortal and Pang Shan were also resting. A moment later, Secret Schemer struggled free from his stone skin and stood up. "Boss, let's go back." "Yeah, the demonic sound has become irregular and unpredictable. Also, there hasn't been any demonic sound for a while now. Our current position is very risky." "That's right, isn't Fan Yuan a good example for us?" Not Immortal and Pang Shan reminded. Secret Schemer sighed and nodded helplessly. "All right, it's time to retreat." Fan Yuan's death made the 3 crazed demon eccentrics a little dispirited. But just as Secret Schemer was about to turn around, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and stopped moving. "Boss, why are you?" "Ugh! Fan Yuan? Is that you?" Not Immortal and Pang Shan were shocked to see Fan Yuan slowly walking towards them. "Of course it's me." Fan Yuan nodded. "That's great, you didn't die!" Not Immortal shouted. "But why didn't we see you?" Secret Schemer asked doubtfully. Fan Yuan nodded again. "That's because I went to the 8th layer and got a hint from the Venerable." "The 8th layer? A hint from the Venerable?" The 3 crazed demon eccentrics were shocked again. Chapter 1885. Western Desert. Fan Yuan did not conceal his traces. He stood proudly on Myriad-Year Flying Warship with his hands behind his back. Myriad-Year Flying Warship was like a sharp silver sword that pierced through the sky, its tip pointing straight at a pale yellow cloud high up in the sky. "Fan Yuan, you actually dared to come back!" A shout came from the light yellow cloud. The owner of the voice was furious and filled with hatred. The light yellow cloud looked ordinary on the surface, but it was actually an immortal formation. There was a dream realm inside the formation. Inside the dream realm were Immortal Gu Mutation and a Gu Immortal, Dancer Hong Yun. The one controlling the formation was Immortal Concubine Qing Lan. Immortal Concubine Qing Lan had rank 7 cultivation level. She was 1000 Transformations Ancestor's second wife. Back then, when Fan Yuan was roaming Western Desert, he was chased by Feng Jioge. When he met Dancer Hong Yun, he pretended to form an alliance and exchanged for Jin Yuanzi's formation path inheritance. Fan Yuan schemed and pretended to part ways. He even used Fairy Chui Bo's body to self-detonate using the pure dream reality seeker physique body, causing a huge loss to Dancer Hong Yun and 1000 Transformations Ancestors' wills. Unfortunately, when Fan Yuan wanted to clean up the battlefield, Feng Jioge chased after him. Fan Yuan could only retreat temporarily. 1000 Transformations Ancestor was ambushed. he sensed something amiss and immediately sent Night Temptress and immortal concubine Qing Lan to investigate. After learning that Lu Guanyi was Fan Yuan, Thousand Transformations' ancestor, had no way to deal with the dream realm, he could only ask Night Temptress and immortal concubine Qing Lan to create an immortal formation to trap this place. In truth, even though dancer Hong Yun was Thousand Transformations' ancestor's wife, he did not like her that much. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was most worried about mutation immortal Gu, which was trapped in the dream realm. This was a rank 8 immortal Gu. Back then, Thousand Transformations' ancestor inherited a reckless savage true inheritance. This mutation immortal Gu was the core. Without it, Thousand Transformations' ancestor would have to expend a lot of effort to activate many of his methods. Their power would be greatly reduced. Mutation immortal Gu could not be lost. Thousand Transformations' ancestor didn't have Fan Yuan's methods, so he could only learn from Southern Border's righteous path and seal the dream realm. Therefore, the culprit who caused all this was, of course, Fan Yuan. It was no wonder that immortal concubine Qing Lan was furious that Fan Yuan took the initiative to attack the array. However, this famous female immortal of the Western Desert did not attack. Instead, she madly activated the formation, choosing to defend to the death. Even though Fan Yuan only has rank 7 cultivation level, he can fight rank 8s. He also has the myriad year flying warship, which once defeated the Celestial Court. I can't fight him alone. The most important thing now is to guard this place and stall for time so that my husband and the others can teleport over. Immortal concubine Qing Lan urgently called for help while controlling the immortal array with all her might. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, Fan Yuan's offensive suddenly broke out. An endless stream of silver flying swords shot out like a waterfall. Immortal concubine Qing Lan gritted her teeth and controlled the yellow cloud to hold on. Under the ferocious attacks, the yellow cloud formed by the immortal formation continued to disintegrate and shrink. But the speed at which it disintegrated was not satisfactory. Myriad Year Flying Warship had 4 killer moves. They were Torrential Charge, Daybreak Sword, Daybreak Torrent, and Myriad Year Encirclement Hunt. Each killer move was at rank 8 level, but it was clear that the immortal formation that formed the yellow cloud was also rank 8. Fortunately, the immortal formation was reinforced, otherwise, the previous rank 7 formation would not have been enough to resist Fan Yuan. This is Myriad Year Flying Warship? It is truly amazing! Immortal concubine Qing Lan's expression was pale. Facing Fan Yuan's fierce attacks, she was under immense pressure. She had never expected that Fan Yuan would suddenly attack this place. There was no warning at all. The formation rumbled as several Gu immortals were teleported from Myriad Statue Desert. The leader was Night Temptress, the first wife of Thousand Transformations' ancestor. Other than her, the other Gu immortals were also Thousand Transformations' ancestors' wives and concubines. Where is my husband? Immortal concubine Qing Lan's expression changed slightly. Night Temptress said with a solemn expression, "It is not time for my husband to make a move yet. The actual situation is far more complicated than this. We came here on orders to help you defend this place." Immortal concubine Qing Lan shook her head. "With just us, we are not Fan Yuan's match. We won't be able to last long." The moment she said that, a female immortal sneered. "Qing Lan, what are you afraid of? This formation is rank 8. Boom! Right at this time, with a loud sound, the yellow cloud disintegrated by a small portion. Within the immortal formation, the female immortals turned pale. Night Temptress screamed, "What are you waiting for? Quickly take action and suppress the formation!" The female immortals could not be bothered to argue. They used all their strength to control the formation and defend against Fan Yuan's fierce attacks. Fan Yuan was still standing at the bow of the ship, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Myriad Year Flying Warship had made great contributions. In the River of Time, it had killed Qin Yi and Li Huang. These two were rank 8 experts, especially the latter. He was extremely powerful. But at that time, Myriad Year Flying Warship had the upper hand, because in the River of Time, the power of all killer moves was amplified to a terrifying extent. In contrast, Qin Yi, Li Huang, and the rest were greatly suppressed. This time, myriad-year flying warship was fighting in the sky of Western Desert. Without the help of the environment, the killer move's power immediately became ordinary. Precisely so, myriad-year flying warship could not do anything to the yellow cloud even with its full power. This formation is not simple, it is a transformation path goo formation. Not only does it have great defense, it also has a teleportation function. It is likely a part of Reckless Savage's true inheritance. Fan Yuan deduced many things. His guess was not wrong. This formation was the myriadly adaptation formation of Reckless Savage's true inheritance. It was a genuine rank 8 formation. A rank 8 immortal goo house against a rank 8 immortal formation, both sides were evenly matched. However, between the person controlling the immortal goo house and the goo immortal defending the immortal formation, Fan Yuan was undoubtedly superior. Quick, someone help me! I can't hold on for much longer. Fan Yuan is too fierce, I can't take it anymore. Sisters, hold on, I'm coming. Oh no, my side is also going to fall. For these wives and concubines of Thousand Transformations' ancestor, the situation was deteriorating at an astonishing speed. Night Temptress' expression was ashen, she used all her strength and spat out blood, but still could not hold on. Immortal concubine Qing Lan was drenched in cold sweat. She could not understand why she could enter a deadlock with Fan Yuan when she was defending alone earlier. Now that they had received a large amount of reinforcements, they were retreating step by step. The other rank 6 female immortals were drenched in sweat, their limbs were limp. In just a short while, Fan Yuan had already defeated them to the point where their fighting spirit was at its lowest. The myriadly adaptation formation was indeed a good formation, but it was not enough against Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was a Time Path Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster, Transformation Path Great Grandmaster, Formation Path Grandmaster, Wisdom Path Grandmaster. He also had the Light of Wisdom and other powerful deduction methods. The Daybreak Sword moved as he wished. Every strike was a probe filled with deep meaning. Although he was still a long way from understanding the entire formation, what Fan Yuan wanted to do now was to destroy and not to learn. This was much simpler and more straightforward. Thousand Transformations ancestor, are you still not going to make a move? Do you think your wives and concubines can stop me? You look down on me too much, and you think too highly of yourself. Fan Yuan sneered. But he still did not see Thousand Transformations ancestor. The mass of yellow clouds was reduced to a rather dangerous level. The Night Temptress had a look of terror on her face as she said resolutely, Sisters, let's use our last resort. Are you going to use it so soon? Other than that, what else do we have? If you don't use it now, it'll be too late. All of the female immortals used their final trump card. The yellow cloud suddenly released golden light. Even though there was only a small cloud left, it was still extremely sturdy. Blocking all the silver flying swords, it did not move at all. Seeing this, Fan Yuan sneered inwardly. This change is also within my expectations. To use it so quickly, how incompetent! If it was an ordinary opponent, he might be troubled. But I've already figured out what's going on. Doing this will only hasten your defeat. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan immediately stopped the Daybreak Sword killer move and ordered his subordinates in the carriage. Ram them! Myriad-year flying warship charged forward and directly collided with the golden cloud. Boom! The first collision caused the golden cloud to shake. The female immortals were bleeding from their 7 orifices and felt dizzy. Boom! The second collision caused the golden cloud to scatter. The female immortals suffered such a fierce collision and fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Their faces were pale as paper and their gazes were somewhat dazed. Boom! The third time, myriad-year flying warship directly stabbed into the golden cloud. The female immortals could not endure such a backlash. Many of them fainted on the spot. The formation was on the verge of collapse, but Fan Yuan retreated back into the carriage. Master, should we capture these female immortals and use them as bargaining chips to negotiate with Thousand Transformations ancestor? A variant human goo immortal suggested. Fan Yuan, however, shook his head. myriad-year flying warship was about to attack these female immortals when a female immortal suddenly stood up. Her appearance changed as she shouted, "Fan Yuan, you are going too far! Husband!" Night Temptress and immortal concubine Qing Lan were still barely conscious. They were overjoyed. It turned out that Thousand Transformations' ancestor had already teleported here. He had only disguised his identity and deceived everyone around him. He had endured for a long time and purposely set up a trap to seize an opportunity. But Fan Yuan did not give him any chance. He was cautious and did not leave myriad-year flying warship from start to finish. He did not even have the thought of personally capturing these female immortals alive. Myriad-year flying warship was like a dazzling giant sword as it ruthlessly slashed towards Thousand Transformations' ancestor. At the moment of crisis, Thousand Transformations' ancestor laughed sinisterly and did not dodge. He only raised his left arm. At the next moment, his left arm expanded and turned into the giant arm of a violent ape. The giant arm was covered in purple-gold dragon scales. Thousand Transformations' ancestor raised his left arm and with a loud bang, myriad-year flying warship crashed into it. Thousand Transformations' ancestor took a small step back while myriad-year flying warship was sent flying. Fan Yuan's expression sank slightly. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was indeed worthy of being someone who inherited reckless savage's true inheritance. His methods were amazing. He had only defended a bit earlier, but he had displayed many exquisite methods. His body did not change, only his left arm had changed. But his left arm's transformation was not simple. It was dragon scale transformation and ape arm transformation used together, their power superimposing. Myriad-year flying warship could do nothing to such a defense. But Thousand Transformations' ancestor did not block it forcefully. He used deflection and guidance techniques to send myriad-year flying warship flying. The killer move is exquisite. His personal combat skills are also very amazing. Just from one attack and defense, Fan Yuan had already grasped many details of Thousand Transformations' ancestor. At the next moment, he turned myriad-year flying warship around and pounced towards Thousand Transformations' ancestor again. Thousand Transformations' ancestor, you are finally willing to come out, then die! Thousand Transformations' ancestor was furious. You are a rank 7 Gu immortal. You want to take my life with the help of an immortal Gu house? Shameless boasting! Fan Yuan scoffed. Even Celestial Court's Gu immortals died under my warship. You will also follow in their footsteps. Chapter 1886. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was furious. He hated Fan Yuan for not knowing the big picture. Fan Yuan knew this. He laughed loudly. If Celestial Court comes, I will kill them. If one comes, I will kill one. If two comes, I will kill both. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was stunned, he thought. Did Fan Yuan win a few rounds in a row and become arrogant, or does he really have a trump card that makes him so confident? It turned out that when Thousand Transformations' ancestor underwent a myriad tribulation, he barely survived and had been recuperating. At that time, Fairy Chui Bo was killed by Fan Yuan. Thousand Transformations' ancestor sensed this, but he was heavily injured. He had to send Dancer Hong Yun to investigate. He was also worried that his weakness would be exposed. He gave Dancer Hong Yun rank 8 Immortal Gu mutation, to prevent her from losing face when she met a strong enemy. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was a lone cultivator. He did not have a good relationship with Western Desert's righteous path. He was at his weakest when he was recuperating. Later, Fan Yuan schemed and harmed Dancer Hong Yun. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was informed by Celestial Court that Fan Yuan was the culprit. But at this time, the Dream Realm had already trapped Dancer Hong Yun in Mutation Immortal Gu. Thousand Transformations' ancestor had to send Night Temptress and Immortal Concubine Qing Lan to set up a rank 7 Immortal formation. But to think that Celestial Court would be able to see through him. Ever since then, Fairy Ziwei had been actively plotting to kill this Western Desert rank 8 in advance, to prepare for the 5 regions chaotic war. Celestial Court secretly sent people. Fairy Myrtle schemed to trap Thousand Transformations' ancestor. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was a rank 8 Gu immortal. He was not an ordinary person. He sharply sensed that something was amiss. But because of his injuries, he could only use schemes to deal with Celestial Court. Both sides competed in the dark. Even though Celestial Court had a wisdom path great expert like Fairy Myrtle, she had many things to deal with every day. Moreover, a strong dragon could not suppress a local snake. Western Desert was Thousand Transformations Ancestors' territory after all. Thus, after the Thousand Transformations Ancestor was alerted, the progress of the Celestial Court became slower and slower. Seeing this, Fairy Myrtle took the initiative to recruit Thousand Transformations Ancestor, wanting to emulate the successful example of funding Ancestors Shui Hu. Thousand Transformations Ancestor was different from Ancestors Shui Hu. He had Reckless Savage's true inheritance, and controlled the entire Wanxiang Desert. He had many cultivation resources and could even help his wife and concubine become immortals. As for old Ancestor Shui Hu, because he failed in refining the rank 8 immortal Gu fortune rivaling heaven, he had almost used up all his accumulated wealth. With the help of Celestial Court, he could quickly recover. Thousand Transformations Ancestor did not directly refuse, but promised the Celestial Court to consider it. Neither side had truly shed all pretense of cordiality. But at this time, Fan Yuan suddenly appeared and launched a surprise attack on the 10,000 Li adaptation formation. The Thousand Transformations Ancestor was unwilling to act. Fan Yuan, this shit-stirrer, immediately broke the stalemate, causing the Thousand Transformations Ancestors' plan to stall for time to fail. The fight between the Thousand Transformations Ancestor and the Celestial Court was like a barrel of dynamite. Both sides were restraining themselves, trying to find a better opportunity. Meanwhile, Fan Yuan was like a spark that directly entered the barrel of dynamite. The stalemate was broken. Thousand Transformations Ancestor had no choice but to act. Once he revealed his weakness, the Celestial Court would definitely deal a heavy blow. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions resounded in the sky. Fan Yuan controlled myriad-year flying warship and fought with Thousand Transformations Ancestor. After a few rounds, either side could do anything to the other. The experts of the Celestial Court are probably spying on us in the surroundings. Even if they are not, this commotion might have attracted them here. Thousand Transformations Ancestor had a layer of apprehension in his heart. He protected the formation and did not chase after them, instead urging Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan, Fairy Cui Bo died because she was not skilled enough. She died in battle. It was a worthy death. The hatred between us is not something that cannot be put down. You need to understand, the true enemy is not me, but the Celestial Court. Thousand Transformations Ancestor advised earnestly, forcefully suppressing the anger and hatred in his heart. My situation is actually the same as yours, Fan Yuan. Why do we need to fight to the death? We are both targeted by the Celestial Court. This battle is giving the Celestial Court a chance. How can you be so irrational? But Fan Yuan was irrational. He laughed wildly. Thousand Transformations Ancestor, you are a rank 8 great expert in vain. You are actually as timid as a mouse. You want to make peace with me? Hee, the Celestial Court is not to be feared. You are not to be feared either. Die. Thousand Transformations Ancestor heard this and was so angry that he wanted to skin Fan Yuan alive. Fan Yuan stood at the bow of the warship, activating Daybreak's sword killer move. The sword lights were like a waterfall. They were grand and powerful, but they were also extremely agile. The Daybreak sword group had just reached Thousand Transformations Ancestor when they split into 10. The 10 sword lights bypassed Thousand Transformations Ancestor and attacked the Myriadly adaptation formation. Fan Yuan, this kid is truly vicious. Thousand Transformations Ancestor's eyes were bloodshot. He could not let Fan Yuan succeed. If this formation was broken, the female immortals inside would suffer heavy casualties. Thousand Transformations Ancestor took a deep breath and turned into a giant. Next, he turned his body. His back turned into a giant tortoise shell, blocking 5 to 6 sword groups. Next, his neck turned into a snake's neck, extending outwards. His head changed again, turning into a beast's mouth. It opened its mouth and sucked, sucking the remaining sword groups into its mouth. Giant Transformation! Whirlpool Tortoise Shell Transformation! Green Divine Snake Neck Transformation! Tautai Transformation! Fan Yuan's gaze was like a torch. He instantly saw through Thousand Transformations Ancestor's method. Thousand Transformations Ancestor used all sorts of transformations at will. His attainment was extremely high. Each transformation was perfect. It perfectly covered the formation behind him. Fan Yuan immediately knew, with just myriad-year flying worship, he could not break through Thousand Transformations Ancestor's defense. Not only this, Fan Yuan had to avoid close combat as much as possible. He knew many transformations that could restrain myriad-year flying worship. If myriad-year flying worship charged over, it would be the scene that Thousand Transformations Ancestor would be most happy to see. Fan Yuan sneered. As expected of reckless savages' true inheritance, so be it, let's end the battle today. Thousand Transformations Ancestor, we will meet again. Saying so, he mobilized myriad-year flying worship and used the killer move Torrential Charge. Water rippled around the bottom of myriad-year flying worship. It was the phantom image of the river of time that had been summoned. Myriad-year flying worship used the flow of the river to increase its speed. It shot out like an arrow. But right at this time, a delicate voice resounded. Fan Yuan, go inside! Before she finished speaking, 4 immortal goo houses appeared from all directions. 4 rank 8 goo immortals attacked together. There was indeed an ambush. Even Thousand Transformations Ancestor was shocked. The Celestial Court's move was too huge. They actually had such a huge force hidden. Thousand Transformations Ancestor suddenly realized. South close. I purposely stalled for time, but the Celestial Court wanted to make use of this to numb me, then secretly mobilized a large number of people to surround me and kill me. From this perspective, I have to thank Fan Yuan. If he did not draw out this force, I might still be in the dark. Although he thought it through, Thousand Transformations Ancestor did not feel any gratitude towards Fan Yuan. He immediately shouted at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan, look ahead, my words have come true. Fan Yuan's expression was solemn. He controlled myriad-year flying worship to charge left and right, but after several attempts, he was blocked by the Celestial Court. Fan Yuan stopped trying pointlessly. He turned around and came to Thousand Transformations Ancestor's side. Ancestor, the situation is like this, let's cooperate. Thousand Transformations Ancestor was furious. He pointed at Fan Yuan. Damn you, Fan Yuan, I have never seen such thick skin in my life. Fan Yuan sneered. Then you want to continue fighting me? Thousand Transformations Ancestor choked, forcefully swallowing his anger. Humph. When we fight later, don't drag me down. I should be the one saying that to you. You are really dragging me down too much. Fan Yuan ridiculed, implying that Thousand Transformations Ancestor had many wives and concubines. It was his weakness. Thousand Transformations Ancestor's expression was grim. He said, Stay away from me, don't get close. If you cross this line, I will attack you as well. He was still worried about Fan Yuan. He did not trust Fan Yuan at all. But he had no choice. The situation was like this. He could only cooperate with Fan Yuan to have a chance of victory. Just as Thousand Transformations Ancestor expected, the Celestial Court secretly deployed a large number of troops to ambush him. But the situation suddenly changed. Fan Yuan suddenly attacked and started fighting with Thousand Transformations Ancestor. The troops of the Celestial Court did not expect this. They immediately contacted Fairy Myrtle, who was far away in the Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle was overjoyed. She immediately ordered the troops of the Celestial Court to hide in the dark, watching the tigers fight, waiting for the opportunity to reap the benefits. But Thousand Transformations Ancestor was very shrewd. He pointed out the existence of the Celestial Court, and displayed his extraordinary battle strength. Fan Yuan seemed to be unable to break through his defense, so he wanted to retreat. Once he retreated, the troops of the Celestial Court had no choice but to move. Previously, the Celestial Court wanted to deal with Thousand Transformations Ancestor, but Fan Yuan's threat to the Celestial Court was even greater than Thousand Transformations Ancestor. Now that he finally showed up, the members of the Celestial Court did not want to let him go. Thereupon, the troops of the Celestial Court moved out, immediately causing a complete change in the situation. Thousand Transformations Ancestor and Fan Yuan had no choice but to cooperate. but even they did not have the slightest expectations of how effective their cooperation would be. Fan Yuan, I told you to escape last time. This time, let me see where you can escape to. Princess Impatience approached, intending to take revenge. Xing Yuang and Wei Feng's expressions were like iron, they flew over silently. There was also a rank 8 Gu immortal. It was a female with a seductive appearance, she giggled. You are Fan Yuan? You are so handsome, I like you. What a pity, you are a good person, why did you become a thief? Fan Yuan paid the most attention to this female immortal. According to my previous life's memories, this should be Wan Zihong. In my previous life, when Northern Plains invaded the Celestial Court, she was forced to wake up. To think that in this life, she actually woke up in advance. Princess Impatience shouted furiously. Attack! 4 immortal Gu houses guarded the 4 directions. The 4 rank 8 Gu immortals activated their killer moves at the same time. At once, flames shot out, starlight scattered, intense winds raged, and flower fog spread. The 4 rank 8 killer moves had grand might, engulfing heaven and earth. Come! Fan Yuan manipulated myriad-year flying warship and directly charged over. 1,000 Transformations ancestors stared with wide eyes. At the crucial moment, one's true nature can be seen. This Fan Yuan is indeed worthy of being a demon that can oppose the Celestial Court. He is truly brave. Seeing Fan Yuan charging over, the 4 immortals of the Celestial Court immediately activated their killer moves, most of their power enveloped over. I'll dodge! Fan Yuan laughed sinisterly. He lightly turned around and actually flew behind the myriadly adaptation formation. What the hell? 1,000 Transformations ancestor was stunned, cursing in his heart. After Fan Yuan left, the attacks that were attracted by him directly pounced at him. 1,000 Transformations ancestor had to protect the formation behind him. He could not dodge, he could only roar and brace himself to face them head-on. Bam bam bam! Amidst continuous explosions, Fan Yuan manipulated myriad-year flying warship to fly into the sky. 1,000 Transformations ancestor, thank you, I am leaving. Fan Yuan laughed heartily. GUH. Chapter 1887. Myriad-year flying warship was like an arrow soaring into the sky. It seemed that Fan Yuan was really about to break out of the encirclement. Right at this time, Wan Zihong giggled and said coquettishly, Fan Yuan, little thief, you can't escape. At the next moment, the sky above Fan Yuan's head suddenly turned into a vast land. Myriad-year flying warship, which was originally soaring into the sky, suddenly charged towards the ground. Fan Yuan quickly stopped myriad-year flying warship. Myriad-year flying warship's speed was astonishing, but the phantom river of time at the bottom of the warship played an ingenious obstruction. Before crashing into the ground, Fan Yuan successfully stopped the immortal Gu house. Fan Yuan carefully sized up the battlefield, only to see that the sky had suddenly turned into land, and the land had suddenly turned into the sky. Over and over again, the whole world seemed to have turned into a Rubik's Cube. This piece of sky and that piece of land were casually stacked together. It was grotesque and dazzling. Wan Zihong floated in the air, while Princess Impatience, who was at the same level as her, was standing on the ground. Fan Yuan felt that he had become a small worm in this Rubik's Cube, unable to find a way out. The exit that looked like the sky would turn into the ground the next moment. If it was ordinary ground, myriad-year flying warship would have charged over. But this ground was clearly extremely sturdy. It was a precipice. What method is this? Fan Yuan squinted as he looked at Wan Zihong and asked. Wan Zihong replied, This is the killer move overturning heaven and earth. To tell you the truth, this was specially designed by the Celestial Court for you. The reason we used it to deal with 1,000 Transformations ancestor was just to test the waters. Hee, to think that you were so impatient, coming over so impatiently. As it turned out, Fan Yuan had fixed immortal travel immortal Gu, he had developed the corresponding killer move, and even had omnidirectional travel ancient battle formation, he could escape extremely quickly at the crucial moment. If the Celestial Court wanted to capture Fan Yuan, they had to first unravel Fan Yuan's escape method. Previously, they had fixed space Gu, but Fan Yuan had obtained it. Yuan Qiongdu was exhausted, but he did not succeed. Celestial Court had deep foundations and also created this killer move overturning heaven and earth. Be it fixed immortal travel or omnidirectional travel, it could counter both of them. Fan Yuan, you won't be able to escape this time. The prince's impatience was enveloped in flames and looked menacing. Surrender without a fight and perhaps I'll spare your life. Wei Feng sneered, and the wind blades swept over along with him. The other two rank 8 Gu immortals charged towards Thousand Transformations' ancestor. Celestial Court sent out 4 immortal Gu houses to maintain overturning heaven and earth. Their true battle strength is 4 rank 8 Gu immortals. Fan Yuan's eyes shined with sharp light. He did not want to fight. There was no benefit in fighting these Gu immortals. With just myriad-year flying warship and Fan Yuan's strength, it would be very difficult to kill them. If he wanted to kill them, he would have to expose his rank 8 cultivation level. But like what had been analyzed long ago, once this cultivation level was exposed, the secret of Fan Yuan possessing the sovereign immortal body could no longer be concealed. Most importantly, did Celestial Court really only have these people? Once they got entangled, even if Celestial Court did not have other ambushes, they would urgently send other rank 8 Gu immortals to reinforce them. Who knows, at that time, Duke Long, Fairy Myrtle, and Qin Dingling might all come to fight. Fan Yuan controlled myriad-year flying warship nimbly, dodging as much as he could while resisting the 2 rank 8 Gu immortals' fierce attacks, still looking for a way to break through. Bam bam bam, myriad-year flying warship charged left and right, continuously crashing into the ground. Whenever the immortal Gu house's charge was obstructed, Wei Feng and Prince's impatience would grab the opportunity to bombard it. Celestial Court's formation had clearly gone through a lot of preparation. These 2 rank 8 Gu immortals cooperated very well. The wind fueled the fire, and the fire fueled the wind. The pressure on myriad-year flying warship was increasing. Fortunately, there were many of Fan Yuan's subordinates inside. These people were sweating profusely as they repaired and replaced the Gu worms in the warship. Fan Yuan had encountered many obstacles, and with his wisdom path attainment, he could see many things. This killer move overturning heaven and earth is truly exquisite. It cuts this world into countless cubes, and can even change the positions of these cubes continuously. It is only a killer move and not a battlefield killer move, thus it can be activated very quickly. But its effect is to change a part of the world. It can also form a battlefield to trap enemies. A battlefield killer move needed some time to activate. Fan Yuan was vigilant and crafty. He could have escaped during this period of time. Thus, Celestial Court's activation of this overturning heaven and earth killer move was extremely fast. Even Fan Yuan could not escape in time with myriad-year flying warship. This showed how much effort Celestial Court put in. Ever since rebirth, Fan Yuan had repeatedly defeated Celestial Court. But Celestial Court could never be underestimated. After reacting, they prepared a killer move that made the few movement methods that Fan Yuan was most proficient in become mere decorations. This overturning heaven and earth killer move still has loopholes compared to a battlefield killer move. As long as I deduce its essence, I can destroy or interfere with it, and escape through the cubes in the sky. Now is not the time yet. Fan Yuan pondered inwardly. He suddenly turned the warship around and flew towards Thousand Transformations' ancestor. Celestial Court did not expect Fan Yuan to change his mind. They were caught off guard and allowed Fan Yuan to approach Thousand Transformations' ancestor. Thousand Transformations' ancestor protected the formation behind him. No matter how fiercely the 2 Celestial Court rank 8s attacked, he was able to defend himself. Overturning heaven and earth split the entire battlefield. But Thousand Transformations' ancestors' piece of sky could not be divided. It became the most spacious piece of land. Seeing Fan Yuan return with myriad-year flying warship, Thousand Transformations' ancestors sneered. Fan Yuan, why did you come back? Fan Yuan smiled. Ancestor, the formation behind you is also restricted, right? We cannot escape now. Why don't we work together? You block Celestial Court's attacks and stall for time. I will deduce and modify the formation. It will not be hard to escape. Thousand Transformations ancestor spat. Like hell, I will believe you. Fan Yuan was surprised. Looking at Thousand Transformations ancestor's expression, he was busy but not panicking. He seemed to have a trump card. If it was an ordinary rank 8 Gu immortal, it would be extremely difficult for them to face such a situation. But Thousand Transformations ancestor had a reckless savage true inheritance. Be it Fan Yuan or Celestial Court, they could not estimate what trump card he was hiding. Neither of you will be able to escape. Kill. The four immortals of Celestial Court charged over together. Fan Yuan and Thousand Transformations ancestor could not dodge, they could only deal with their moves. Both sides activated killer moves repeatedly, causing the air to explode, winds to howl, flames to rise, and sword lights to shine brightly. Thousand Transformations ancestor felt increasing pressure as he fought. He scolded. Fan Yuan, you are still playing tricks now. If you don't repent, I will beat you up as well. As it turned out, Fan Yuan's myriad-year flying warship was extremely slippery. He often used the myriadly adaptation formation to block and dodge Celestial Court's fierce attacks. It was not suitable to get close to Thousand Transformations ancestor, but the myriadly adaptation formation was huge. Once it was set up, it could not be moved. It was an extremely good shield. Fan Yuan used this shield to block many of Celestial Court's attacks. The Gu Immortals and Myriad-Year Flying Warship caught their breaths and repaired Myriad-Year Flying Warship to its original state. Ancestor, don't be angry. Hold on for a while more. I have already deduced some results. We will be able to deal with this predicament soon. Fan Yuan shouted. Thousand Transformations ancestor was not a fool. How could he be willing? He knew Fan Yuan's nature. Once Fan Yuan broke this killer move, he would definitely escape and leave him behind as a target to attract the attacks of Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. Thus, if Fan Yuan could really break this killer move, it would be disadvantageous to Thousand Transformations ancestor instead. Boom! Thousand Transformations ancestor attacked Myriad-Year Flying Warship in anger. Ancestor, don't be like this, you need to consider the big picture. Fan Yuan shouted. Thousand Transformations ancestor scolded. You still have the face to talk to me about the big picture? Without you causing trouble, this current predicament would not have happened. What did this old man tell you? There is an ambush from Celestial Court. Didn't you shout that? So what if it is Celestial Court? If one comes, I'll kill one. If two come, I'll kill two. Show me. Fan Yuan said sincerely. I was right, but Celestial Court sent 2 pairs of Gu Immortals and 4 immortal Gu houses. I have no choice. Ancestor, you really need to consider the big picture. If you deal with me, how can you protect those women who love you? Boom! The myriadly adaptation formation shook fiercely. It was hit by Princess Impatience's fire meteor. The female immortals inside the formation screamed in fear. As the saying goes, if you defend too long, you will definitely lose. No matter how much Thousand Transformations ancestor transformed at will, he was only one person. He was facing 4 rank 8s of Celestial Court. Thousand Transformations ancestor roared furiously. Celestial Court, you are going too far. If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely repay you 100-fold. You should get through this first. Wei Feng sneered. He sent out a huge wind blade that slashed at the myriadly adaptation formation. You people are unworthy of the righteous path of Celestial Court. Thousand Transformations ancestor roared furiously. He had a formation to protect, he was too passive. The 4 rank 8s of Celestial Court specifically targeted this flaw of his. They indeed did not have any righteous path demeanor. Look at what I said. Thousand Transformations ancestor, you really care about the big picture. At this time, Fan Yuan was still making sarcastic remarks. Thousand Transformations ancestor was so angry he almost vomited blood again. He said hoarsely. All of you will die a horrible death. As the battle dragged on, Thousand Transformations ancestor felt increasingly powerless. He was almost facing the 4 immortals of Celestial Court alone. He also had to be wary of the sinister and ruthless swindler Fan Yuan. The myriadly adaptation formation continued to suffer attacks. It could not hold on any longer. Finally, under Wan Zihang's killer move, a corner of the formation finally collapsed. revealing the space inside the formation. Chance? Wei Feng was coincidentally above this hole. He could see the female immortals inside the formation. These female immortals were in very bad condition. They had all suffered backlash from the collapse of the formation. Most of them had already fainted. Only Night Temptress was barely conscious. She was doing her best to hold on. Capture these female immortals. Make Thousand Transformations Ancestor hesitate in taking action. Wei Feng activated his killer move, turning into a green wind that entered the formation. Husband, save me. Night Temptress's aura was extremely weak. Seeing Wei Feng pouncing over, her expression changed as she cried out in alarm. Stop! Thousand Transformations Ancestor shouted from outside the formation. Too late. Wei Feng smiled coldly. He was about to capture Night Temptress. Boom! With a loud sound, more than half of Wei Feng's body flew out of the formation like a meteor, leaving behind a trail of blood along the way. His head was grabbed by Night Temptress. Before his death, his expression was filled with disbelief and shock. Night Temptress's body emitted surging rank 8 aura. Her appearance slowly changed. She actually turned into Thousand Transformations Ancestor. Chapter 1888. A shocking change occurred abruptly, and practically everyone was caught off guard. Night Temptress had turned into Thousand Transformations Ancestor. She made a shocking move and killed Celestial Quartz rank 8 Gu Immortal Wei Feng on the spot. Next, this Thousand Transformations Ancestor waved his left hand and opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance, taking all the female immortals who had fainted inside the formation into his aperture. His right hand was still grabbing Wei Feng's head. He exerted strength, and with a loud sound, Wei Feng's head exploded. Immediately, red and white matter splattered like a crushed watermelon. This is the outcome of all of you. Thousand Transformations Ancestor gritted his teeth. His expression was ruthless and fierce. He was also a patient person. Precisely because of this nature, after Fairy Cui Bo died, he did not make a move himself, instead sending Dancer Hong Yun to probe the enemy. This trap was meticulously set up by him, waiting for people to take the bait. Right now, the trap took effect. Celestial Quartz Wei Feng paid with his life, fulfilling Thousand Transformations Ancestor's fierce reputation. It is a pity that Fang Yuan did not take the bait. Thousand Transformations Ancestor glanced at Fang Yuan with some regret. This kid was too crafty. He stayed inside Myriad Year Flying Warship. Thousand Transformations Ancestor could not find a chance to make a move. The three immortals of Celestial Court were furious. The great Wei Feng actually died in front of them. After the rage, they broke out in cold sweat. Not to mention Wei Feng, even if it were them, they would not have had an easy time in that situation. Thousand Transformations Ancestor had planned for a long time. Once he made a move, it was earth-shattering. He did not give Wei Feng any chance to escape. After breaking out in cold sweat, the Celestial Quartz Gu Immortals were full of doubts. What is going on? How can there be a second Thousand Transformations Ancestor? Even if he inherited Reckless Savage's true inheritance, a second rank 8 appearing out of nowhere, this is too strange. Fan Yuan controlled Myriad Year Flying Warship to pull apart the distance between him and Thousand Transformations Ancestor. He also had a puzzled expression. Ancestor, what is going on? Night Temptress, who had transformed into Thousand Transformations Ancestor, sneered. You are not someone who has been reborn, do you not know? Ancestor, you are overestimating me. Fan Yuan laughed heartily. If I could know all the secrets in the world, I would have become a venerable long ago. Why would I be trapped here? After clearing himself, he praised. Ancestor's methods are truly extraordinary. You are truly the inheritor of Reckless Savage's true inheritance. You took the life of a Heavenly Court rank 8 right away. You were much more decisive than me. I am in awe. He stirred up hatred between the two sides, but there was no doubt in his heart. The Thousand Transformations Ancestor that appeared earlier should have been transformed from the Vientiane Palace. The true Night Temptress was currently controlling this immortal Gu house. On into, Thousand Temptress into, and into, Savage into, Foam on into. On, he Transformation Ancestor 8. And on one hand, Demon. He Transformation Palace Ancestor. Different from he and was. He and he was, he master, one god. Mortal Ancestor MOMO. Different from other immortal goo houses, Myriad Statue Palace was special. It could transform into anything in the world. Every time a statue was formed in the palace would transform into the statue's appearance, restoring all kinds of talents and methods. Evidently, there was a statue of 1,000 Transformations Ancestor in the palace. Even if Fan Yuan knew about this, he would pretend not to know. That way, he would not know I know about it. In the future, you might think I do not know your secret, but I do. This is an advantage. Don't think this advantage is small, but in a battle between experts, these details were crucial. How did this advantage come about? Just like that, it accumulated bit by bit. Fan Yuan resisted Celestial Court and reached this point. He was in a much better situation than during the same period of time. Wasn't it because he had won step by step after rebirth, changing his previous life's past and accumulating small advantages time and time again? You could not become fat in one go. Which one of you is the real 1,000 Transformations Ancestor? Xing Yi Wang shouted. Let me tell you, I am the real 1,000 Transformations Ancestor, and he is my brother, Myriad Transformations Ancestor. The real 1,000 Transformations Ancestor casually lied. Myriad Statue Palace's Myriad Transformations Ancestor lightly nodded. Celestial Court, you did not expect this, right? You wanted to deal with my brother, but you did not expect to deal with 2 rank 8s. I advocate secluded cultivation. I had wanted to conceal my identity for the rest of my life, but regretfully, my secret has been exposed. But paying the life of a rank 8 goo immortal is worth it. The 3 immortals of Celestial Court looked at each other in silence. Regardless of whether 1,000 Transformations Ancestor was speaking the truth or not, there was a huge change in the current strength of the 2 sides. Previously, Fan Yuan and 1,000 Transformations Ancestor were fighting against the 4 rank 8s of Celestial Court. Now Wei Feng was dead, but Myriad Transformations Ancestor was added to the mix. It was now 3 against 3. Both sides also had 3 rank 8 goo immortals. Wan Zihong suddenly laughed, saying, If I were one of you, I would arrange for a comrade to guard Myriad Statue Desert. That way, both sides would be able to reinforce each other. Unlike now, both of you are in a predicament. There is no one guarding Myriad Statue Desert. My Celestial Court's goo immortals can directly invade it. Oh right, I wonder if the 2 of you from Myriad Statue Palace brought it with you. If it landed in Myriad Statue Desert, it would be terrible. Wan Zihong's words were a threat and also a probe. Unfortunately, Fan Yuan knew the secret. 1,000 Transformations Ancestor and Myriad Transformations Ancestor were only 1,000 Transformations Ancestor controlling Myriad Statue Palace. How could the 2 separate? Even if Celestial Court sent other goo immortals to plunder their base in Myriad Statue Desert, there would definitely be nothing valuable in that base. But 1,000 Transformations Ancestor's expression changed slightly. He said with anger and mockery, Your Celestial Court claims to be the orthodox lineage of humanity, the leader of the righteous path. Is this the style of Celestial Court? Fan Yuan could not help but praise his acting skills inwardly. 1,000 Transformations Ancestor could not hide it for long. Celestial Court's Fairy Myrtle might not be here personally, but she would soon deduce the truth. However, just like how Fan Yuan concealed the truth, 1,000 Transformations Ancestor was also thinking of ways to fight for even the slightest advantage. Although he killed Wei Feng, he was still at a disadvantage on the battlefield. Celestial Court maintained their killer move, overturning heaven and earth, firmly holding the initiative. Their remaining strength was still above 1,000 Transformations Ancestor and Fan Yuan combined. Wan Zihong sneered. Forget it, I will be the main attacker this time. The rest of you must support me with all your strength. She instructed Xing Yi Wang and Princess Impatience. The latter 2 nodded, having no objections. In terms of seniority, Wan Zihong was the eldest, and in terms of strength, this female immortal was also the strongest. Immortal killer move, Flying Flower Blood. Wan Zihong attacked fiercely, her aura surging. She did not make any obvious movements, But thousand transformations and myriad transformations ancestors' bodies started to bleed. Blood flew out of their bodies like dancing flower petals, splashing everywhere. Although myriad transformations ancestor was in myriad elephant palace, he was also in human form, thus he was also injured by this move. Thousand transformations ancestor quickly changed his form and attacked instead of retreating, shooting out of the myriadly adaptation formation. Myriad transformations ancestor did not follow closely behind, but continued to guard the myriadly adaptation formation. Wan Zihang's expression did not change when she saw thousand transformations ancestor approaching. She slowly retreated. Princess Impatience and Xing Yiwang flew out and stalled thousand transformations ancestor. Thousand transformations ancestor was unable to close the distance between him and Wan Zihang, so he changed forms and attacked Wan Zihang from afar. Wan Zihang sneered and used another move, helpless flower falling. Flower petals swirled around her, falling down. Thousand transformations ancestors' attacks got close to her, but were swept away by this falling flower, unable to do anything. Thousand transformations ancestor, after this move of mine, die obediently! Wan Zihang shouted, pointing her finger. Immortal killer move, yellow flower thinning life. Thousand transformations ancestor was trembling with Xing Yiwang and Princess Impatience when his expression suddenly changed, his body became thinner, and his lifespan decreased rapidly. This yellow flower thinning life was Wan Zihang's killer move. Although it was a woodpath killer move, it could affect lifespan. Thousand transformations ancestor was hit by this move. He tried many transformations but could not break it. He could only retreat. Xing Yiwang and Princess Impatience chased after him. Thousand transformations ancestor had no choice but to use Myriad Elephant Palace to reinforce him. Myriad transformations ancestor came to reinforce him. Wan Zihang sneered and used yellow flower thinning life killer move on Myriad transformations ancestor again. Myriad transformations ancestor's body also became thinner, his offense, defense, and speed all fell, but he was an immortal goo house, he had no lifespan to speak of. Thus, although he looked miserable, he was actually fine. Thousand transformations ancestor was truly in trouble. He could not break this killer move, but after many attempts, he found several transformations that could slow down the killer move's power. But this way, he could not transform freely, his battle strength was greatly restricted. Wan Zihang's offensive methods were extremely powerful. It was no wonder that she was recruited by Celestial Court even though she was a demonic path goo immortal. In Fan Yuan's previous life, Wan Zihang lacked immortal goo and could only become a healing goo immortal. This was not her specialty, but even so, she healed many Celestial Court goo immortals and brought great trouble to Longevity Heaven. However, after using yellow flower thinning life 2 more times, Wan Zihang's expression became extremely pale. She did not attack again, and only breathed heavily. Evidently, these 2 moves were extremely risky and burdensome to her. If not for Wei Feng's death, Wan Zihang would not have used such a risky tactic. Thousand transformations ancestor was suppressed by Wan Zihang. He shouted anxiously, "Fan Yuan, if you don't make a move now, it will be too late. If I fall, you won't be able to escape either." Boom, boom, boom. Fan Yuan made a move. But he did not reinforce Thousand Transformations ancestor, instead fiercely attacking the myriadly adaptation formation. Without a goo immortal controlling it, this formation became an immovable target. It was torn apart by Fan Yuan in a short period of time. Thousand Transformations ancestor turned around and saw this scene. His face turned blood red from anger, his eyes spewing fire. "Fan Yuan, you scoundrel!" he snarled, bristling with anger. Earlier, Fan Yuan used him as a shield, so be it. Later, he did not contribute at the side and cowered, so be it. But what was the meaning of this? Ah! You did not attack Celestial Court, but attacked my formation? This was too much. You must be sick in the head. Don't you know the enemy is strong and you are weak? Why aren't you forsaking the past and joining hands to resist the enemy? You are still fighting among yourselves. What are you thinking? Saying you have a pig's brain is insulting pigs. Do you have any sense of the big picture? Not even a little bit of it? Thousand Transformations' ancestor was flustered and exasperated. He had such a comrade. Even the three immortals of Celestial Court felt pity for him. Myriad Year Flying Warship shot into the formation like a sharp sword. Fan Yuan was very skilled in dismantling formations. The Myriadly Adaptation formation was on the verge of collapse, but it did not self-destruct. Fan Yuan made a few moves, grabbing the immortal goo inside. Next, he attacked the Dream Realm. The Dream Realm turned into a pure dream reality seeker physique body, grabbing mutation immortal goo in one hand and Demonis Hong Yun's corpse in the other, throwing them into Myriad Year Flying Warship. Fan Yuan, you scoundrel, die! Thousand Transformations' ancestor's eyes turned red when he saw Fan Yuan snatching his 8 transformation variant immortal goo. He left Myriad Statue Palace to resist the 3 immortals of Celestial Court, while he personally went to kill Fan Yuan. After Fan Yuan succeeded, he immediately activated Myriad Year Flying Warship to retreat. But Thousand Transformations' ancestor was truly furious. He chased relentlessly and bombarded Myriad Year Flying Warship. Fan Yuan had truly bullied him. This rank 8 goo immortal stared at Fan Yuan and gritted his teeth, wishing he could eat Fan Yuan's flesh and blood. Thousand Transformations' ancestor's speed was not as fast as Myriad Year Flying Warship. But Celestial Court used overturning heaven and earth to obstruct Fan Yuan's path and help Thousand Transformations' ancestor. The 3 immortals of Celestial Court also stopped attacking. They were happy to see Fan Yuan and Thousand Transformations' ancestor fight to the death. Greed blinded one's wisdom. Fan Yuan has thoroughly angered Thousand Transformations' ancestor and snatched his rank 8 immortal goo. This is a deep enmity. But I have a bad feeling. This is not Fan Yuan's style. If I were him, I would absolutely not do this. Wait, he snatched the rank 8 immortal goo because he had already thought of a way out. That is why he is fearless. We need to be careful. Chapter 1889. Fan Yuan transmitted secretly. Thousand Transformations' ancestor, don't chase me. I can unravel a way out. How about this? I will bring you away. You give mutation immortal goo to me as a reward. How about that? Thousand Transformations' ancestor sneered, replying, Humph, wishful thinking. Open your path and return the immortal goo, we will spare your life. After his anger subsided, he thought of Fan Yuan's action of snatching goo. It showed that he had nothing to fear. His earlier rage was real, but the subsequent rage was mostly an act. The Myriadly Adaptation formation was broken. If Thousand Transformations' ancestor wanted to leave, using Fan Yuan's strength was the best choice. Even if he could not use it, he could not let Fan Yuan escape. If Fan Yuan really escaped, he would be left to fight with the Celestial Court until he was exhausted. Even if he escaped, the insidious demon Fan Yuan might ambush him along the way. Thousand Transformations' ancestor had great foresight. He was not just thinking about the current situation. Thus, he chased after Fan Yuan relentlessly. He had to follow Fan Yuan closely. As for Myriad Statue Palace, even if it was abandoned in the killer move overturning heaven and earth, it was only temporary. As long as he got out, he could attack the 4 immortal goo houses outside the killer move. The 4 immortal goo houses were maintaining overturning heaven and earth. It was the killer move's greatest weakness. Once they were attacked or disrupted, the battlefield that the Celestial Court painstakingly created would have many flaws. They could not be covered up. At once, Fan Yuan, Thousand Transformations' ancestor, and the Celestial Court chased after each other. They used all sorts of methods. They had vast might that shook heaven and earth. Secretly, they were playing a psychological game. They schemed and schemed. After a while of deadlock, the 3 immortals of the Celestial Court had a change of expression. From the periphery of the battlefield, a large group of people charged out. There were many goo immortals, including rank 8s, and 4 immortal goo houses. The leading palace was majestic like a mountain. It was solemn and dignified. It had green bricks and golden tiles. It emitted a dense fragrance of plants. What else could it be but Divine Being Palace? The one controlling Divine Being Palace was Fang Clan's second supreme elder, Fang Dichang. Beside him stood Fang Gong, Fang Huaxing, and the other Fang family generals. Immortal Killer Move, myriad life spring lightning. Fang Dichang did not say anything. He controlled Divine Beam Palace and bombarded it with lightning balls. The jade-green lightning balls landed on the 4 immortal goo houses of Celestial Court, causing them to shake intensely. Countless vines grew out and infiltrated the goo houses. The Celestial Court was in chaos. Divine Beam Palace! Seeing that Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's item was being used against him, he was shocked. This time, it was the Celestial Court's goo immortals who had bloodshot eyes. These people are from the Western Desert Righteous Tao. Why are they here? The entire Western Desert Righteous Path didn't come. Only the Fang clan, Tian clan, Dong clan, Shi clan and Tang clan came. The Celestial Court's goo immortals saw the origin of this group. Ever since Fang Dichang refined Divine Beam Palace, Fang clan's predicament was resolved. Fang clan's rise was already unstoppable. As long as they showed Divine Beam Palace, Western Desert's righteous path would recognize the reality and change their stance. Fang Dichang used this chance to secretly contact Western Desert's righteous path. To coordinate with his main body, he had to act quickly and also keep it a secret. Thus, he only gathered Tian clan, Dong clan, Shi clan and Tang clan, these 4 super clans. This force was enough to change the situation of the battlefield. Celestial Court was caught unprepared. They were strong on the inside while weak on the outside. Divine Beam Palace displayed terrifying might. The 4 immortal goo houses of Celestial Court trembled continuously. They were at a complete disadvantage. Overturning heaven and earth was also heavily disrupted. It could not be maintained perfectly. To think that it would be so convenient! Fan Yuan laughed loudly. He escaped to the outside world through the flaw. Where are you going? 1,000 Transformations Ancestor chased relentlessly. Fan Yuan turned around and sneered. You really think I'm afraid of you? Myriad year flying warships suddenly turned around. Daybreak flying swords swept forward like a waterfall of light. 1,000 Transformations Ancestor roared furiously. But he could not deal with the full strength of this rank 8 immortal goo house. He was sent back into overturning heaven and earth. He was trapped again. I'm going! Fan Yuan laughed heartily. Myriad year flying warship tore through the sky and vanished. There was a commotion in Western Desert's righteous path. Someone wanted to stop Fan Yuan but was stopped by Fang Dichang righteously. Leave Fan Yuan behind. This person is the enemy of Celestial Court. He will be beneficial to us in the future. Fang Dichang led the Alliance army to fight against Celestial Court. Celestial Court was in an awkward situation. They had 1,000 Transformations Ancestor internally and Western Desert's righteous path externally. Xing Yiwang shouted angrily. Western Desert Immortals, you are the disgrace of the righteous path. You are actually helping a demonic path goo immortal. Fang Dichang sneered. The great Celestial Court is far more shameless than us. You are clearly hiding evil and sheltering the Western Desert demon Wan Zihong, but you are slandering us. Xing Yiwang choked for a moment. Princess Impatience's voice was cold. Are you really going to make things difficult for my Celestial Court today? Fang Dichang replied. Not long ago, my Fang clan was in a difficult situation, but your Celestial Court was fanning the flames behind the scenes, adding fuel to the fire. Your wild ambitions are clear. Do you really think my Western Desert has no wise and righteous people? When the regional walls disappear and the 5 regions merge, do you think my Western Desert will be at the mercy of Central Continent? Princess Impatience snorted coldly, not speaking anymore. He, to think that such an interesting junior would appear in Western Desert. Wan Zihong's face regained some color. She looked at Divine Beam Palace with interest and said, Let's retreat. Since the situation was unfavorable, retreating was the wisest choice. The heavenly courts retreated in an orderly manner. They did not panic. No need to chase, Fang Dichang said. This order made the other goo immortals let out sighs of relief. After all, they were not willing to fight to the death with Celestial Court. If they suffered huge losses, the other Western Desert superforces would make things difficult for them. Only 1,000 Transformations Ancestor and Western Desert's righteous path were left. Divine Beam Palace's door opened. Fang Dichang stood at the entrance, smiling. Thousand transformations, ancestor, we have a common enemy. Not long from now, the 5 regions will merge, the goo immortal world will face an unprecedented great era. We are willing to join hands with you to resist the enemy. What do you think, ancestor? This person knows the big picture. Thousand transformations, ancestor's eyes shined. He nodded and remembered Fang Dichang's words. I will go find you. Good. With ancestor's strength, Celestial Court will definitely have an even bigger headache. Fang Dichang clapped and laughed heartily. Let's go, he ordered. Western Desert's Righteous Path Alliance army left majestically. They came and left in a hurry. However, all the Western Desert Goo immortals had excited expressions on their faces. They had defeated Celestial Court. This was Celestial Court. Only Fang Gong's eyes were filled with worry. He looked at Fang Dichang, who was beside him, who was in high spirits and leading the group, while he, as the first Supreme Elder, was reduced to a foil. He felt pressure again. But so what? My conflict with Fang Dichang is only an internal conflict. Fang clans rise, leading Western Desert's righteous path and repelling Celestial Court. This is an external conflict. How can I abandon outsiders for internal reasons and become a sinner of Fang clan? Even if my authority is seized in the future, our Fang clan will always be Fang clan's Fang clan. Fang Gong knew, even though they did not gain any substantial battle spoils from this battle. But after this battle, no one could doubt Fang clan's rise. Fang Dichang had obtained the greatest political wealth in his life. The clans who participated in this battle were originally loosely connected. They were only forced to temporarily unite. But after this battle, glory gathered into a cohesive force that caused these 5 clans to unite. And Fang clan was the natural leader of this interest group. Fang clan's Fang Dichang is quite a character. Thousand Transformations' ancestor sighed as he looked at the majestic departure of Western Desert's righteous path. Myriad Statue Palace returned to his side, remaining silent. Thousand Transformations' ancestor looked at the direction in which Fan Yuan and Celestial Court retreated, gritting his teeth. Fan Yuan, Celestial Court, remember this! Chapter 1890. Fan Yuan looked at the mutation immortal goo in his hand. This immortal goo had a peculiar appearance. It had a body like a longhorn beetle, 8 spider claws, a horn on its head, cicada wings on its back, and 2 mantis blade-like arms on its front. Its tail glowed like a firefly, but it was emitting colorful light. Mutation immortal goo belonged to Thousand Transformations' ancestor, but it was not a problem for Fan Yuan. Not long after Fan Yuan left the battlefield, he refined this rank 8 immortal goo along the way. Not to mention Thousand Transformations' ancestors' hatred towards Fan Yuan tried to activate it several times and found out the effect of mutation immortal goo. This immortal goo had great offensive power. It could make a part of the enemy's body betray them. It could suppress rank 7 existences. It could even cause huge problems to immemorial desolate beasts and other creatures. It could also be used on oneself to add transformations. For example, if Fan Yuan turned into a tiger, after using mutation immortal goo, he might be able to grow a pair of wings on the tiger's body. Or he might be able to grow a 3rd eye on the tiger's head, or a scorpion stinger at the end of the tiger's tail. Of course, these were only good transformations. There was also a chance that it would create a deceptive transformation. For example, an elephant leg would grow on the tiger's stomach. The elephant leg would be longer than the tiger's limbs. Or a tiger's back would grow a horn. This was an obvious weakness. It would be a target for the enemy. Using mutation immortal goo alone would have mixed effects. It was hard to say. Because this immortal goo was rank 8, the transformations it added would be rank 8 level. It would have a huge impact on the main body. Thus, to be safe, he had to use other goo worms to assist mutation immortal goo to form a killer move. Using this killer move to strengthen himself was the safest. Besides attacking enemies and increasing transformations, mutation immortal goo could also be used to manage the immortal aperture. With it as the core, killer moves or immortal formations could be used to create even more transformations in the life forms in the immortal aperture. Ordinary wild beasts could gradually grow into mutated beasts. Of course, these mutated beasts had defective products. but in the natural cycle of survival of the fittest, they would be eliminated. And those outstanding mutated beasts would survive and grow stronger, forming new tribes. Usually, after these mutated lifeforms grew, they would become the specialty of a certain immortal aperture. There would only be one shop, there were no other shops. If it could perform well in the market, it would be a long-term business for the Gu Immortal. It would bring them stable and considerable profits. Mutation Immortal Gu has such comprehensive effects, it should be one of the core immortal Gu of reckless savage's true inheritance. No wonder Thousand Transformations' ancestor was so nervous after losing it. Fan Yuan thought. Other than Mutation Immortal Gu, Fan Yuan also obtained several other immortal Gu. Most of them were Transformation Path Immortal Gu. There was also a Rank 7 Rule Path Immortal Gu, Pass. This Gu looked like a beetle, and was commonly referred to as a country bumpkin. It was the size of a baby's fist, and its body was extremely flat. It emitted a steel-like luster, giving off an extremely sturdy feeling. Back then, when Night Temptress and immortal concubine Qing Lan set up the immortal array for the first time, it was the core. Feng Jioge was hiding far away. Seeing this immortal Gu, he wanted to snatch it. This immortal Gu was very valuable to him. But in the end, this immortal Gu ended up in Fan Yuan's hands. Just from these immortal Gu and Thousand Transformations ancestors' methods, we can see the power of reckless savage's true inheritance. It is a pity that it is not easy to make a move. Thousand Transformations' ancestor had passed one myriad tribulation. His Tao Mark foundation could not compare to Fan Yuan. But he had many methods, he was patient and had outstanding acting skills. Wei Feng died because of him. Unless Fan Yuan could lure him into a battlefield killer move. Thousand Transformations' ancestor had myriad statue palace. This rank 8 immortal Gu house had incredible power, and at the crucial moment, it could turn into Thousand Transformations' ancestor to confuse others. It was a huge obstacle. It was not easy to scheme against him. Look at the Celestial Court, they had planned for a long time. They used the killer move overturning heaven and earth. They gathered 4 rank 8s. But they still had to return in defeat. Most importantly, Fan Yuan could not use his true strength. A lack of forbearance in small matters would spoil great plans. Once the secret of his rank 8 attainment was exposed, the danger would be even greater. Thus, he was very careful when dealing with the 3 crazed demon eccentrics. Fan Yuan was after the big picture. Central Continent is not far from the Refinement Path Convention. Northern Plains Gu Immortal World has the leader of Longevity Heaven, Southern Border has the strategist Wu Yong. Eastern Sea has Qi Si ancestors' help, while Western Desert has Fang Clan and Tang Clan to make use of. The situation of the 4 regions attacking Central Continent is starting to take shape. This was something Fan Yuan had been plotting ever since he was reborn. Finally, he had some progress now. Fan Yuan was no longer a pure rank 8 Gu Immortal. He had outstanding subordinates, they were all talented. But he was not a pure superforce, he plotted in the world, using all living beings as chess pieces to get rid of the obstacle that was the Celestial Court. Providence made use of him, Spectral Soul made use of him, Red Lotus Demon Venerable made use of him, Chu Du made use of him, Land Spirit of Langya made use of him, and now, he had become a chess player. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Why is my student's name in the list of the 10 great scholars? Teacher Jiang looked at the latest information and was shocked. He was stunned on the spot. Teacher, are you in the house? Student Li Xiaobai wishes to see you. At this time, Li Xiaobai's voice came from outside. Teacher Jiang quickly opened the door. Come in, tell me what is going on. Li Xiaobai had thought about it carefully. He told Teacher Jiang everything that happened that night. He was worried. Teacher, you have to seek justice for me. Teacher Jiang heard this and looked at Li Xiaobai in a daze, his expression turning strange. After a while, he smiled faintly and shook his head. Oh I don't know what to say. In Teacher Jiang's opinion, Li Xiaobai had no hope of becoming one of the 10 great scholars. Who could have thought that luck would come? It could not be stopped. Even Teacher Jiang felt a trace of envy and jealousy towards this encounter. After that, Miss Su Chi-han tested the students, then told me that I was one of the 10 great scholars. I received your teachings and did not dare to be arrogant. I quickly rejected her. But Lady Su Chi-han was determined to make such an arrangement. I was extremely helpless. I could not win against her. Li Xiaobai complained continuously. Everyone is envious of your encounter. You actually rejected it? Teacher Jiang smiled. Teacher, don't tease this pitiful student of yours. I came here this time to beg you to save me. I am not talented. Now that I have become one of the 10 great scholars, this is like throwing me into a fire. Li Xiaobai cupped his fists and begged for mercy. Teacher Jiang retracted his smile and nodded. You are not arrogant or rash. You recognize reality. It is not a waste of my teachings. However, don't think about it too seriously. Before becoming one of the 10 great scholars, if you had any wishful thinking and tried to compete alone, you would be surrounded by danger. But now that you are one of the 10 great scholars, the imperial court will protect you. If anyone tries to harm your life, they will be slapping the imperial court's face. Do you understand this? Li Xiaobai scratched his head. But I am still sitting on pins and needles. Compared to the other 9 people, I am not well known and will attract the most people's attention. Furthermore, after this incident, Lady Su Chi-han's attitude towards me has become very harsh. Teacher Jiang nodded again. Even though I am not in the imperial court, I have heard that this junior Su Chi-han is extremely talented and arrogant. Since she wants to take responsibility for you, she definitely wants to marry you. Oh, she wants you to marry into Su clan. She can be said to be one of the most talented women in the world. Her husband must be of equal status. But she is not doing things blindly. She first tested your talent. Seeing that you have some potential, she nominated you. In the future, she will pave the way for you and raise you up step by step. Saying this, Teacher Jiang looked at Li Xiaobai with a complicated expression. He was once one of the 10 great scholars. He was proud of his talent and had high aspirations. But reality was cruel. There was only one path to promotion, but countless people tried to squeeze their way up. He could not compete with them. After a long time, even though his reputation spread far and wide, he was essentially outside of the imperial court. To think that this student of his was not as talented as him, his background was not as good as him, but his luck was too good. He had inexplicably become Su Chi-han's sweetheart. Not mentioning Su Chi-han herself, she had Su clan behind her. Her father was the current Prime Minister Su. Li Xiaobai had someone to rely on. I will not hide it from teacher. I was very happy at the start, but the more I thought about it, the more I felt something was wrong. I am scared. Lady Su Chi-han has so many admirers. This matter cannot be publicized. I am not sure how many young geniuses will hate me for gaining Lady Su's favor. Especially after the 10 great scholars are chosen, I still have to enter the imperial court to meet the emperor. Along the way, and when I reach the capital, what should I do? I am at a loss. I can only ask teacher for advice. Li Xiaobai sighed. Teacher Jiang was slightly displeased. He snorted lightly. Xiaobai, don't belittle yourself. You are talented. How can my teachings be wasted? You are my student. If others want to deal with you, they will have to consider my reputation. How about this? I will write a few recommendation letters for you. You can visit a few families along the way. They will provide you with some convenience. Saying this, Teacher Jiang paused for a moment. He seemed to have made up his mind. You do not need to go back these few days. You can stay at my house. I will teach you some methods. Li Xiaobai was overjoyed. He quickly bowed deeply. Student thanks teacher. Su Chi-han wanted him to keep it a secret, but Li Xiaobai did not take it to heart. When the time was ripe, he would immediately tell Teacher Jiang this secret. It looked like he was asking for help, but he was actually showing his value. Teacher Jiang was ostracized by the imperial court. He could not enter the corps. Now that he saw his student had great hope, once his student became successful, would he forget his teacher? Impossible. Not to mention Li Xiaobai's temperament. Teacher Jiang was very familiar with him. He was not an ingrate. Even if Li Xiaobai became an ingrate in the future, under the public's opinion, he would not dare to not repay his teacher. The higher Li Xiaobai's position, the more he would cherish his reputation, and the more he would repay his teacher. Thinking of this, Teacher Jiang immediately decided that he would do his best. He would use all of his resources to help his students successfully ascend. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.